There you go. Watching you scroll down. No, I'm having fun with this. I want him to fi there it is. Oh, Brad, you were revealed. Good stuff, Brad. Scroll down a little bit. There it is. Okay. Welcome everyone to the season 9 Play Away Modern Invitational, the first one post bans of unnamed poorly designed cards that punish fair decks for no reason with the F Wizards. My name is Jared, and joining me is obviously, as you see on the screen, not Brad, but Brent.
Hey Jared, how are you?
Lovely. I love watching my, especially when there's no Uro or Mystic Sanctuary involved.
Yeah,
We have a
yeah,
lot of fun matchups, as you can see on your screen. We have not Fantasia, as we learned recently, Esper on Esper Control versus Warbreaker on Tron. We have Risen on Prowess versus Smivy on Mono White Death and Taxes. Derek and Goblins leaned on Jeskai Copycat, and the final matchup Dawes for on Panza versus Ventus on 5C Niv. We're going to be focusing on not Fantasia versus Warbreaker, just because we both agree Esper Control versus Tron seems like the most fun option to this. But before we get into that, want to just kind of briefly discuss the meta and what we've been seeing post bans.
yeah. We've seen a lot of changes since we had the bans in place. The best decks kind of dissolved or transitioned to other decks. Most people think that Green White Heliod is the tier 0 deck by itself, but we're not going to see that today. And a lot
Which
of
is
other,
lovely.
which I'm totally fine with. And we have some prowess decks that also kind of make up what would be considered tier 1, and so many viable decks in modern are quite good, and that's what we like to see in modern.
There's a lot more interaction now. Fair interaction, I should say, because Uro is technically interaction, but in the worst ways possible. But we've seen tribal stuff appear, not in the form of humans, but we've seen Golgari elves and slivers was on a modern challenge list post ban. I remember that, and I was like, what? And
Right, right,
I mean, you have Titan now, and in fair Titan form without Field of the Dead. As you mentioned, you have multiple. You have UR prowess and you have mono R prowess
right,
floating around, and a lot of people think there's going to be some form of white prowess popping up with the new one drop, which is just fun, I guess, in that
r-
sense. But Jun Shadow being as prominent as ever, especially over lists that you typically see, like Jund itself.
right.
All
And
hail the
Tron
mighty scourge.
and Tron also was kind of a weak deck for a while with the old cards in play, but with the banning and mid range kind of getting a little bit better. Tron, that's when Tron kind of wakes up and says, "Hey, I'm here too."
We got some love, baby. Mid range, rise up.
Yeah.
Anyway, but as we were saying, we're going to be focusing on Fantasia on Esper Control versus Warbreaker on Tron, and what better way than resident Tron lover boy Brent to help walk us through the Tron deck list.
Okay, so I guess I will be the Tron apologist and the Tron lover in this commentary
Yeah, I
too.
actually hate you.
Okay, that's okay. Yep, I think Twitch chat probably would agree with you there as well. If we in this Tron list, it seems very stock. There's nothing too crazy. This is if you're opposing Tron, very similar to this deck. It's probably what you'd be opposing. The standout things for me are Thragtusk in the main. That hasn't been a mainstay in Tron, but it is just another prowess is a little too good. We need some life gain, even on an ETB trigger. So that's why it's very very well liked in the Tron community. Also, Dismember. We talked about the red white prowess. Do Clever Luminancer. It's a 01 that can just really hit you very hard. So you're paying for life to kill it is costs a lot less life than what the potential that it could do. This is also not surprising, has the Karn the Great Creator package, so not a full 15 card sideboard as far as post board, but it does have quite a bit of bullets that you can find in the main deck. Obviously, cards like Ensnaring Bridge to say, "Hey, slow down. Let me get a turn." Torpor Orb for cards that have enter the battlefield effects. Stuff like that. You can find the right piece, Sorcerer Spyglass to just shut down opposing planeswalkers, of course, and get a little bit of information and coding to kind of start a land destruction plan if that is deemed relevant, and then Ballista to close out the game. The only post board cards that are feasible are Thought Not Seer, great card, and
What is
with some great
TKS
spells.
used for in
So
Tron sideboard?
I read it as against red decks. I read it as 4 mana, gain 3 life. You take a lightning bolt, lava spike type card, and you prevent all attacks. Basically, that was the old against burn. It's a very strong card because it does gain life. It does stop attacks, and you can play it on turn 3 pretty well. So that's kind of the thoughts that the what makes Thought-Knot such a great card. It's kind of trended down quite a bit with the Wish board in play. You only get so many sideboard slots, so they're very precious. But it looks like Warbreaker does value having them access to them in the post board games. Also, you get Veil Summer, one of the strongest sideboard cards, maybe even ever. Just a great
Freaking card, man.
yeah, yeah. It very much is like a cryptic command for just a single green mana, prevent your card from being countered and draw a card. It's incredibly strong card for just a green mana. And then Nature's Claim, if he stumbles into the Ponza matchup later in the game, he can take down the Blood Moon or other artifacts or enchantments.
Yeah, I think
So,
we both agreed that this is a pretty stock list. Nothing. You point out the main board dismembers that I kind of raised my eyebrow to a bit, but more importantly, decks like Esper Control exist nowadays.
yes, yeah, Esper Control.
God
We see
bless
it as a
man.
very strong deck, maybe the best strict blue control deck. And yeah, we're gonna be looking at Esper Control opposing the Tron player.
Yeah, and I think Esper Control gained a lot of its power through a creature combo deck like Heliod, where it
Absolutely.
operates on the battlefields, and there are a lot more ways for a deck like Esper Control to beat the crud out of something like that. So if you have a TRCO deck like that, and you can run stuff like Vanishing Verse now is a card that recently came out. That's
Right.
just
Yeah.
you're bound
Incredibly
to
strong.
find some successes, and obviously we're seeing that. This is not the first time we've seen Esper Control make it into a tournament, but I believe it won a Modern Challenge like 2 weeks ago. So
Right. It's yeah, that started a trend of Esper Control being a respected deck. Largely Fatal Push being a lot more cheap creatures, and you don't give them a land as opposed to Path to Exile, kind
right.
of the staple blue X control deck
Mhm.
removal spell. So they think Fatal Push is just too very strong and just worth including and not ramping your opponent. So definitely can respect that. Obviously, Esper Charm, the, a very strong card as you trade your resources later. Just having access to an instant speed mine rock can be very strong, or you just get the divination effect. Both of those modes are incredibly strong
Could
on
you
a card like
with
that.
an exile target enchantment instead?
Uh, I actually don't. I'm not sure. It's I think it's just destroy target
Oh, it is
enchantment.
destroy, but I mean, if it did, it would just be that much stronger in the meta with Heliod.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And also can come up if you're playing a Dryad opposing a Titan deck. It does have that corner case as a 3 mana
Ah,
removal spell, which certainly can come up. Um, and also another great card for the Esper deck, and it's really trending up in its stock. And I even think in price is Kaya's Guile. Just one white black.
it's an
So many
absurd.
great effects. It's incredibly good. Edict effect. The Tormod script exile all cards from all opponents and gets around it each opponent. So if they have Hexproof for whatever reason, doesn't care. Also make a 1/1 token, so kind of virtual create a chump blocker, gain some life, or even just gain 4 life outright. And you just pick two of those modes, and they're
It's an
they're all very
absurdly good
strong
card.
mods.
I've honestly, I'm a Jund player, and obviously we just look to do the most obscene crap that exists. And I've honestly contemplated splashing white for both Kaya and Kaya's Guile, just because they're just absurd card. It's just a good card. And it does
Right.
everything you
Yep.
want in a card. And I
Yes.
mean, it's just a side bonus to screwing with boggles, which I I don't sympathize for any Boggles player that exists, but it's just a funny bonus, I guess you
Right.
get with that. And I think your entire what were you saying before? Yes, it does find success versus decks like Heliod, but you hit the nail on the head. You're splashing black because Fatal Push is good right now. Like,
Exactly. Yes.
we're not beating around the bush with that. Fatal Push is one of the best cards right now. Over Bolt, over Path to Exile's terms of removal. It's the reason you're splashing black.
Absolutely. One thing that's interesting in this deck, it's a card that's one of my favorite cards of all time. He has a singleton Tassiger the Golden Fang um, that allows you to just buy back some of your really good cards if it comes to it, or just a very cheap 4 or 5 creature. And sometimes that's just an okay control finisher, just having a pretty strong body if you're playing against a lot of small creatures. So I love the inclusion of Tasker. My biased opinion, I think he's great all the time, but I love to see it.
It's just a yeah, it's clearly just a throw in bonus, and it's not something you want to be seeing all the time. But as you put it, if you're going to be pushing and opting every turn, essentially, or spell, whichever, take your pick. It's
Right.
obviously going to find a lot of benefit, especially versus those creature heavy decks that you would be pushing. But you know, rub against Tron. So
Right.
for control is not exactly in its wheelhouse. It's still a control list, and it has the ability to pivot to just I'm gonna be control list in the especially post board. But initially, it's kind of the changes we talked about, where both lists kind of hedged for pushes, or essentially both lists hedged for prowess is the best way
Yes,
to look at it,
absolutely.
and how they won't be seeing prowess at all. And it's like this dismember and Thrag Tusk from Tron is not gonna see a lot of use. Obviously, hitting a Tassiger with dismember is wonderful, but it's a freaking one of so. And uh, obviously, the Thrag Tusk isn't gonna be much of value. It's
Yeah,
nice to throw on the board, but with this much creature removal and that little creatures, you're gonna be kind of singled out there.
yeah,
It's gonna be
absolutely.
interesting. I don't know. I'm more interested post board to see what happens. I love the inclusion of stuff like Vanishing Verse and Sedgemoor Witch. I love when new sets impact, even if it's ever so slightly, into decks. And just I think we got a lot of exciting stuff, and obviously this control list is gonna take away from aggression support and go right into full blown control list post board, and Tron is just gonna be pumping Valve Summers out the wazoo. So this should be an interesting setup. I think we're ready to get into the game. And what are your initial thoughts on this matchup? What do you think is going to happen?
So I do think
Get this
that
off my screen. Why am I looking at this card?
Because he's gone.
Get this out of my face. I don't want to see this. I hate this stupid card.
so we were talking a little bit before the game.
It's just a random card.
Hey,
Oh, this is honestly better than looking
this
at
is what
her.
you are right now.
Yeah.
All right. Well, what are your thoughts on this?
So we had a small disagreement before, but I think Tron is pretty happy to lead off in this to play this matchup. Um, this is the Esper control really can't interact with the assemblance of Tron very well. And it seems like I don't know how many cards he started with, but I believe that's an expedition map that he's going to be leading off with. But as a Tron, uh, the Tron lover, apparently, I think it's going to be a pretty good matchup for Tron.
I think my favorite part of this that we're watching right now is that we're pretty much playing a guessing game because both players have the light shined on their reflective mat cards. So we're basically just guessing what cards they're playing.
Right. So what one thing we can certainly tell is that is a forest on turn 2. So the Esper control player is probably sighing a little bit because it knows turn 4 Tron is where we have to worry. So he'll be able to have 3 mana up, which some of his counter magic starts at 3 mana. So we're gonna be pretty. He should be pretty relieved to see a Sylvan Scrying on 2, but that does mean turn 4 Tron is guaranteed.
Is Fantasia freaking out for you as well? I've seen Fantasia. Now I'm seeing Doubletron for more breaker. Oh, now they're flipped. Regardless, yeah, I think you were right with the force, but
There's something wrong with
unfortunately,
meat, so I was trying to fix it.
there we go. Nope.
Should
And
Well,
just a
they are.
typical Tron
They,
start. I mean,
yeah.
you have
Uh,
what's interesting though is that he went expedition map turn. He kept it interesting. At expedition map turn 1 into forest turn 2. Sylvan scrying, and obviously, so he's a turn behind for setting up Tron, which is
right.
interesting. Honestly,
Yeah.
I think that's unique, and because he didn't mulligan, he kept the initial. So
So that tells us that he probably has a lot of big boom booms. So he might have maybe turn after turn after turn of just some very strong cards. But he does know he's going to be safe to tap out here, and we actually see that from the Esper player. He's going to foretell any foretell card, but we know his list. It's going to be Behold the Multiverse, so 2 mana, scry 2, draw 2,
but
bounce
any
on the way.
card.
But it could be anything. Could be Doomscar, obviously. But we know he's very safe to just tap out. The Tron player's play is very scripted here. He's just going to simply blow up the expedition map to get to assemble Tron. So
Full
that
stop on the Tron players list or play is really scripted here. That's it's really scripted always for the first.
right, yeah. There's not a lot of like hard decisions with the Tron as a Tron player, and we'll see. He also throws a chromatic piece on the table as well, so he does have a cantrip as well.
Yeah, and
Um,
we talked about this particular setup where especially if Esper control is going first. In this case, obviously Warbreaker is going first on Tron, but with the extra turn that was allotted to Fantasia, this I honestly like that just only helps him. Obviously, he sets up Tron now, but he sets up Tron with Fantasia having an extra mana floating, which could pay dividends for Fantasia. But I mean, you and I had this discussion without any of the land destruction effects sitting in the main deck. It's kind of rough.
Right. Yes, and it looks like he's going to try the Thractus. That's the threat he's going to throw on the table. And we also did talk about 3 manas where some of his counter magic, a lot of his counter magic just start. So this would have to be a Archmage's Charm or a Doman's Veto to really handle this creature. And I think he's playing on, so it looks like Thractus is going to stick, and we're going to go up to get the gain some life trigger. And he's got a few more cantrips to play.
Yeah,
And
and
look like
honestly, that's probably the best card. Thragtusk being two of, that's probably the best card he could have played in that scenario.
right,
That's just because it's not a sexy card to counter. Like it's not a Worm Coil Engine or Emrakul or uh, take your pick. There's pretty much any other threat is worse to face down the barrel, and he plays the worst one as a two of, and
right,
that's tough when you untap as a control player. We're gonna see the foretell being played out, and that just makes sense, but not looking
right.
good. It's not a happy scenario for Fantasia right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And Thractus does have the added benefit of when it leaves the battlefield, it's not a when dies. It will make a 3/3 token, so he will have to face it twice, or he will have to trade 2 cards to get rid of Thractus. So it's not a great threat to leave on the table, but it certainly could have been worse.
Yeah,
Also, he did leave a exhibition map on the table. He could easily set up for another big 7+ mana threat uh, or get Sanctum of Ugin, play a big 7 mana threat. Regardless of the resolution, the Sanctum of Ugin will trigger to get any colorless card. So he does Ulamog the Ceaseless Hunger and Emrakul the Promise, and so he can, even if those don't resolve, he could get an incredibly strong amount of big mana tempo, either take a turn or just eat 2 permanents in the upcoming turn. So that's what I'm going to imagine is what the Trump player is going to do here is blow up the expedition map and then just use it as a kind of a tutor effect. So that's kind of would expect from here, unless he has maybe unless he has a big threat in hand anyway. But it looks like he's going to go ahead and say, "Let me deal 5 points of damage to you to get started."
Yeah, I think I don't think you can respond to that if you're Fantasia. I think you just have to hold up Cryptic Command and hope that he's not playing some low powered stuff on his next turn. You're basically hoping his turn isn't like Oblivion Stone, Chromatic Map, or Star, and followed up with like a Karn the Great Creator, because you want to be countering obviously the larger threats. That's why Thragtusk went through, and not these just kind of go wide type moves. It's I struggle to see where Fantasia walks out of this no problem. It's going to be a Karn Liberated, so this is obviously a sexier target.
Right. So he one thing that he can certainly do. I don't see his mana, but he does have Cryptic Command mana open. And I say that because I see a basic swamp. He could do Cryptic Command, choose the modes, counter target spell, Karn Liberated, return target permanent to its player's hand, the Sanctum of Ugin, to stifle the trigger. But it looks like he allows the Sanctum of Ugin trigger to resolve, and that does certainly pick up Emrakul the Promise in. So we'll know that that's going to be coming up pretty soon, maybe even next turn.
Yeah, and that was another scenario that I meant to sneak in there, where they just get Sanctum of Ugin, and no matter what big boy they play, they're just reloading with another big boy. I mean, if Fantasia is holding up, Dovin's veto and a force, perhaps, then this game is, uh, obviously going to top decks can only help him. But
Right. And
with this Thragtusk beating down his mouth, it's going to be a little tough, because you can't tap out for Teferi. You can't tap out for Jace. You need mana up. And you
right.
obviously don't want to tap out for Teferi to use its +1, because then it just dies to Thragtusk. It's just unsexy. And I was saying before, I really think that Thragtusk is the best card he could have had in that scenario. And
It's certainly looking like it now. Who has dealt 10 points of damage? I think he's down to at least 9 life. And here we do see the Emrakul, the Promise in being cast. It will be countered, but he will take the next turn from his opponent. So this could be a really devastating for his opponent. So we'll see
yeah,
what he has access to do. How many cards can he trade, or how much damage he can do to his hand.
yeah, this is going to be oh, here we go. Oh, there's his hand. Believe I see a double Supreme Verdict in there, which is just rough. Opt, Godless Shrine, another, I think, Castle, Fatal Put. That is an awful hand.
Yeah, it's
That is,
double hand. It's really not even a good hand to really mess with your opponent either.
I
Um,
mean, I think he's just gonna like opt Godless Shrine, shock himself. Um, there's just not a lot you can do here. This is just rough all around.
yeah, it looks like he's gonna start with just make him waste the fatal push on the Thragtusk. It is a legal target, but there will be nothing to be destroyed.
Mhm.
Just so that's not the best thing about that is that if he does handle it with the Supreme Verdict in the following turns, he does have the 3/3 token. So by doing this now, he does keep the 3/3 token for at least one other turn, and he'll have to use a second removal spell. The Fatal Push is now gone. But I think, like you said, the Gauntlet Shrine, just shock yourself, um, might be good, although you are kind of ramping your opponent. And then probably you want to waste that opt and make them keep a bad card as
This is
well.
just kind of sad right now, to be honest. That's a Hollowed Fountain, by the way. I realize how I think I said Castle Ventress before. But yeah,
There,
this is
yeah,
upsetting. I
right,
don't like watching this. This is brutal.
yeah. And it looks like he's picking up his card, so we're going to go ahead and take the bonus turn. So he elected to not even cast the opt here, or even make a land drop. So um,
That's interesting. The land drop makes sense in the grand scheme of things, but it's still interesting.
yeah, I think I definitely would have played the opt and just kept a bad card if you can help it. But maybe the thought is, what if there's two good cards on top and I give him one right away? Not sure. And
I
there's
think
the
the thought there was, I want him to use a mana to so he did obviously he didn't shock him. He doesn't want him to have extra mana for in case of Snapcaster Mage. I think the logic there was don't give him mana, make him use 1 mana to cast op if he's going to cast op, et cetera, et cetera. And I think that's where
Right.
we ended at our current board situation.
Yeah, and here we do see Kaya's Guile. That was a card we did talk about before. Why the reason people splash black uh, is for this incredibly good card. It looks like he chose the mode sacrifice a creature, and I think he moved dice around, but I don't know if that was
I think
gaining
he
life.
gained life, yeah.
That seems that seems pretty good. Yeah, it looks like he is moving the dice quite a bit more.
Well, he straight up needs to buy turns. There's no beating around the bush, but buying turns versus Tron is just asking to get your butt whooped. And now he's counting, which is terrifying.
Yeah, that's not what you want to see with your Tron opponents. Like, all right, how much mana do I have? And they're like,
Yeah.
yeah. So it's interesting what the next threat is. We don't have any knowledge of what else he has in hand or what other threats he can play, but he does know he's going to be opposing a Supreme Verdict. So, or even up to 2 over the following 2 turns. So maybe he doesn't want to play Thractus. But how about this?
Another
Card
liberated.
liberated.
Well, like I said, I think this is just making sure there are no bubbles from Warbreaker. I just there's not much you can do versus Esper, especially when you're not main decking land hate or big mana.
Yeah,
no.
it seemed like a pretty good window to do this too. He does go with a destroy target land mode, basically, minus on a land. And he knows the hand is kind of weak from him. He has 1 unknown card because he did see the hand from an Emrakul, and he did play a Kaya's Guile and another Thractus.
Gotta love when your 2 of makes a double appearance, especially in the most relevant matchup you could have.
Right.
That is so shitty.
So we do see
So unfortunate.
yeah, so his play is pretty forced here with facing those 2 huge bodies. He's going to have to do a Supreme Verdict to clear out part of the problem, but he's going to be still with that opposing that 3/3 token after he does that. So it's going to be kind of rough for him.
So even more Fantasia's hand sucks than normal. Yes, you're gonna have to Supreme Verdict here. He might be within lethal. We are looking at like 240p quality, but you play 1 Supreme Verdict. You want to be playing lands first of all, just every turn because you want to set up for a potential Snapcaster Mage. But you play Supreme Verdict here. Karn pluses the next turn. You don't want to exile a land or Supreme Verdict.
Right.
You have to one of your other he might end up exiling Supreme Verdict anyway, but you don't want to be getting rid of that. You just
Right.
well, I guess now you do because he's played double Thragtusk and Wormcoil is the only other creature that could make an appearance, but
Right.
it's
And
still
it looks like
not ideal.
Right. He is up at he's at 9 life right now. I saw the higher quality from twitch.tv, the higher quality stream that but he's at 9 life, so the clock is at 3. It looks like he's going to go at plus on card liberated to nab a card from hand. And he does have a lot. He actually does pitch the Supreme Verdict. So he might have a maybe 2 cards in hand. So they must be decent if he's willing to if that's his worst card, Supreme Verdict.
Twitch has much better quality. Why am I looking at this? All right, I'll keep this on the side. I did not know that.
Yeah.
I thought everyone was looking at the same stuff. I'm like, this is rough.
Yeah.
You and I are like squinting to figure it out. We're like, these guys are
Right. Oh man, and Karn the Great Creator, so he's gonna go to his wish board.
7 mana up. So yeah, this is gonna be a fun little journey to your sideboard.
Yeah, so he's gonna go to 6 points of life, and he has it looks like exactly Tron mana left, so he cannot quite close the game with Walking Ballista, but he can get a plethora of good bullets here.
You're still probably going Walking Ballista though, right?
You could just play Walking Ballista, or just have it and just put 3 counters on it, so it's effectively makes it very tough on the opponent. That's probably a very good choice right here.
You're looking to end this game next turn and not like liquid metal coating drag this game out for too long. Oh, he's still going like that's
That is a turns off a mana next turn, so he can't upkeep, turn a land into an artifact.
that's what I'm
And
saying. It turns on mana next turn though, and with at his current life total, that's just interesting.
yeah, I think well that should be destroyed. It's just an artifact that can't tap for mana during his main phase. So it's not destroyed on his upkeep, but it's not usable mana with Karn on the table. But
True.
maybe that was a he may be playing. He knows the Supreme Verdict was pitched, so he has cards that are better than that. We can assume, and perhaps he is says, okay, my opponent has counter magic. If that's the case, I want to have a plan for later in the game to at least destroy some lands as I keep going. With Karn liberated, so I'm going to be doing 2-for-1 through the remainder of this game. It's
One of those cards was Esper Charm, so that's a good if you're gonna start anywhere. My point is there's you don't have a way of shutting down Tron, right?
that's right.
So you're at the mercy of Tron top decks while they already have a board. Being at the mercy of Tron top decks while they don't have a board is already a bad place to be.
It's looking pretty bleak for
Being
him.
at
Yeah,
the mercy of Tron decks while they have a board in their top deck and your top deck, it's just this to me is just delaying the inevitable.
yeah. It's gonna be hard to imagine how he can escape this scenario. It looks like he
You're
just
losing
did.
a land every turn. Like there's nothing they're drawing that takes them back from this game right now.
Yeah,
They're losing a card in hand and they're losing a land every single turn. So even building anything up is going nowhere.
right. I even think this is a lethal play here. He's gonna get the Great Creator, and then probably tutor for that Walking Ballista and do the last 3 points of damage here.
There you go. Spliggity spoogity.
Yeah, he's
You go
sitting on a
boogity.
Force of Negation. Not much to do with that.
Force of
So
negation,
we,
2 mans.
yeah. So we're gonna go in the post-board games. This is where we thought this would actually open up a little bit. What bullets do you see from the Esper deck to do
I
in the
mean,
post-board?
the obvious you're bringing in thought seeds, you're bringing in damping spheres specifically. You can bring in, fracture if you really feel like it, but force and negations come in, your mystical disputes come in, probably Vendilion Click comes in. If you want just to kind of a go wide type strategy, you might bring in Sedgemoor Witch too. You have a lot of dead cards in Fatal Push, in Path to Exile, in the main board, so you have the luxury of swapping things out. I don't really see a lot of value either in Kaya's Guile, as fun as that card is. The best use for Kaya's Guile was that very specific scenario we entered where he happened to draw both of his Thragtusk. It's fine
Right.
versus Worm Coil, but for the most part, it's not the best.
It's not the best, but he might be forced to keep some number of them in because he has so many dead
Sure.
cards. And his sideboard's not really tuned very well for the Tron matchup. He does have some pretty good cards to bring in, like you said, the Thoughtseize, the Damping Sphere, Mystical Dispute as like a cancel effect. It's probably going to be
Right,
okay.
you're just okay. So immediately, I see 6 cards I'd be ditching. You can keep the Kaya's Guile in if you want creature support.
Sure.
If you want to, I assume the Thragtusk don't leave because obviously we saw the value of it. You want to keep those lower quality cards in this specific matchup just because you want counter magic or removal to be used against those cards. Like you want Supreme Verdict cast against your Thragtusk. That was so ideal. So you
Yes.
probably keep your Thragtusk. But right off the bat, I mean, you're definitely getting rid of the pushes. Path to Exile, I don't see a lot of value in, if any. AK, just get rid of it.
Sure.
Spell Snare is just not where you want to be right now. Supreme
Right.
Verdict. So you already have like 6 to 7 cards you can play with. You're definitely bringing in Sphere, Thoughtseize, the Force of Negation, probably Mystical Disputes because you want to make this as much of a you control the matchup as possible. And if you're not going to bring in disputes from the 7, then Sedgemoor Witch and Vendilion Click just to create a clock for yourself because this Esper list does not have a lot. This Esper list responds to things happening, and Tron is just herder. These are my cards.
Right. And speaking of Tron, apparently, the deck I love so much, as we established. Let's look at their sideboard. Obviously, we know they have the Great Creator, so many cards will never leave the sideboard. But there will be a few decent ones. Obviously, Veil of Summer is an incredibly strong card, maybe the best sideboard card in Magic the Gathering, the history of Magic the Gathering. Just as
Oh,
a
slow down the history, but definitely one of the better ones right now.
Right, yeah, it does have the effect of basically a cryptic command, prevent your spell from being countered, draw a card. That's incredibly good for just a single green mana. And also those Thought Knot Seers that we thought was kind of I think a little unique for the Tron sideboard. It's not terribly unique, but it's going to be pretty decent just to nab a card and force them to deal with that. So I do like Thought Knot Seer coming in as well. That would be three Veils, two Thought Knots coming in. And as far as cards to take out, Dismember, the obviously spot removal is not terribly great.
Right.
He
Well,
does
okay.
it.
What's interesting, there's a couple of things here
Okay.
that I find it. One, I think it's super. Why I don't respect Tron players, part one. But when you have a Wish sideboard, you barely need to sideboard. Two, I think it's important from the Tron player's perspective not to over sideboard because I think you can definitely get in the trap of I want these Thought Knot Seers, I want these Veils, I need Nature Claim in case Damping Sphere is his, and players know each other's players know each other's deck lists. So
Yes.
the Tron player knows that Esper Control's only out versus Tron's setup is the Damping Sphere. So I think he also brings in Nature's Claims. I think you leave the Thought Knots here, the Dust, you bring in the Veils. Obviously, you get rid of the Dismembers. And then you have 3 more cards you can shave off. And I think you can just kind of
Yeah, I
tickle
think
off other
if
cards.
right,
think it's
yeah,
cool.
that's a key interaction. That the
Ulamog, sorry, not Emrakul.
Right. I think that what you take out of your deck in the post-board games are the Dismembers, probably the Oblivion Stones. They certainly can
Yeah,
be pretty
yeah,
good, but I
yeah.
think it's definitely a trimmable card. It's not a card that wins the game or gets you advantage. It's just kind of a reset button, and that's kind of not we're not that place here. I
Right.
think also Ghost Quarter, as crazy it is to just remove a land from a land like a big mana deck, Ghost Quarter is a utility land that is, I think it's just always a trimmable card. So I think taking down the Ghost Quarter is pretty good. And that's 6, and then you can find us another card to take out, I think, pretty easily. Maybe even a Chromatic Piece.
And what's
Just so you can
rough
cut up the
here,
card.
and this is what we were talking, a lot of the Tron matchup as it's starting is simply I am hoping this Tron player does not get natural Tron in one of their first 2 mulligans. And the previous game he kept 7, and this game he kept 6, which is just Tron is one of those decks where if they can form any semblance of Tron, and we saw it, even if they can form it a turn late, especially versus a control deck, it just doesn't matter. Like it mostly doesn't matter what you do. They got 7 cards, and that's just the worst of it. You know,
Right.
a lot of, especially from my perspective, a mid-range deck, you're just hoping Tron is not keeping 7 or 6, and
Right. Yeah.
are in the 5 or lower range. And it's common that they are, but it's
Yeah.
also brutal when they aren't.
Yeah. So I think the Tron player here, I think he just has the entire Tron in his hand, just kind of based on the way he's sequencing his land drops. But actually, I may be wrong on that if he's going to
I
go
think he
ahead and do
drew
this
the
now.
expedition map after the
That
chromatic.
I did have that thought too. Maybe he just drew it just a millisecond late, and that's why he just led with it.
Sure.
So yeah, it looks like it looks like exactly what you said. He drew expedition map, and he's gonna complete Tron on turn 3 with just a little bit of mana. So once again, kind of turn 4 is the turn where he gets to play the boom boom, the first boom boom. And
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, what's also unfortunate is that he's holding up a sphere. So even if he ends up playing his damping sphere, there you go, is the following turn, you have this threat now of nature's claim from, and I think that's
I think exactly like you said. If he's doing this right now, he has an answer for it. So will be the nature's
yeah.
claim.
There you go. It just
Yeah,
sucks.
just like you said.
I hate Tron, dude. So stupid.
Yeah. As soon as I saw him tap mana, I was like, okay, this is going to happen.
I
So
saw him crack it. I was just like, oh god.
right, yeah. So we're
Unfortunate.
gonna. So I wonder how he's gonna deploy his threat here. So 7 mana, holding 3. The mana leak, that's the way to interact with this, it's not gonna be good enough. It has to be a force of negation here. And
Oh, fortunately, you get
yeah,
rid of base though for it, so it's just god damn it.
right.
Even when you get what you need, again, this goes back to my previous comment. When you're versus Tron, the only hopes you really have are that Tron it's little, unless you're playing Panza, it has
Yeah.
very little to do with what you're doing and more if the Tron player has it or not. In this case, it did not matter that he had a hand of Force of Negation, Damping Sphere, Teferi, and Jace. Like that is a great hand, but it did not matter because the Tron player had one of 2 of his Nature's Claim. And again, he had this goes back to he had Nature's Claim and Natural Tron and Karn
Yeah.
in his opening hand. Like just ugh. It's
Yeah.
just it's frustrating, and I can
Yeah.
see it's frustrating, and I would be tilted. I'm tilted right now watching it, but
Oh, and apparently the Tron lover hear me. I just love every second of it. So going back, he did play 5 mana Teferi just to say let's try to get back into this game and recover that card I just lost by pitching Jace. And holding up 2 mana. I'm assuming for mana leak, or another 2 mana interaction spell. But it looks like
10 mana though, so
it's yeah. I mean, maybe if
oh,
he encountered something.
idiot spell.
Now we get to see the hand. He's gonna let. He has Force of Negation and Cryptic Command in hand. So he decided to. He could have Force Pitch Cryptic, really hurting your progression.
No,
And,
you gotta
yeah,
just.
I don't think you would have done that either. So that's why he let Karn live. But now he knows what he's facing. And he did shut off the 5 mana Teferi
Dude, I am
hero.
so tilted. And he has Blast Zone now for another Damping Sphere if that ever happens, and he's setting it to 3.
Surprising, he did that. Maybe he wants to go ahead and get it up to maybe have it on 4, because Teferi Hero of Dominar is shut down, and then you can deal with the first Jace card, and there's only one left in the deck. He's runs 2 in the main, and he pitched 1 to force
You have
negation.
There's well, I guess you have KGC on, but you kind of limit yourself there if he happens to top deck a Damping Sphere because you only have one that's your Blast Zone.
That
And
is it. Yeah.
no, I don't know about that.
But we're also getting to a point where Tron has a lot of lands anyway. So Damping Sphere is definitely wouldn't be as good here as it was when he
You
first
would have
played
4 mana as opposed to 10. So
That's true. Yeah.
Damping Sphere, my tongue. Damping Sphere still sees a ton of value. And if you can play Damping Sphere and hold up for some negations, then you're looking pretty okay. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, it sucks. All of this just sucks. Like, this is just the fact that he had Nature's Claim, Natural Tron, Spyglass, Karn, Blast Zone. Like, Tron had a perfect hand. You're combating perfect. So
So what do you think of this play? A main phase Cryptic Command to bounce the Sorcerer Spyglass to turn his Teferi Hero of Dominaria back on.
I
and
mean,
he's going to be holding up the Force of Negation.
you're in desperate. I'm enjoying watching Brad misspell cards, but
Shut up.
you're simply just hoping. I mean, you're just digging through your deck, just for hope. You want the Damping Sphere. That is one of the biggest ones, but honestly, you probably brought in Fracture, so you're probably looking for Fracture too. I don't know. It just
so it was Spell Snare. He had a clean answer for it, so he still is holding up Force of Negation here.
Why on earth are you keeping Spell Snare in this matchup? He's one of 3 cards you can spell snare. And obviously, they have KGC, it, like, ups it to 7 because you can wish it out, but
Right.
so he kept in spell snare for liquid metal coating or sorcerer's spyglass.
And there's Sylvan Scrying, the main deck card, the only main deck 2-mana card in the deck. But sometimes it's a very weak card in the matchup, but it looked pretty good there to keep your Teferi uh, alive. But it looks like we have the rest of the mana will be poured into a Walking Ballista, so that's a pretty big threat to have to deal with as well. At the very least, it's gonna deal 4 damage to Teferi.
It's just you're desperate at this point. This is just sad. I don't know. I don't watching this.
Right.
Unfortunate.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. That's a dope art. Unfortunately, that is not the art he currently holds.
The
That's
classic
what I'm
Aether
looking forward to.
Revolt
I
art
think
is
those
on the
pages.
table.
Yeah, but this
Oh
one's
god,
better.
that's not where you want to be. That's pitch. I get it's almost ironic that the Esper control list can't prevent the board of Tron just because that's what you're hoping to do as Esper control. Just it so happens to be most, if not everything Tron does is not what Esper control is controlling.
Right.
So it's just you're just on a slow bleed here. I just still don't really understand this blast zone to 3. I think putting it at 2 and just having the ability for yourself to clear a damping sphere would have been way more strategic, but
Maybe, yeah, I think you're right. But he can just put all the way up to 5 and deal with the Teferi here of Dominaria that way if that's the way he needs to deal with it. So he kind of gets rewarded for kind of pumping up in that respect. But you're right, he
sure.
does the damping sphere. If it does resolve, he would have to have another claim or another way to remove the card. Or he could even Karn plus and then shoot it twice with the Walking Ballista. There's a few ways to deal with it.
Yeah.
And it looks like he has. What card do we have here? I'm gonna call it a proxy card.
Definitely a proxy. Is that a proxy of
I couldn't hear it. I could not hear what they said.
Tastic? No, it's going to the graveyard. So is that Kaya's guy? I'm trying to figure out what he's doing. Let's see.
Right, I'm wondering.
I'm gonna open this up to chat. Chat, first person to guess what just happened. That was an EOT. No,
So I know. So the Walking Ballista did get removed from the table when
Kaya,
that happened.
Is that a Kaya's Guile? Was I right?
I think it could be a Kaya's Guile.
But he's not tapped out for.
Tron passed.
It was 2 mana. So wait, hold on. That might have been Fracture.
Well, Fracture has to hit a. No, you're okay. Yeah, you may be right. Yeah,
I think that's
that Fracture is. Yeah. Okay. Good.
Yeah.
I think you're right. And that's one we kind of did not look at, but that is a decent answer or a decent card to bring in the matchup.
Great card for Strahd. But
yes, I agree.
You probably prefer land destruction.
Sure.
But still a great card. Just destroy target planeswalker. Like that's absurd, and just the bonus of being able to snag away ballistas. And yeah, so he's keeping this blast zone on 4 and he has 3 cards in hand and passes. So he's been playing a land every turn. Do we think he's just flooded? There's not a lot of reasons you would keep this open.
Right. Yeah. It looks like Tron has the problem of sometimes you just have a lot of lands because all of your cards find lands, a lot of them, or he has green spells that he has no forest to do anything.
Oh, so, yeah.
So it could be a Stirrings or a Thragtusk or a Sylvan Scrying or something that's just kind of rotting in his hand. And his Karn the Great Creator is very sad on 2 loyalty. Can't really do anything. He has to wait 2 turns to get any sort of value out of it, or 2 turns to keep it around. He can tutor this upcoming turn.
Yeah.
But he may have a little bit more plans for that.
So this is also what I was referring to earlier, is that Esper Control clock, there's not a lot of clock. There's just
Yeah.
it's you're controlling the board, but you're not controlling the board from high CMC stuff. You're more just eliminating the lower stuff from like prowess lists or Jun lists, and then your clock is basically just like a slow choke. And
Right. But
Tron
we
know
do
what
see part.
means.
Yeah, and we do see part of the clock here. The creeping tar pit did take down the great creator, so that is a potential win con if he has the game on lockdown.
Right.
Um,
I mean,
but
what we're
it's, yeah,
that's one of there's Creeping Tar Pit, you have 3 Snapcaster mages, and I guess if you want to throw in Tassiger for a clock, but that's it. And so you're just kind of at the mercy now and just hoping Tron whiffs a lot of turns in a row. And obviously what's happening here, we have cryptics being played. You're now starting to see some form of hand from Fantasia, but there's a lot of cards that just kind of screw Fantasia. I mean, the 2 casts in both Ulamog and Emrakul blow this game wide open. And
right.
there's just if he just spews out like Karn Liberated, and then if he just so happens to be drawing these big old cards, or if he gets an expedition map, plays it, grabs Sanctum of Mugen, then plays Karn the Great, or plays Karn Liberated. It's tough. I don't
It
know.
certainly is.
This is the worst thing you could see right now. That's that's a bad hand.
Yeah, it's not a great hand. He will. We'll see if we know what he takes. And what's the gold card? Is that another fracture?
Yeah, that's that's fractures art. So fracture, 3 lands and force of negation. It's a great hand when you're not getting thought not seized.
Right. Yeah, I believe Teferi's loyalty. It looks like Force of Negation was the take, and then Blasphemy makes it back. But Teferi may be able to outpace at 4. I don't know. We obviously know he has just 1 mediocre card left in hand, but he's going to be drawing 2 in some capacity. What do you think of the idea of just tucking the Thought Knot to draw a card that way? Does that seem a little ridiculous?
Well, based on that hand, your win con is Teferi ultimate, which is not ideal, but you also want to be protecting Teferi at all costs at this point. So
Yeah.
we'll see where that goes, whatever
Yeah,
that ends up meaning.
right. And I think the Blasphemy will outrace Teferi at
Right,
this
which
point.
is again unfortunate. This is going to be tough, to say the least. And your Damping Sphere does nothing at this point.
Yeah, that would be a dead card right now.
Right. I mean, you have 7 mana from the Tron. I think the Tron player the Tron player has 1 less land than the Control player, which is just sad.
Right.
But I mean, it's good news if you're the Esper Control player, because that means they're just whiffing on dead cards. But
right. Yeah, it must be some cards with green devotion that is in the Tron player's hands. This is his only play with the world at his hand. He played Thought Knot Seer, so he must have just cards that are green or more lands.
A combination of like Veil of Summer. Listen, no matter what, for Fantasia here, your win condition is a clock. Like, you have this opportunity where he has dead cards and he's top decking. You need it. There you go. Tassiger is a great freaking start to this.
My baby has made it to the table. Okay, I'm switching sides here. And it has at least 1 activation up and ready, and he smartly delved away some of his mediocre cards. I think leaving himself with Thought Knot. I think the Fracture is still there, and maybe even the Spell Snare. So we'd love to see that. That's pretty good for 1 mana.
Yeah. Hey, that's
and just talking power and toughness. It's incredible on this buy. It's a 4/5 opposing a 4/4, so just a great body. But it looks like the Tron players now Warbreaker is tapping a lot of mana, so it looks like he may have found a threat, or I'm now just looking at the board saying he's popping up the Blast Zone up to 5. One or the other.
Well, Blast Zone is to 5, but it's
Shut up.
And Tasker is a 6 mana threat, so it will not. That's one thing I was checking because they have a crazy converted mana cost, even though it's virtually 1 or very very little mana.
right. No, it's definitely a sexy card, especially in this scenario where you can use his ability twice on pass. Like
Right.
tap ability, you would just blow. I mean, he has enough mana.
Yeah,
You
and
can
Tron.
start
Yeah,
getting cards back into your hand and
yeah,
non-land cards at that. So
it's actually better than Teferi in this case. It has a because it will be drawing so many cards. So Tassiger is actually the bigger threat, I think, at this point.
Table
yeah,
update. Prowess loses 2-1 to Mono White. Death and Taxes.
in a surprising turn of events, also, we had Prowess lose to Mono White Death and Taxes 1-2 rather. Honestly, I saw Prowess taking that matchup, and it's interesting. Actually, I can absolutely see how Death and Taxes won that, but I still gave a slight edge to Prowess just because they have those small answers to a lot of what Death and Taxes is trying to do. But hey,
I did see that too. I thought it could go either way, but I thought Prowess just having some instant speed, lava spike, and bolts to just really deal with whatever creature threat happens. But maybe they just got taxed out just a little too much, or it
yeah,
seems like that may have been the case.
I would love to see that matchup. And obviously, when you play cards like excuse me, I'm just totally blanking out, but all your oh my goodness, I am just having a moment right now. What is the lady's name?
Thalia?
Um, thank you. Yes, dear Lord, yes. When you play cards like Thalia, I can absolutely see it swinging one certain way, but the reason I tip my hat to Prowess is just because they're on the Yorian mono white taxes build, and you're not seeing Thalia nearly as much. So I just
Right.
kinda
Yeah.
swung it that way. But hey, congrats to
Yeah.
who's piloting that list?
That's gonna be Smivy as piloting the mono white taxes list.
There you go. That's for Smithy in chat.
um,
Unfortunate for Risen.
right. And it could have been a batter skull that makes that's a I win the game card, and maybe that had a part in the win too. Just a great inclusion with the Stoneforge package.
Right.
And I think to get back to the game, I think Tasker did activate twice, like you said he could have been able to do it. He did. He got two, the worst cards in his graveyard, but he did draw 2 cards at the very least, and they always are going to be spells.
Right.
So very, very good start. How about this? He activates Creeping Tarpit. He says, "I want to end this game."
And what's also interesting is that that blast zone was activated on the Teferi, which I found interesting at the end of the day.
The Teferi and Tasker were the 2 biggest threats on the table. And you definitely had to remove one of them, however, but yeah, I feel like Tasker is going to be a bigger part of the remainder of this game if it is unchecked. It's just
Yeah.
it will just draw. Teferi does always draw a card. Tasker will always draw a
Part of your
mediocre spell. Yeah.
I mean, the only reason I was leaning towards Tassiger is because you have your Thought Knot Seer out. That's just there. It's a body that eventually will draw your opponent a card if that's what it comes down to. And you had TKS to attack into Teferi, or they block the creeping tar pit. Either way, you're looking at a decently good scenario.
Yep. And I like this from Warbreaker. This Thought Nasir is not going to be a blocker, so why not just get some damage in to see if that will become relevant later.
Yeah. And this oh, Archmage's turn? Oh, it's just drawing 2 at the end of his turn. I wasn't sure if
I
so
thought it was a Tasker
so
activation too.
Warbreaker is really whiffing hard this game. These are really unfortunate whiffs. I mean,
The,
that is what that's what 3, 4, 5 turns where they haven't played something above 7 CMC.
yeah, he had Karn the Great Creator, which did resolve, but did not have a huge impact other than stalling the
The
progress of pass of
spyglass, yeah,
with the spyglass. But then that was handled pretty easily by the Esper control player Fantasia,
with
and
the
then
bounce and spell snare. I'm still surprised spell snare. I bet. I mean, I can see it for the Sylvan scrying, I suppose, but even then, meh.
I do think like I don't know how you would do the motions of sideboarding, but if you pull all your cards together, take out the mediocre cards, sometimes you may say, "Oh, I have like 12 cards I took out, so I need to remove 3 what I thought would be playable
Sure.
cards."
I mean,
I
so
feel
here's
like in this would be you would take out the mediocre cards and be left with a small deck. All right, I have to put spell snare in. I have to put it in this other mediocre card because it is such a weird matchup. And you may have more bad cards than
I get, but he was on the play. So Fantasia was on the play, which is why I didn't see the value of Spell Snare. I can see the value of Spell Snare if you're on the draw and they have to do something like they did the first game, which was Tron Land Forest Sylvan Scrying. But
right.
when you're on the play, you don't care. So that's why that was just interesting to me. But hey, the fact that Warbreaker, again, addressing an earlier conversation, your hope versus Tron is that they have horrific draws and whiffs, or 2, they just mulligan down to like 3 or 4, and you're just praying to penis that that's how it ends.
Right.
Uh, and here we go. We
Yeah.
talked about this play, I think 6 turns ago, but
Yeah.
Sanctum of Ugin following up a Karn Liberated is kind of backbreaking. But with how many whiffs in a row Warbreaker just got, Fantasia's built up a hand. Fantasia has answers here, and
Yes.
this is wide open, honestly.
So he will do a 1-2 punch of Karn Liberate and Ulamog to handle the Tassiger and probably the Creeping Tar Pit. So if you want to get your Tasker value, you are forced to do it right now, unless you
Right.
actually or you counter the Ulamog is pretty important too. That you do not
Yeah,
want that
so
to
you
stay
need to
around.
counter the Ulamog. That is that if this Ulamog just is on the board, oh, I mean,
Yeah,
if you're Fantasia, you knew that he had Sanctum Muvugan play ready to go. Okay, cool. So you are prep for this. Unfortunate for Fantasia is that he loses 2 of the 5 clocks he has in the deck. Now his only clocks are Snapcaster Mage. Um, well, I guess and 1 Teferi if you want to count that. Uh, it's I don't know. I'm not really sure what you do here. It's just unfortunate that that's a cast effect. Ulamog and Emrakul both have just cast
right.
funness.
So I think he with the Cryptic Command we did see the with the counter the Ulamog. I think he just drew a card. One thing I think he could have done too was just bounce the Thought-Knot Seer. You draw the same
I
card,
mean, you bounce your Tassiger is
or
what
bounce the that actually makes it. Actually, I like that more. You keep the threat, and Tasker is just a really good card, and the mediocre spells you can delve those away too.
exactly, which is
Yeah.
what I think he's doing right now.
So we just got the other results for this. So this is the final round that's in play. Game 2, Tron versus Esper. Tron did take game 1 pretty convincingly, but game 2 it's still to be determined.
Game
Then we
2 is
have
a series of whiffs from Tron, seeing that they've had Tron assembled since turn 3.
right.
Yep.
We do have some match results. The Goblins deck, piloted by Leamed. That's spelled
Derek,
right.
Derek. The guy
Thank you.
he beat Leamed on Jeskai Copycat 2-0, and Niv came out on top of Panza. And this is something we talked about where when you just see Panza versus a deck that relies on lands or just a accumulation of certain lands, you are initially like, oh, Panza takes that. But Dawes's Panza list is very Gruul-esque, and he's only got 7 forms of land. And he's 3 pillages and
Look,
2
three
blood moons,
pillages.
2 Magus. So I, we both agreed that I think Niv has as good of a chance as ever to take that matchup from what you would typically consider Panza, just like just stone rain pillaging you to the heck and back. So
Right.
congrats, both Ventus and Derek.
The next match is going to be the Goblins versus Niv to Light. Sorry, I was
Oh, that's
the
just
Goblins versus
fun.
Niv. That
That's
does, yeah.
fun. I'm excited. Well, I'm sorry. Well, going back to this game that we have at hand, um, when you the counter bounce for the cryptic commands, first of all, just being a sexy play in general, but also being able to redelve your graveyard when you've built up a sizable one is just so much nicer. And you have what I think we have 11 mana on the side of Fantasia, so he has a lot to play with almost every single turn.
So
And,
last turn he did Liberated and Ulamog. So actually 17, I think.
right, yeah, no, sorry, I'm talking about Fantasia. Fantasia has 11 freaking lands.
Oh, he has a Tron assembled too. Got it.
Warbreaker is just Warbreaker is just top decking and hoping for the answer. And I think we're both in agreement that he has to have any combination of Veil of Summer or Nature's Claim in his hand because he's been holding those cards for such a long time.
Right. I think he really wants to have access to green mana in some capacity. It could even be Ancient Strings, another card that just finds a threat, but we are just not seeing it from him. He just has colorless lands.
This is just
Eh,
it's almost impressive how much he's whiffed because yeah, he has 4 cards in his hand now just holding.
Right.
But he's had Tron assembled since turn 3 and this has just been for some reason a competitive game just
It's
because of a series of
it,
whiffs.
it's incredible. Tron is a very consistent deck, so you can kind of find whatever you need.
Hey,
And
Scuba. Yeah.
it's incredible how that deck kind of betrayed him in a sense.
Join me, chat. Wow. Just finish it off because I'm so happy right now. Especially because that game also that was game 2, by the way. That game started off with the perfect opener from Warbreaker. He had exact answers to everything Fantasia was doing. Fantasia had a great start with it was counter magic, damping sphere, and Warbreaker had natural Tron. Sorry, he opened up with chromatic sphere, then expedition map turn 2, and then when damping sphere came down on turn 3 from Fantasia, he tapped one, blew it up with nature's claim, then had natural Tron the turn after. It was just brutal. And you would think that Warbreaker just walks away with that, but fortunately enough for Fantasia, Warbreaker got major RNG. That was rough. As much as
Right.
Tron just sucks, like as a just existing as an entity. That's just that was just what that was like 6 or 7 draws in a row where he did not see something above 7 CMC, and he was
I think
holding on to that Sanctum of Ugin for that entire time. That was in his
right.
hand. He played that as he drew Karn Liberated,
Yep.
and yeah, that was just ugh. Ooh. Well, unfortunately enough for Fantasia, he has to do it again, and he has to do
Right.
it again versus Veil of Summers. And you and I are both pretty convinced that Warbreaker was holding some form of Veil of Summers that entire time.
Yeah, he never had green mana except the one time where he blew up a chromatic piece to play Nature's Claim.
Yeah.
So I do think there was some sort of green mana spells in his hand because he had 5 cards in hand when he scooped, and that just doesn't really happen that often. So he's probably a little bummed that he wasn't able to find a reliable green source because I think he would have felt like he had a better chance. But he's going to be on the play going into this final game against Esper Control.
Yeah. I mean, you and I both are kind of in agreement, unless Fantasia has some sort of nut response to a lot of different things, and Warbreaker is You need Warbreaker to mulligan one. He's not, but yeah, you need like a four. This is actually not too bad. I'm guessing it's going to be Tron Land, Sylvan Scrying Crack, but if you manage to have a spell snare open here for Sylvan Scrying, then you kind of have a game. That's kind of what I was about to say, is that you need just kind of a slowish start from Tron and relying on a 2C. I don't know. It's tough. This is just tough.
So
Uh,
interesting. I think he's gonna he fetched shock. I think he's gonna go ahead throw off a Thoughtseize right away and say, I don't have the that may be his best card in hand right now.
right.
And I think he just verbally
You're
announced
definitely
it.
right. There's
Uh
no way Thoughtseize is not it's the only thing he can play right now, really.
yeah. So maybe
One
he can
of
nab a Sylvan Scrying.
so ancient Sorcerer Spyglass main expedition map
So
and
funny enough, I can almost guarantee Source of Spyglass he accidentally did not deboard that because that's a sideboard card. So I believe he accidentally left that in the deck, so he's probably presented 61 cards. Um,
that's unfortunate.
right. And the map is taken. I think I didn't quite get a great look at the other cards.
So Stirring Spyglass Forest, I believe that's mine. I think he
Yeah,
has another mine in his
yeah,
hand. So Expedition map is a great draw there. I mean, now you're relying on Ancient Stirrings pulls, and you still, even if you pull a tower, yep, okay, cool. That was coincidence. But even if you pull a tower, you still don't have Tron with your current hand. This is Brad. You got to work on this thing. Uh huh.
but we did not. I don't think we actually saw a threat in the hand for
No, not
for
they don't have
Warbreaker.
natural Tron or a threat. They have a Spyglass, which is just not ideal.
Yeah,
This is, I mean, like we were just saying, this is
yeah,
as well, actually, a couple things. One, I have no idea why Warbreaker kept this hand. Two, well, I guess if you get double Ancient Stirring as a draw, that's not too bad. But this is what you needed from uh Fantasia. You needed these kinds of whiffs. That's just another
right.
tower.
Yeah, that's I was about to say that is a unique piece, or
So he has
that's not a
Tower
unique piece. So,
Mine. He no longer has a Spyglass because he did have Spell Snare. So this is what we're talking about. You needed
yeah,
the Spell Snare in response to a potential Sylvan Scrying, but if you can hit the sideboard card of Sorcerer's Spyglass, obviously you know you're looking pretty good then. Now Fantasia, what he really needs is clock, and you need to present it and just start going because this is as good of a opening as you have right now. This is all lights on. Just go for it
yeah,
at this point.
yeah. I believe he has no access to white mana right now. I think he has double black and double blue, like with a few basics. I think right here. Wow, Ugin the Spirit Dragon.
Unfortunate top deck.
Yeah, looks like it will be leaked. I think he may have leaked information. He showed Force and Negation too, so that also is in Fantasia's hand. So it's decent hand, but he did assemble Tron. Warbreaker did get Tron, so any threat he
This is why
draws,
Tron
he can
he just
play.
top decked into Ugin into Tron pieces. Granted, I think he did whatchamacallit into it for one of them, but
Sure.
still
Yeah.
unfortunate. That was just ugly.
Yeah.
And now more. I mean, we knew he had the double tower. We know he has double mine too, so he definitely has access to a decent amount of mana, you could say. And I still think Fantasia is in a decent spot. I mean, Damping Sphere still does a lot of work here. If he manages to get into it, he might Esper Charm himself. This is interesting. Okay, a Vendilion click at the end of turn, the clock that he needed. So good. Here we
Yeah.
go. And
Yeah.
now you go. And that's exactly what I was just talking about. You get both
Right.
disruption and clock, but that's what you need. You need
Yeah,
to be.
I believe he said keep the hand because it was not good,
Oh no,
and yeah,
yeah.
just a lot of lands.
This is as good as a opportunity as ever.
Yep.
And there you
Landed
go.
J. What do
And
you say?
now
Do you
you're
bait seal? You have force of negation. Do you go ahead and face seal? No, we don't. Okay, but he's gonna go ahead and brainstorm. Um, but I was thinking maybe he wants to start peeking at the top of the deck just to make sure that he doesn't draw anything good.
right.
That may be he might just want a little bit more setup.
Well,
Um,
it's yes and no with that because you you peek at the top of his deck to make sure he doesn't draw well for his one turn, but it's Tron, so they just draw another card. Like it does the exact top of the card you have a decision on, yes, but you never know if that other card is just like a worm coil engine or something like that. Like it doesn't make a
yeah,
lot of sense to do that. I think it makes way more sense to be digging for your counter magic. So you have
sure.
and and look at it this way. You know he does not have good cards in his hand. So you know he's top decking. So if you're going for counter magic from your own deck and you're just countering each card that you see and you're putting 3 damage on the board every turn, you're made. Like this is as good of a setup as you could ever get right now for Fantasia. The door is just wide open for him right now.
Yeah,
And
so it
I
look
think a lot of it's on the back of a horrible I wouldn't say horrible, but
I'll say
a bad
questionable.
keep from Warbreaker. I don't like the keep of it barely was even Tron. It wasn't like I don't know. It didn't make this is an absurd hand.
Yes. He
Holy
did turn
crap.
yeah.
This is such a good I think that yeah, this is nuts.
It'll
Okay,
take a
so
while. Yeah, it's
you're looking at
every
this
card is really good.
and yeah, you have double force negation, which is just amazing. Like that's just gonna play a role in this. He kept in Supreme Verdict, which is interesting, but you have answers to the stop point
Yeah,
here.
you have 3
You have
answers.
Bias Style, you have Supreme Verdict, so your planeswalkers can still be protected. You have Snapcaster Mage as a follow-up. Holy crap, that is that is a ridiculous hand from
Y
Fantasia. You're gonna require some uh crazy top decks.
yeah, Fantasia, incredibly good hand. Turn 1 Thoughtseize, turn 3 draw step Vendilion Click, turn 4 Jace, turn 5 Teferi. Just incredibly aggressive, incredibly good. It made
I'm
I actually don't remember the turn 2 play, but it was probably also very no, it was a mana leak,
Mana
I
Leak, yeah.
think.
And but like I said, Fantasia had exactly what I think the Tron player Tron himself, but Fantasia had exactly what we talked about prior to the game, which was you need to have the spell snare open for a potential Sylvan Scrying. You need a good opener on T1. You need a follow up clock. You need to, and he got it all. And on top of it all, Tron himself, but he's also been whiffing since then.
Yeah.
And and this is just from somebody who appreciates fair magic and competitive magic and just the game in general. I like I would prefer it just if Esper Control moved forward because it's a deck that's it's not a new deck, but they have new toys and they are higher up on the tier list than they have ever been. I don't think Esper Control has ever been this competitive in a meta, and I like seeing that. I love that that is an introduction we have, and this is not a matchup that's great for Esper Control. This is not good. Yeah, your Esper Control is made for creature based decks like goblins, like prowess that both move forward. So yeah, this is. Oh, I'm sorry, prowess didn't move forward, but still, my point stands.
Yeah,
It's. I think it's just nicer and healthier when it does. If Esper Control does win, they'll be up against Mono White Death and Taxes, which I don't think Smithy as a pilot really wants to be seeing Esper Control on the other side.
probably not. No. I'm not sure how that matchup will play out, but um, I don't know how much the Esper control player would care about the taxing effects that much.
Well, not to mention that they have a sling of like fatal pushes, Path to Exiles. We are seeing a very intimate Sylvan Scrying on the board.
Yes, it looks like a fate seal. So obviously, Warbreaker does not know that information, but I'm sure it's gonna stay on top. He's like, "Hey, you know what you need? More mana."
Right. And yeah, this is what you're talking about with making sure that they don't get what they need, if that makes sense. But
Right? Yeah. because we know the hand is Warbreaker is must not be very good. So he will kind of manage that. And I believe Teferi is at very close to ultimate, 7 loyalty. So 2 turns, and then the emblem, which will just be game over, will be
I would,
very soon.
I wouldn't say Tron has 1 turn with that emblem active. Actually, no. Sorry, I was looking at the wrong lands. This is the disadvantage of Discord streaming quality. Is I'm looking at like 240p and trying to guess what I'm looking at. And yeah, we just have this clock presented. This is definitely ideal from Fantasia, to say the least. And this might be a dig for Blast Zone or just a dig for Scoop. Yeah,
Yeah,
fine.
yeah.
I
The
wasn't.
scoop,
I think he was just flipping it to say if this card isn't any good, I'm just gonna concede. Yeah.
right,
So a couple things there. One, I'm pretty sure Warbreaker didn't keep the hand with Spyglass. More Spyglass was his first draw, and he
it's
accidentally
possible.
kept that in from when uh, Karn wished it. Two, I really think that is. I would love to. We don't know his keep, but just based on what he played initially, we can guess his keep. I He had no threats that entire time, and he also did not have a means of natural Tron. I don't think that's an ideal keep for Moorbreaker.
Yeah,
Not even he didn't even have like Veil of Summer, so I'm not even really sure why that was a keep. I'd be interested to know what his keep was, and if Sorcerer's Spyglass was in that. Maybe Sorcerer's Spyglass was also part of his plan. I'm not really sure. Um, and three, Fantasia got exactly what he needed, and it's what we initially. This is what we said before game one. When you're up against Tron, yeah. So Spyglass is coming out, so I'm guessing that was a mistake. But you're up against Tron.
yeah.
You need to hope that Tron is both whiffing draws and having bad keeps, and both of those things so happen to play out. And I mean, hey, as per control moves forward, we're playing mono white death and taxes. The matchup we will be taking a look at will be Goblins versus 5C Niv, which is just fun. I'm excited for that.
I'm excited too.
Goblins is making a comeback just because they have an infinite combo now, and it's not just purely aggro deck. They have a means of winning when they wouldn't necessarily have a complete board set up for them. And Niv is, you and I said this privately, is amazing. Like, I love Niv as a deck. You have access to every card, basically, every multicolored card, and all the golds just make it fun. And yeah, I love Niv as a concept, as a deck. I love that it's like this mid-range, but also they can play as tempo. It's fun. It's just fun.
And
I'm
it's also a deck where you look at the Goldfish decks. You can look at 10 deck lists and they have very different like build. You can have very different builds. Like I've seen cat combo be thrown into the deck, and there's just so many different ways that you could build it. So you just like pick your favorite cards and you can just play the deck, and it's probably going to be okay. Um, so I really do like it as a deck too, and spinning Niv, drawing, looking at 10 cards, picking the best cards of the 10 basically it's so much fun. I love
Yeah,
it.
and yeah, that's a very good point that you bring up. It's also just fun to do, like playing. Like, not only is the deck, I am personally very fond of it in terms of it's just fun to do, but it's fun to play and fun. Fun.
Right.
Yeah, no, I'm pretty excited for this matchup, and it's just nice to also see with Plague Engineer seeing less and less play nowadays especially than it used to. We're seeing, slivers, elves, goblins, ironically not humans, but humans does well in a different meta. But anyway, it, it's nice to see these decks kind of sprout up now, and we're getting goblins, we're getting the archetype. It's just yay, just fun. I don't know. I like where modern is right now, and for anyone who misses Uro, you can go find a poll and jump on it. Ask
Yeah,
for
He's welcome in Commander. He's welcome there.
No. Okay. Say whatever you want about Commander. I could not care less about that format.
So goblins, obviously the deck is kind of built around Conspicuous Snoop, a card from core set 21, where you can cast goblin cards from the top of your library, and if the abilities of that card, if it's a goblin, the Snoop Dogg, the code name Snoop Dogg, he has that as well.
Code name Snoop Dogg. So, um, the the combo we were referring to before from Goblins involves Conspicuous Snoop, which is a newer card, Bogart Harbinger. There we go. Kiki Jiki, an old favorite that literally so many people love that card, and Mog Fanatic. You can combo off by turn 3, but the combo is your plan is to set up Snoop by turn 2, combo off by turn 3 by tutoring out Kiki on top, creating infinite copies of Snoop, then copying the Harbinger again to tutor up the Mog Fanatic, and then ping your opponent to death. And I can walk us through all those cards if we want, just so we're all on the same page. Conspicuous Snoop is a 2/2 for double red, and you play with the top card of your library revealed and cast goblin cards from the you can cast goblin cards from the top of your library. And as long as the top card of your library is a goblin, Snoop has all abilities of that card. So you throw Kiki Jiki on top with Harbinger, where it comes into play. You search your library for a goblin card, reveal it, shuffle your library, put it on top. You put Kiki Jiki on top, tap, 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 make millions of them. Then you have Mog Fanatic, where you sacrifice Mog Fanatic and you deal 1 damage to target creature and or player. And when you have infinite copies of goblins, they all commit fun genocide and suicide and kill everything. And yeah, I'm excited just because I love when you have these existing archetypes that receive not a ton of Conspicuous Snoop is a ridiculously great card, but it's similar to Niv actually. It's similar to its opponent where they get this one card and all of a sudden you have a different approach.
Right. Yeah, and then you also much like the new crab that was it. That was a recent set. You have
Oh,
double the
okay,
crab,
okay,
and now Mill is a deck. Mill's like a more respected deck. It's still whatever it is, but it helps the deck, and
That's a
Goblins
good point.
definitely got
Yeah,
that.
you have 8 crabs now, and
Yep.
just something as subtle and simple as that can just send an archetype forward. I love that aspect of Magic, and now goblins can still win the normal way. I mean, they still have, I think this list is only running 1 chieftain. Yeah, so that's the case, but you have a ton of value with ringleaders, with matrons. There are still ways of winning in Mob Boss too, just as a top end, but there are still ways of 2 chieftains, sorry, but there are still ways of taking the game without necessarily having the combo. I mean, Kiki Jiki is still a good card that combos well with a lot of the rest of the goblins in the list, and same thing goes for Harbinger or Mons or War Chief. It's awesome.
It
I
definitely has grinding potential. You could just play your cards as cards and have a decent game plan. You could just go wide and then go in, and even with Siege Gang Lieutenant, you just force awkward combat situations by having
play your
that ping
cards with
ability.
cards. I like that.
Yeah, play your cards as cards. It's made that up. You can keep
I mean, it's accurate.
it.
And yeah, so this will be Derek on the pilot here, and we can take a look at Ventus's 5C Niv list now, just because I don't think there's a ton of. We went over the combo, so that basically covers the new fun stuff, and I'm excited for 5C Niv too because I just think it's a fun list, and
Yep.
this list in particular is playing the Yorian 80 card pile.
Yeah, don't adjust your screen. We don't see the bottom. There's more than 12 lands. There's a lot of lands, 31. Um, but yeah, all the cards we care about are on the screen. One thing that really also helps is like a card like Rin and Six. Probably you want that in many of your openers just to give you the right mana with any fetch land, and just having Gruul mana on 2 allows you to get the right mana in the later turns to enable the like the Niv Mizzet and just other good gold cards that you're going to play. Um, I
So the
don't know.
fun part, sorry.
No, go ahead.
So, just a couple of fun things to point out about a list like this, specifically in newer cards. Just real quick, looking at the sideboard, we have Vanishing Verse, just as a newer fun addition. But cards I like to see here are I love Dayside for this, just because of Heliod, and it's entirely for Heliod. It's basically an unmoored ego, specifically against Heliod. Really enjoy that,
Right.
and Shadow's Verdict too, which is exile all creatures and planeswalkers with converted mana value, 3 or less from the battlefield, and all creatures and planeswalker cards with converted mana cost 3 or less from all graveyards. So just a fun supplement to if you were ever against Dredge, which is decently popular in the format, which also will probably play a role in this Goblins matchup. But uh, actually, maybe not though, just because of fatal pushes. Regardless, though, the newer cards that I wanted to bring up were Valky God of Lies, which caused a lot of problems for Modern for a moment there,
Yeah.
but since has changed. If you didn't know, but prior to Valky coming out, if a card like or when Valky came out, because the front of it is 2 CMC, you were allowed to cascade into it, and then you had the option of casting that, or it's Flip Side Tibalt, which is a ridiculously powerful card. That has since been changed, and Valky is much more under control. But what Niv Mizzet players have access to is a card called Bring to Light, which is a big feature of the deck, which is 5 CMC, green, blue, 3 colorless. Search your library for a creature instant card or sorcery card with converted mana cost less than equal to the number of colors of mana spent to cast Bring to Light. So typically you're using 5 mana. That's what 5C Niv does the best. They have access to all 5 colors. Then you cast Niv Mizzet Reborn. With Valky God of Lies being introduced, you can actually cast Tibalt from that. So the 5 CMC does work. So for 5 mana, you can find your Tibalt in your deck and cast this ridiculous Planeswalker, to which, when it comes down, as it enters the battlefield, you get an emblem. Whenever you play cards exile with Tibalt, you may spend mana as though it were mana of any color to cast those spells, which is just great for Niv. But actually, it doesn't matter for Niv. It's 5 loyalty. Okay, I think we're about to pull it up in a moment here. But it's +2, exile the top card of each player's library. Again, you can then cast those cards. You can exile target artifact or creature. Again, you can then cast it to your field. Or -8, exile all cards from all graveyards and add 3, which is completely irrelevant. The +2 and -3 are ridiculous. It's just a fun little addition that you can now do. And the thing I like, you never want to see it as a Niv player. You never want to draw it, ever. And with the Yorian build, with a diluted deck list, you basically don't. You have 80 cards in your deck. The chances of you seeing a one of are very freakishly low. You're mostly working off a newer card like Umnath, which is also a ridiculous card. And it was definitely more ridiculous in Euro times, but it's seeing just a lot of love from Niv lists. I won't really go over that card so much. The one I personally love the most, I always say best for last, is Prismari Command. I love this card. It's a newer card, and it's just a command card. And for those who don't know, command cards are typically 3 CMC. In this case, it's red, blue, colorless, and you always choose 2. So, Prismari Command's case, deal 2 damage to any target. Target player draws 2 cards, then discards 2 cards. Target player creates a treasure token or destroy target artifact. This card is so much fun, and in a Niv Mizzet list that also plays stuff like Kaya's Guile that we just referenced, how much we love that card. Helix Trophy. It's the perfect flexibility inclusion into a 5C Niv list. I sincerely love 5C Niv. I hate that they have Teferi, because other than that, I love this list.
And Prismari Command, one of the new cards from the Strixhaven set. All modes seem to be very good at certain spots. Even the destroy target artifact in this matchup, kill the Aether Vial and then shock a creature. I could see that coming up. Create a treasure token. Many times is that's a good consolation prize of like, here's a little ramp. And then Faithless Looting effect, draw two, discard two is also pretty strong as well. I really like this card. It's one of the stronger cards from the new set, Strixhaven, and we're gonna see 3 copies in this deck. I really do like it. I like the point you brought up about having like the singleton cards like Valky, a one of card. You don't want to naturally draw it, and one way to help that is to cram 20 cards in and play Yorion as your companion, just to minimize that risk. So that's I do like seeing a singleton Valky in the deck, just as a. I guess I'll just spend 5 mana to play a 7-man Planeswalker that just draws 2 cards every turn. I really like to see that.
Yeah, and you're honestly not losing a lot for the flexibility of Prismari commands because you're shaving off what a verdict, a land, and I'm not even sure what else it could have shed. I'm not very familiar with whatever you want to constitute as a stock Niv Mizzet list because Niv Mizzet very similar to Jund. Um, some players are still stuck on kind of Boomer Jund, but a lot of players are you have like 20 to 30 cards that can just be of any combination. You know, it doesn't, you never know what can be included or not just because Jund is a pile of good cards. Niv Mizzet is the exact same thing. It's a pile of gold, multicolored cards. And so, it's hard to say what was shaved, quote unquote, just because it's completely up to every player what they add. Like the only things that are consistent, actually, there's a decent amount, but stuff that is like hyper consistent is that you have Utopia Sprawls, you have Teferis, Wrens, Niv, Birds of Paradise, and Amenath. And that's in an 80 card deck list. That's still not a lot of stuff that's hyper consistent. And Lightning Helix, I guess, if you want to include that. But
Yeah.
so it's hard to say what was shade, but I just love how flexible Kaya's Guile is. I'm sorry, Prismari Command is. When you combo that with the flexibility of every other multicolored spell that they have,
Right.
it's just fun. And a lot of it's just going to come down to how well Niv can respond to what Goblins is doing because Goblins is pretty consistent now. It's rare
Yeah.
that they whiff like Tron. I mean, you have Matron, you have Harbinger, you have um like a Ringleader. There are a lot of ways of digging through your deck to find the combo pieces you need, and yeah, I don't know. I'm excited.
Yeah.
Uh, I'm not sure. Are we ready to get back into it? Because I would love to just watch this matchup now. But Brent, I'll let you make any other point from because I just kind of geeked out on how much I love Nim.
I like how you said, like corrected yourself when you were talking about some of the flexible cards, but they are a lot of cards are flexible, like Prismari Command, Kaya's Guile. Those cards you choose the two most relevant modes at certain points of the game, and you apply like you do them. Some of them will give you a straight 2-for-1, and also card like this deck or Niv has Assassin's Trophy, Lightning Helix to kind of just help manage the board too. Um, and that's gonna be the goal of this. Just manage the board and wait for the card that you care, I guess, the most about and prevent it. And also, if he is able to get the 5 mana Bring to Light, nab Unmoored Ego, get the Kiki Jikis out of the deck, and maybe try to play a fair game. That might be a good goal of this 5-color Nib Mizzet deck.
Yeah, and from what I'm seeing, also, I'm not seeing any Nakiris or K commands, so I'm guessing that was the trim for Prismari command. But I think Prismari command just does more than a K command does in terms of flexibility. I mean, you're not obviously not missing the artifact destruction whatsoever. So
Yeah.
uh, I'm excited. I love the idea of this matchup. I can easily goblins could walk away with this game in 7 turns just as easily as Niv Mizzet can grind this out and just make it a living hell for goblins. So
Right.
I'm just this should be interesting. Obviously, goblins has access in the board to Blood Moon, which could be a major factor in this. So I'm interested to see how that plays out. But yeah,
Yeah.
this is gonna be interesting.
It would be this would be the second deck of two that Niv Mizzet has faced a Blood Moon, a potential Blood Moon threat, but they were able to take down the Ponza opponent. Um, so, ideally for them, they can win
What's so
this
weird
game.
about Panza is that Panza isn't really Panza anymore either. It's just kind of uh like they basically play pillages as their only form of land destruction nowadays. Like there's no stone rains and it's more just kind of a gruel list put
Y-
together. So
it's funny. There was like an internal debate of is this just green red mid range,
it's
or is it just
pretty much
Ponza?
what it is. Yeah.
Yeah, the tiebreaker for me, I call it Ponza still, was that Reed Duke called it Ponza. I was like, okay, well, Father Reed says it's Ponza. I'm gonna listen to him and like his breakdown of the top decks in the metagame. So that's why I stick with Ponza. I know that's not terribly important, but I thought it was really funny.
And
Um,
we're seeing a decent opener from Ventus too, kind of exactly what he would want with Birds of Paradise. So you're obviously opening up a 3 CMC play, and 3 CMC plays for a Nib Mizzet list are horrible for Derek because you have Kaya's Guile, Prismari Command, and the big one would be Unmoored Ego. If you unmoored Ego Conspicuous Snoop right off the bat on turn 2, that would be kind of ridiculous. But
right,
I mean, you have Teferi, you have it opens up a lot for the Niv Mizzet list. Not to mention that it's also just another mana that you have. So
right.
it's just a good start for
It
Ventus.
it's funny how we talked so long about the Niv Mizzet deck, but we also did not talk very much about Omnath and the impact it has in the deck. Just gaining that life, if you're able to play a fair, like if this becomes a creature like dudes versus dude matchup, it gains a life, it gains you mana if you hit the second landfall trigger. It just could be incredibly good to have that stick around and have an impact on the game. It just allow you to just keep going off and just add so much mana. The ceiling of Omnath was so strong and it was so dominant in the modern metagame, but it's still going to be very good in this spot as well.
Yeah, and I'm again I love to see where Derek goes from here because I think it's just kind of huh? kind of play. I mean, he passed on turn 1, so no Vile play and obviously no Skirk Prospector play. So what he's holding in his hand could just be the combo pieces he needs, and it's gonna just be interesting from here. So they seem to be having a discussion. I don't have the volume on to hear it, or they're certainly not speaking loud enough for me to hear it. I'm kind of curious. I think they might
So
be agreeing on life totals. Yeah,
okay,
it was a life total conversation.
okay. So Cavernous Souls X2 leads to conspicuous Snoop, uh, and I believe that's the Aether Vial on top. I don't think they play any other 1 minute artifacts, uh, but that's going to be the start of the Goblins player.
Right.
How do you feel as the Niv player in this spot? This is their first play. They did not have a turn 1. Turn
That's
2 they
exactly what
played
you want. I
yeah,
mean, you have everything. You have with the Birds of Paradise. You not only relying on Lightning Helix, you have now you have only 2 minutes in there, and if you play another one, 3. But you have access to a ton of different removal here. So I don't think you're sweating much, especially if I mean you're smart. You're Niv. You know you're up against goblins. Your keep has to have removal in it. So I want to say yeah, exactly. Okay, Lightning Helix. I want to say you just don't keep a hand without removal in it. Like
yeah.
your plan can't be, oh, I'm gonna let them combo off on turn 3 because that is I mean, I want to say Derek wins the next turn if that Snoop isn't removed because you
It's
don't
very
play
possible.
Snoop to die if you don't have the combo in hand. So Aether Vial is going to be the follow up. I'd actually be super interested if a land wasn't played from Derek. Just no the reason I'm saying that is because if a land isn't played from Derek, that means he could not play the Harbinger 2 combo off, which would be interesting because if he couldn't play the Harbinger, then you're really just throwing your Snoop out to die.
Right.
We'll see where this goes. I'm interested, but yeah, it looks like he passed, and then a Ren and 6 is the follow-up, which is a goddamn nightmare. Yeah,
And
and it's looking as good for Ventus as it ever could be.
yeah, Rin has it doesn't have the text on it, but it basically reads, "You will not miss a land drop for the rest of the game," and that's exactly what the 5-color Niv deck wants. So that's an incredible start that you really want to see. And I want to call it Ventus. I'm glad he marked the Utopia Sprawl. I know Magic players are lazy, but he did it for us, and we know it's on red. Which, if it wasn't obvious from the Lightning Helix, but I'm really glad he went ahead and marked it as on red.
Courteous.
Courteous, yes.
Courteous lover he is.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's just, useful information. But more importantly, when you're up against a Goblins list that isn't entirely fully aggro, I mean, they do have access to aggressive options, but this isn't Goblins as as an aggro. This is combo. So your Ren and 6 pulling a fetch every turn isn't going to kick you in the butt too much. So we see a Matron here for Snoop. Obviously, he's still really just trying to force that combo, but we talked about it. I mean, you're not missing land drops now. You answered the first Snoop. You're approaching 5 mana. You're in Bring to Light territory, and this is going to be interesting. And it looks like it's just another Triome, which is
Yeah.
a newer land type, which only helps Sniv. I'm all for, but yeah,
Yeah.
you're in Bring to Light territory right now.
Yep.
So I'm interested to see if that's what it is, or it's just straight up Niv Mizzet. That is always an option, and you're not in danger of the combo from Derek unless just by super unlucky. Oh no, yeah, you're not in danger, even if Harbinger or Kiki Jiki's on top by any chance. So I think you're kind of free to do as you wish, and obviously a pass is always acceptable here. Like that, you're not really scared of a pass play just because you have Prismari commands, helixes, trophies. There are plenty of ways of answering a ton of different things. Oh, and
Right.
I stand corrected. You are in danger of combo here because Derek putting this vial up to 2, you can Snoop and then Harbinger. So I stand corrected.
Yeah.
So you're probably gonna float, if I had to guess, mana to answer Snoop.
Yeah. So he could have it. And we do know he kept 7. I believe we kept 7, and his first play was Snoop, and he just kind of threw it
Not
out
a
there.
chance he doesn't have Harbinger in his hand. He absolutely has the combo, and Ventus needs the answer for it. I blanked on either vial initially, so that's my bad. But yeah, he this is I think if you're Derek, you kind of just have to go for it. You don't have any thought seizes in your deck whatsoever, but especially in your hands. And I don't think you can afford to just like let Ventus do what he wishes. I
No.
don't think you can just kind of pass and just hope he misses on something. I don't know. I mean, you always have the option of playing, I don't know, 3 CMC here and then vialing in your Snoop at the end of Ventus's turn to see what happens, and then potentially doing something with that. Like if you played a land and ringleader here, that might have, yeah. Okay, so what I think he's doing, I think he's just going for the combo. I was just trying to kind of buy time for Derek to make his freaking decision.
No.
But yeah, I think this is correct, and you make Ventus have it. And not a
No.
chance he doesn't have Harbinger. He's been trying to force a Snoop this for the first 4 turns this entire time. And yeah, here we go. So Harbinger will be played, and if Matron, which
That's
is
gonna. I think
state.
it's prompting a response. Kaya's Guile.
Yeah,
With
so he's gonna make him sacrifice before the Matron hits the board, which is just makes a ton of sense. And I'm not even sure if the follow-up really matters from that. Okay, so he's gonna make a 1/1 spirit. Yeah, so he's just gonna kind of make a clock for himself. I don't think this part really mattered, the second part, but more just killing the Snoop.
it,
Um
Just
The Matrix
another reason that Kaya's Gala is so good. Just Edict in this spot was very good.
there's just a lot. I mean, he has access to 7 um, commands. Kaya's Guile is essentially a command. I mean, it's
Yeah.
pretty freaking close. So I don't really know why Derek played Snoop there. Um, just if you don't have combo, I don't. Uh, yeah, I don't know. I think that was a misplay. Right? I mean, if you don't have combo, what's the point of doing that? Like you play Matron to get Harbinger, and then at the end of Ventus's turn, you play Snoop. Right? And then you play Harbinger when you tap out. And if Kai's Gauss is only answer, then you sacrifice your Matron. So yeah, that's
I think we have Lumber in the chat. He said Matron for Harbinger pass. If you're trying to combo, that makes sense to me. If that was on the table.
Oh, I'm pulling up the stream right now. Okay, I can't see the chat, but yeah, no, that's what I'm saying though, is that you play Matron, you leave up Aether Vial, and then at the end of Ventus's turn, you vial in your Snoop, and either way, if you're trying to combo, you're hoping Ventus doesn't have an answer. But if his answer is Kaya's Guile, playing Snoop first makes no sense.
Yeah, unless he has a pile of Snoops in hand, maybe that's the reason he just wanted to play it. Just say, all right, I got this, and it doesn't matter too much.
Yeah, in no world is playing Snoop first the correct move. Period.
Yeah.
Actually, even yeah, no, just no. That didn't. No, that was. I'm gonna confidently say that was a misplay from Derek.
Okay, but let's go back to Ventus, who bring to light for Tibble, but he decided to play. Like there's a decision. He played Tibble as Valky and went ahead and took care of the Aether Vial. So he effectively took off an instant speed engine from the Goblins player Derek. So I like to see that.
Well, he took off his. This game is all but over. It's this is completely Niv's game. Um, I really don't even think there's a world where Ventus can misplay 3 turns in a row and he still loses. As long as he's using his Planeswalker's abilities, he just kind of walks away with this game. He's
Yep.
got chump blockers. He's got Aether Vial access now. He could even tap a bird for Aether Vial. Derek has no way of comboing off in 1 turn, so there's no danger right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is over. That was, and not to say that misplay cost Derek the game, because I still think Ventus is just the biggest power position there is. But that it might have. I mean, again, if Kaya's Gauss is only answer, he plays Matron, gets Harbinger, then at the end of his turn, or in response to Valky removing Aether Vial, you bring in Snoop, then you have combo the next turn.
Yeah.
He's tapped out for Kaya's Guile, or he just doesn't play Valky and he has to save it for Kaya's Guile. But even if he Kaya's Guile, then you have, actually, I'm going to take back literally what I just said. I think that might have cost him the game. And that's all assuming Ventus's form of removal was Kaya's Guile. He might have a Helix or a trophy still in his hand, but
so one thing I was just thinking, he'd bring to light for some number, probably a lot. He had the option to just unmoored ego for the Kiki Jiki. Do you think that could have been a viable or even a better play as opposed to just playing Tibble?
I mean, you unmoored ego for the Snoop.
Or sure, either like the combo, the insta win. Yeah, that you make sense. Yeah, take out the Snoops. Do you think that may have been better than just bring to light for?
This isn't a horrible recovery. Munitions expert killing off the Tybalt, who minus the artifacts. So again, a lot was riding on Ventus's hand, but Ventus is playing again. Why I like Niv Mizzet, it's just a pile of good cards, and there are a lot of answers Ventus has in his deck to a lot of different scenarios that Derek is throwing out. And it's not like he's short on mana either. He has a Ren ticking up every turn. And you can obviously ping off the munitions expert if Kaya's Guile is your answer and still kill off the Snoop. So, and this is the 3rd Snoop.
Yeah.
After the Snoop dies, you're all but done with combo. And
right.
Yeah.
And
rough.
Yeah, and the goblin creatures are not known for being strong battlefield presence cards. They're very weak and they might go wide, but if if Ventus finds an Omnath or just a high impact card, that just might be good enough. Yeah, certainly Niv would be incredibly good as well.
Yeah, and actually, I pulled up chat after you said it, and chat has a point. So yeah, it's not like the misplay cost him the game. It was definitely a questionable misplay, but it's not like the misplay cost him the game because he did have Ren and Six, so he could ping off the matron and then Kaio's Guile anyway. But either way, you doing that order of things forces him to. He doesn't get to play Valky because if he played Valky, then he's tapped out for Kaya's Guile. He can't play Kaya's Guile. So either way, you're looking at a power position for yourself. So either he just keeps up Kaya's Guile mana and passes because he only had 2 Birds of Paradise at that point.
Yeah.
In no worlds is that order of things the correct one. And there's the Prismari command. Oh, represent. I love that card, man. It's such a
Yeah.
cool. I love command cards. I love multiple options. And yeah, it's just fun. Like I said though, I don't think the misplay necessarily cost Derek the game, but it was so unnecessary.
I do agree. I think
And
it
that's
was a
the
little
third
unnecessary.
scoop, as we mentioned before. So you're hoping for. I mean, obviously, he doesn't draw a land here, but you have to have land Snoop uh Harbinger, which he definitely still has Harbinger. Well,
Yeah.
actually, I shouldn't say definitely because that would have been the follow-up from Matron. So maybe he doesn't have Harbinger. Maybe he played Snoop turn 2 without a Harbinger, but that wouldn't make sense either. I have no idea what's going on anymore, but I really don't because
Yeah.
either like it doesn't make sense in my head. Um, but like for Derek's perspective, like you need your last remaining Snoop Harbinger in the same turn, and that's about it. Like that's what you got right now.
Yeah.
If this is Harbinger, I'm gonna shoot his face.
It's
Oh my god. What? I don't so okay, now okay, I have a lot of what? I'm interested why Matron came out at all. Maybe chat can help me out here. Help me understand why Snoop was played and then Matron? But why not just Matron first in case of well, yeah, I know the summoning sick. Oh, yeah, you're talking about for the one turn thing, but I'm still saying that's his only protection. It's just.
so to break down the line, you're suggesting on turn 3 where he had a vial on 2, because we kind of knew the cards that were coming into his hand.
Drew
You
Vile turn
Yeah.
after.
So you were suggesting Harbinger first, put Kiki on top, then end step, violin.
No.
Okay.
I understand the line now. I admittedly forgot that the summoning sickness combo with Kiki it all can't be played on one turn, so that was definitely my bad. So he was just he wasn't thinking of ordering. He was correct in thinking Matron here and Snoop, but I still think it's foolish to not force your opponent to at least think about what to do in order of things in terms of I'm referring to Ventus. And also, if by playing Matron first instead of a again, I'm going to bring this way back to one comment I made. I don't think it necessarily mattered for the outcome of the game because I think Ventus is just in great position. Now, getting back to my current point,
Mm.
if you play Matron first, then he can't play Kaya's Guile as an instant. He's going to be playing Kaya's Guile on his turn, forcing
Right.
him to tap out. So you have Ren and Six ping, and then I guess you could still play it as an instant, like in response to Harbinger coming on the field. So I guess you have that access, but still, um, you're forcing him to tap out and not use his mana effectively. So yeah, I don't know. But like I
Yeah.
said, ultimately, I don't think it really matters. just because Ventus has kept a good hand, and it seems that he's drawn pretty well. Um,
And
clearly
and
just
speaking of drawing, it looks like he played Omnath fetch land, so Omnath cost 0. Grab Yorion from the companion zone and played it, bouncing 2 abundant growths and Omnath and resetting Ren up to 3 loyalty. So in step drawing 3 cards with that play, and still holding up two of any color mana. So if he's probably holding up Lightning Helix or Assassin's Trophy or something, and he just drew a lot of cards too. So he's in. To speak of that dominant position, it just got even better.
right. I mean, it's not the weird part about it is it's not impossible for goblins. If he oh no, never mind. It might be impossible now, but yeah, he didn't hit. He did not hit his combo just
Yeah,
because he has Harbinger. Harbinger's still alive, so if it just so happened to be he drew it like he found his last Snoop and he played his Snoop and Kiki Jiki was on top of his next draw, then there's maybe hope there.
yeah.
Yeah, it's not great, especially when you don't have Chieftain on board to give your Snoop haste or Chieftain or War, whatever chief hasty man you want to call them. I mean, either way, they give haste. It's still not looking great, but yeah, this is over.
Yeah.
That's just rough.
So we got Teferi, uh,
Yorian,
Time Reveler. Yeah,
Renaissance,
yeah.
and just
Teferi as a bounce spell,
yeah,
and now he's just clocking for 9. I don't I w- you know we don't see life totals, but he must be done or dead next turn. This is just a huge chunk of life that's going to be taken out from him.
yeah.
Because I
Fun
know that
swing
that
lead.
token is getting into.
I guess to swing for lethal for next turn. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Sure, but I don't know. Yeah, I mean, you and I have been over this ad nauseum. I don't think Derek's misplay cost him the game, but it definitely was the least efficient of orderings. And also why I love Magic so much, I want to point that out, is just because that's what a large portion of like Derek lost like a chunk of win percentage from that move. And it's just an ordering issue. Like his idea for the turn was actually pretty damn good. And I honestly I misthought of it because um I forgot Snoop had summoning sickness. But regardless, it's still the correct like I'm gonna play Matron here, I'm gonna play Snoop, I'm gonna pass and just hope Snoop isn't removed. But just simply playing the Snoop first instead of the Matron actually ended up being a big chunky misplay, and that's just what makes Magic good, man. That's just dope that that is a thing.
Yeah,
Another
and
random fix, why not?
I think he minus. I think that's lethal. Red minus and to red minus kill the blocker, and I think the 9 power attack was good enough to seal the victory.
Yep.
So pretty. So I think Ventus was never really in danger. Even though Derek had some pretty good cards and maybe some paths to victory, it just never lined up for him. And I felt like Ventus never did not have command of this game,
So
regardless.
another magic hashtag magic or I guess card game related factor that I think is always interesting is that if Derek was on the play there, he wins the game.
Yeah, I think it was that close. Yeah, I do agree.
I mean, what is so Derek turn one passes Ventus turn one what like abundant gross. He didn't have Utopia Sprawl, so abundant gross.
We led
Uh,
on Birds of
turn two
Paradise.
Derek Snoop turn. I guess yeah. No, he did have Lightning Helix. So, but Lightning Helix was made easy by having a Birds of Paradise. So I don't know. There it goes back and forth. I guess Ventus did have the answer to it, even if Derek was on play. But it still only hurt Derek that he was on the draw there, and he did have combo in his opening hands. Let
Yeah,
alone multiple ways of like he had multiple. He had 3 Snoops that game, and he still is walking away without the combo. So
right.
it's just a tough deck to beat. And if we're looking at post board here, I mean, you have Blood Moons, which are fan effing tastic, and that's probably where you're going to be crossing your wiener and hoping that that comes through. Chalice of the Void isn't terrible, especially when you're on the play versus something like Utopia Sprawl, Birds of Paradise, Abundant Growth, or even if you want to put it to two, uh, in case you just don't want to deal with Helix or Trophy. It's not the I don't really see that being a thing, but more importantly, what I was going to mention is Ventus has access to 3 fatal pushes in his board, and that is just freaking brutal.
Yeah. Yeah, I think
Uh,
like the as far as like deck changes, I think the Blood Moon is the only relevant card that's worth.
right.
You could cheese out and get Chalice on one and take like stop some progression. I just don't think it's worth the inclusion for Chalice of the Void since they go up to 3, 4, 5 mana. That's their game plan, is to get up to 4 and 5 mana.
Yeah.
Stopping one drops is not you don't care. But Blood Moon stopping their that could just win the game just by landing it, much less any other game action. So I think Blood Moon is such a high impact card. That's definitely coming in. Uh, Going and then, like you said, the Fatal Push is very good inclusion for just a single black mana, kill any goblin almost. And you also have Vanishing Verse if you just have such a weak
Yeah,
main deck card.
bring in Shadow's Verdicts and the Vanishing Verse and the 3 fatal pushes. Shadow's Verdict just to have an extra, like, I'm not letting you use Snoop kind of card because it is
It's
a con
such Right, as we said earlier, you have Bring to Light, so just throwing it in the deck, that's good enough. You can just Bring to Light for X equals 1, which legally you have to do it for 2, and just play Shadow's Verdict if we're just getting to a game state where I have creatures, but no combo, but I have stuff, and you're like, "Alright, destroy the stuff or
yeah,
exile the stuff." So, I like just throwing it in the deck at some point is certainly fine to go with the Supreme Verdict too.
right. Yeah, there's not a lot of options the Goblins player has besides that Blood Moon, but like you said, if that Blood Moon lands, there's a pretty high chance of that sticking. I mean, the outs for Niv are not enchantment removal. The outs are Vanishing Verse, or just hoping you have Birds of Paradise and or Abundant Growth and Utopia Sprawls to play around with, so you can use Assassin's Trophy on Blood Moon. But that is the out.
Yeah.
You have
Also,
Teferi, but the chances of you playing Teferi with that out are not the best. But I guess that is also quote unquote an out.
one corner case card. This might be just a little too cute to bring in, but you could bring in Deicide just as one white, exile the enchantment Blood Moon. I don't. I think that's just maybe too cute and just too narrow. But it is an out to Blood Moon if you want to bring it in.
Sure. Yeah.
I don't think that's quite worth bringing in. But it is an option, and you do have, like you said, you have Teferi, Assassin's Trophy, quite a few cards, so you can handle it with the cards that's already in the deck.
Yeah. And from the Goblin side, I can see Crater Makers and Munitions Expert coming in. He has 2 Crater Makers and his 4th Expert in the board. I can see that happening, specifically for the 2 damage to target creature and just kind of trying to shave away any Birds of Paradise and or just attacking into Ren and Sixes that you see pop up.
Yeah.
As a possible, I'm not sure. Just he also has a Crater Maker in his board, so unless we see more than one, we won't know for certain until after all is said and done. But yeah, should be interesting. I don't know. And, yeah, it just is. It's not terrific for Derek, but being on the play here is significantly stronger than on the draw, especially when you're trying to just combo off as quickly as humanly possible.
Right, just kind of straight up beat it before they get to the point where they can mess with your stuff. Yeah,
Yeah, I
definitely.
think
You definitely want to be on
the
the play
goal
here.
is to just avoid as much of Ventus's removal as possible. And if you are uh, limiting his removal options to Lightning Helix and Trophy instead of opening up to Guile and Commands, then not too bad.
Yeah.
But it's going to be a Cliff's Pass. Again, not a vile opener from Derek. Answered by Foothills with also no follow up. So already looking pretty good for Derek. I mean, not seeing Abundant Growth or Utopia Sprawl or Birds of Paradise there makes Blood Moon that much stronger. So
Yeah.
should be interesting to see where it kind of flows from here.
So the fetch target, do you want to just go ahead and get a Triumph just to get your colors, or do you want to fetch your forest because it's your forest is you are like a green deck. The green cards kind of
You,
enable the other colors in a sense.
you,
Uh,
def-
would
you definitely go for Triumph here.
definitely go for Okay.
I don't.
I think it's yeah. I kind of agree.
Plus, if you were going to go for the forest play, the only reason you go for the forest play is if you have Abundant Growth, Utopia Sprawl, Birds of Paradise, which you would have just played. So
That's a good point. Yeah.
Uh, yeah. So, and we're not going to see a turn 2 Blood Moon, obviously, with the Cliffs opener and no skirt protector to prospector, not protector, to follow up. We didn't get to see what Goblin was revealed from the Auntie's hovel, but I'm sure it's just kind of a hey, these are my cards kind of play. I seeing that was his turn 2. Obviously, we're not going to get a combo off on turn 3, but my guess is on turn 3 we are seeing either a War Chief or a Matron, and I'm
So
gonna guess it's
I
Matron.
I think Hovel was basically a guild gate. I don't think it actually. I think it came into play tapped. So I don't even think he revealed any information
Oh yeah,
here.
I'm a dum dum. I forgot that was the condition for it. It
Yeah.
was a reveal, yeah, but
So
still, it's still not going to be any turn 3 combo. And this turn 3, it's got to be either the War Chief, Chieftain, or Matron. I can't see this being a harbinger.
I'm leaning on Blood Moon actually. He fetched for the swamp,
Oh yeah,
and
yeah, I forgot
I think
that
yeah, I
exists.
think if possible. Oh yeah, we got to see you shuffle. No cheating.
No, no,
Uh,
you're exactly. I'm actually a dumbass.
yeah,
It is. Yeah, I think
he,
you're
he,
100% right, and I also think Ventus is holding up mana for his Assassin's Trophy. So
yeah.
we'll see.
All
Yeah, it looks
right.
like this is going to be a response.
Yeah,
Flow
we'll
green.
find out pretty quickly.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Do you know what Triome that is? I'm really bad with the arts here.
Which Triome? Oh,
Is on
that's. I believe that is
in
the
Drotha.
Ketria. No, Ketria. I don't think that's in Dotha. That's Ketria.
I think you're right. Yeah, Ketria. So he has the Temur mana. Um,
No, I mean it's not whatever. Oh no, that's
so he definitely has something in hand to deal with this if that's how he's fetching. Because right
what?
now he has two mountains.
Yeah, that's okay. Well, let's
I
see. I'm looking at it. He doesn't have stuff in his board for that. I 100% thought that was going to be let me find my
bl-
Assassin's Creed mana.
right fetch shock get a black source assassin's trophy.
Yeah, and obviously he fetched just because you can't fetch other than that. And your health doesn't really matter because it's not an aggro deck.
Yeah,
Speak. That is interesting.
that is interesting. I don't quite understand why he.
uh, okay. All right. Well, planes is a good start, but if you're gonna fetch, why not fetch a basic?
So maybe he has basics in hand, or he doesn't. Like maybe he obviously had the planes. I think he probably just sandbagging that. Maybe he has the island for Tef, and then he'll just bounce it when it's relevant.
So if
I
you,
don't know. That it looks very suspicious on the surface why he would do that.
I mean,
Oh,
you might have
but
been right. He may have what we were talking about before. He may have Dayside. Okay,
he
well that doesn't matter.
yeah. Well, yeah, always yeah, it's a backup.
Well, the advantage here is Dayside. I could be wrong on this, but Dayside doesn't hit like the entire field. It's not like a
It,
Legion's End kind of scenario.
you're
It just
right.
hits graveyard, hand, and library.
It only hits gods, but it'll exile any enchantment. But if it's a god, you rip them out from the deck. Yeah.
Even worse. So yeah, you're just targeting one. It's got it. It's got to be what we just said, right? It's got to be that he has. Oh no, he didn't play Dayside. Dayside is instant, if I'm correct.
You're
Dayside
right.
is instant. Oh, so
Yeah.
he
Well,
did have the forest in hand, so that was the only play he had was for the uh Triome. He couldn't
Yeah.
fetch a basic plains or forest because he had
That
both.
makes sense. Yeah.
Okay, we're back at it. Ventus,
Okay.
with
We
ya.
figured it out.
For a moment there, we really did not believe in you.
Yeah. Well, we do like you don't intentionally just fetch a mountain. Hardly ever.
Mm,
And he did. So yeah, it makes sense that he was just holding the forest.
okay.
No,
That's
okay.
that's just equally unfortunate for Ventus. Not only is he up
Yeah.
against double Blood Moon, but he had just basics in his hand.
Yeah.
Why did he keep that? What was his hand keep? Did he just draw poorly? I have so many questions.
Yeah, this looks like this game is gonna be very slow. We're already in turn 5, and there's very minimal battlefield presence.
The fact that he was able to get both a Ren and 6 and Lightning Helix off through a Blood Moon is absurd.
The dream would be he has access to the basic island, and then he can bring to life for 4 at that point. Uh,
Which I
but I
believe is still Valky. Yeah, that's still Valky.
Yeah, and he could, and the one so abundant growth, it just costs green, but you put it on any land, and
Uh,
that turns that land into a rainbow land. Doesn't have the forest requirement like Utopia Sprawl, so that would be another card to fix his mana if
but
he
bring it
happens to
back
draw that.
just for a second. If you had, did he just play basic Swan? He has every freaking basic.
Yeah, it looks like he does.
What's his keep purposely for Blood Moon? I have no idea, but um,
I mean,
you know,
he
you know your
Bloodmoon is
has
yeah,
Snoop. You know your opponent has Snoop. It's interesting that he decided to protect his Ren and 6 over that.
yeah.
What does he? Oh, he might have Vanishing Verse. I mean, he has a Swamp and Plains up.
That's yeah, but at this point, there's no point in taking care of the Blood Moon since there's duplicate. But I think you're right. Vanishing Verse seems like the play
Or a
that he's
Fatal
holding.
Push, but
It could
regardless,
be.
he has. I can't believe this is actually like a thing that's happening still.
And I believe the 3 mana was spent to just grab Yorion. I don't see any other battlefield
No,
alteration.
yeah, it was. It was
Okay.
companion, but it's just I'm just so interested right now.
Yeah.
This could be Snoop Matron. I think he's definitely you definitely got to go for your combo now. Yeah, right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So Snoop, and so just summoning sickness. Even if he did have Harbinger, it wouldn't do anything right now unless he had Ringleader Harbinger. Unless that is
That's a 3rd Blood Moon on top. I see the text.
OP.
Yeah.
Yeah. But that was I don't know. I don't even think if that was a war chief that would have done anything. Interesting. It, what? Wait. What? Which is Fatal Push. Okay,
It was
but why? Huh? Wait. Hold on. Hold on. What? Questions. So many questions. What? Huh? All right. What? Okay. So what? Um. All right. Correct me if I'm wrong, but Snoop pass Harbinger the next turn would have been game. But why are you playing Snoop? Unless you have another, he may have another Harbinger. But why play Harbinger now and not for the potential win? And also, why Fatal Push in response to Harbinger's trigger? Because you let him know that he won't have Snoop. So then he just grabs Ringleader off the top. You know what I mean? But
Right.
what's the point of pushing in response to that trigger? Like, let him search. Like, let's say he searches for, like, I don't know. This total hypothetical, but let's just say he searches for something that involves his Snoop being alive. You could just in response,
Yeah,
or
so
maybe
like you make him put the bad card on top, then or the card that only works with Snoop, and then you fatal push, and then it's a borderline dead card. Like
that's what I'm saying. Yeah, and
yeah,
Snoop
I agree. I agree. That I feel like that should have been the play.
could, yeah, and even if Snoop had haste, you enter combat phase, then you push it. So even if it was like a chieftain, you know, you
Right.
still have a response to it. That's a fucking rough card. He just cast. I think he has a island now. He definitely has an island. He has all 4 of his basics. Without fetching, by the way.
That's not bad. It's pretty good.
Without fetching,
Yeah, yeah.
Ventus has all 4 basics. And granted, he got a Triumph with one of his fetches. So let's say he has, like, realistically should at least have 1 basic. But what? Huh? He does what? Dude, that is just stupid. I feel bad for Derek. That is just what? That is just so feels bad. That's like keeping up with your land destruction on Tron and them just drawing into like 7 lands. It doesn't matter that you got rid of Tron because they just have 7. Like it's just like, okay, love
Yep.
this game. Dude,
So
what
he
is
did
that?
Skirt. That's he just played Skirt Prospector. It
I
looks
no,
like.
no, no, no. I know what
Oh.
Skirt Proc does. I'm still fucking sorry. I was professional. I'm still heck tilted. I'm tilted for Derek that there are 4, and they're all one ofs, by the way. He doesn't have multiples of these. He drew into all 4 of his basic. I would call Ventus on cheating, honestly. Pause the game, call a judge. This is some BS. Point at my opponent's fields, and then
I have Blood Moon. This isn't supposed to happen. Yeah.
this is just stupid.
Yeah.
That is just that is just awful. He cast Omnath through a Blood Moon. Like, what? Okay. Well,
That's pretty good for a 80 card deck to find the basics you care about.
80 card, not even to mention that. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's what? Oh man, that is just dude, Derek, I feel for you, buddy. If I was a judge, I would let you redo this game with Ventus not cheating.
You know, at the end of this game, if Ventus does win, people are gonna be like, "Man, the analysis from Brent and Jared was terrible because he kept the Blood Moon that said we was the silver bullet that you need, and it has
It's silver
very
bullet.
right, and it's gonna have no impact on this game, or like basically none."
I would say none. No, I don't think there's any impact because these triumphs would be red mana anyway because he's got everything not red mana.
Yeah. Oh
So
my gosh.
it doesn't matter. The triumphs would be used for red. Oh my god, that is just ew.
Oh,
This is the second game in a row that we've gotten just a full blown ugh.
oh, I think this might have been the card that Ventus wanted. Unmoored Ego is the card. I think he
Just
put this got the
Snoop.
Snoop.
Oh, ooh. Is that 2 Kiki Jikis in hand?
Yeah, and that's the amount that they run. So they
Ugh. Rough. Rough, buddy.
yeah. Man, this was so rough.
And Sling Gang Lieutenant, I think, is that other one.
Yeah, I believe you're right.
Whew. This was a game of magic.
Yes.
Oh my god.
Tron is eliminated. Okay, so Tron's out. Blue
the
Red
lo-
Prowess it will be in the finals.
For
Or
confirmation. No.
yeah.
That was a loser bracket.
Right. Sorry. Yes, the loser bracket. They'll be in the finals of the winners bracket.
Dude, I'm still shaking my head. This is
Yeah.
so gross. This is just I feel so bad for Derek.
Yeah, he had the Blood Moon. That's what you won the opening hand. Played it on 3.
Played another Blood Moon.
Played a redundant copy on 4.
I guess you can kill
And
Red at 6 here, but it does not matter. You got to go for his face. Yeah.
I think you want to kill Rin, even though it has like such a small impact. It still pings for 1. And eventually you'll have to find a way to deal with Omnath because that's just such a big
casting
table
removal,
presence.
dude. He's just casting removal.
Oh
Oh
man.
man. Ew. Ew.
I think we're aspiring spike calls it garbage time, where random game actions will be good enough to win the game. I think Ventus is very close to that point.
That's literally,
Uh,
I mean, you're just referring to sports. That's just a
it-
sports term. That's like
re-
this game is over right now. All Derek can be is like a Blaine Gabbert and just rack up the cool style points in the losing season of the game. That's all he has right now. This is just oh, I'm sad.
yeah,
This is just gross to look at. All 4 of his basics in an 80 card deck, and he needed exactly all 4 to
you
cast
get
on.
the right four too. You didn't just like stumble into the mountain, which has no like very minimal impact. It's the right four. I want to know what his opening hand was.
I didn't even think of that, but yeah, he didn't even have I'm gonna say Ventus cheated. Like that's my best defense to this.
Okay, so Ventus is eliminated because we think he cheated. That seems like the best approach for us.
Especially if it's just on a we think.
Right? Yeah. No. No. We're
It's the
calling the
best
shots
time
here.
to call someone cheating.
Right.
Man, Derek, buddy, for what it's worth, you did everything right. You just got RNG'd, and you're exactly right. I didn't initially see the basic mountain. I mean, it makes sense that he has one, but he drew all 4. He drew 4 basics, and not a single one of them was the mountain. The
Right.
fact that he drew all 4 in an 80 card deck, I just
Yeah.
can't I can't believe I've had some awful luck in this game where you're just like, is this really happening? Like I've been in tournaments where I'm up against Infect and they just keep top decking that goddamn Infect land. No matter how many times I trophy it or get it away, it still comes back.
Yeah.
But never like this is just oof.
Yeah.
Eric is gonna find the love of his life like tomorrow. Like just karma from the amount of poor luck this is. I think it's a Kyle's Gallon response to Matrix coming out just to kill Kiki Jiki. That's oh right.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I think Mr. Keek is Mr. Dead.
Well, he does have his other copy in his hand. Um,
Yeah,
and it looks like he is responding to
who
that.
cares? Because Kiki Jiki needs to be on the top of his deck.
Oh, so he's flashing munitions expert. That's going to be effectively 2 damage, and that he could throw that away to the sacrifice trigger and then take out Ren and Six with the hasted Kiki Jiki.
Well, he's got to be hitting him, but Helix is. Oh, this is just. Land I was thinking it was ink moth, by the way. I always confuse that and blink moth. It's some kind of moth. I hate moths. I hate insects. But uh, you need Kiki Jiki to be on the top of your deck, though, for the combo. So not only did Ventus draw into 4 basics that he needed exactly, but also Derek drew into his 2 Kiki Jikis. Like you need
So
Kiki Jiki on the top of your deck because you need Snoop to have it as a copy. Kiki, that right? If I'm
I'm
not mistaken, can you play Kiki Jiki and it still work?
I don't think there's an infinite combo without. He can do like copies of Siege Gang to make dudes and copies of cards that have enter the battlefield effects, but I don't think there's a deterministic combo.
One more talking about for the Snoop combo. I guess you're casting it, but you need it. Yeah, I don't know.
So let's go over the sequence that just happened.
No, yeah, you
It's
can't. I'm very confident. I pulled up Conspicuous Snoop just to read the card over and over again. I'm very confident you cannot do the combo if Kiki is not on the top of your deck. Go ahead. What were you saying?
Yeah. No, so I thought it was a pretty strong play. So we had the Kaya's Guile trying to take care of the Kiki Jiki. He responded by flashing in Munitions Expert, which was it saw 2 goblins to deal 2 damage to the Omnath. We'll see how that's not relevant here in a second. And then with the Kaya Guile still on the stack, he copied Munitions Expert. That's 3 damage, and then dealt that to Omnath, and then the sacrifice effect killed the token that was going to die anyway to save the Kiki Jiki.
Nice.
So pretty good response to the edict effect, but we see a follow up Omnath. So that's not
Ventus
great.
cheating. Like, there's no ways around it, guys. We have to just accept reality for what it is. This is BS. This is my head almost hurts from the amount of just piss poor luck Derek is facing right now.
Yeah.
Or, glass half full, Ventus could not be happier.
Yeah.
Ventus could not be living a better life right now.
So Kiki can copy Munitions Expert, although there may be an instant speed response to
Yeah,
deal
but
3 damage. He could potentially take care of Ren and 6 if that's the line he wants to go with.
I mean, there isn't a very clean line to instant speed. I mean, you have black and red mana, and you don't have K commands in this list. So
I think it
your
would have to
only
be
form
Fatal
of
Push.
removal, yeah, would be Path, but you can't Path Kiki right now unless you somehow remove a permanent from your side of the board. You can't use the Revolt trigger. So Kiki, I believe, stays alive here. I mean, you
Well,
could
so
always
Kiki is a 5-drop.
you could
So
push the
it's
target. Oh, yeah, Kiki's a 5-drop. Yeah, I guess so. You're pushing the target. Why am I so dumb today? I'm just dumb. Yeah, Kiki's 5. My bad. But yeah,
Yeah.
regardless, you're pushing the target.
Yeah.
I guess that's an option. But if he had Fatal Push too, that would just be I don't know. I already have my hands on my head just because I'm sick to my stomach right now. This is just I'm literally just watching like a puppy drown. That's what it feels like. Like we're just going. Ventus is just going for no bubbles approach to this thing. The puppy is kicking back a little bit though. What you got, ringleader? What do you got there, Derek? Ringleader? Play it. Maybe not though. Maybe it's that sling gang that we saw before.
That would be a pretty
Play the
strong
card,
play.
Derek. Krenko Mob Boss just for extra trolley troll. It is a ringleader. Hey, right the first time. I only had to say every single card that could have possibly been for to be right there.
Is it
Damn.
4? That's incredibly good.
There it is.
And now we can copy and he'll follow it up with it.
Your Munitions Expert does quite a bit. The Ren Ping got rid of the matron. Did it? I guess he didn't want to put a card on top of the library. I guess that makes sense. Or in his hand, rather. So he's copying Munitions Expert. That's 5 damage. Kill Amenath. Now
He may be able to attack down Ren.
Yeah.
He's kind of putting it together.
He really is. Listen, if Derek can crawl his way out of his hole, I will personally send him $5 on Venmo just because I feel like he deserves it. Because that was just disgusting. Back to back to back to back to back to back to back. I mean, yeah. So he takes care of Ren here. I think he's.
Well, he's gonna have to lose the Munitions Expert, so that access to that is gone.
That's what Ren would have been used for anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of a push. I mean, either way, you're losing it. Kind of unfortunate in that scenario, but you do clear the board. Ventus is top decking at this point, is he not? I mean, Amenath was his best play, which means he definitely doesn't have Bring to Light. Like, I doubt he would have chosen Amenath over a Bring to Light Niv play. So,
I think because that you'll match the card advantage that has been happening with the goblins.
Yeah. So
Right,
again,
like, you just drew 4 cards, which is
if Derek, I don't believe Derek found a chieftain from that ringleader. He found 4 cards, which Skirp Protector, actually, I'm not. I believe Matron was one of them. I'm not very familiar with not necessarily the cards themselves, but which ones he particularly found. If he found a chieftain, yeah, I mean, this is where you want to be, I guess.
Yeah, and Derek, we do know he has the second Kiki-Jiki as well, so all the goblins with great ETB effects, he will be able to continue doing that, presumably.
I mean, I have ringleader for one. I mean,
Yeah.
that's just nice to every turn just get all this value from it. What's I guess interesting to me, so to say, Ventus, yes, he has access to all of his mana regardless. Oh, don't do it to him, man. Be kind. Yorian. Huh.
I would be thrilled if I were Derek to
No,
see
no,
that.
yeah, you're jumping off the walls with that. You just got to be wary of what he's keeping up. So he's keeping up Golgari or just keeping up Jund colors.
Yeah, it looks like Assassin's Trophy is
That's it.
basically it.
Yeah.
Yeah. 'Cause
Uh,
he had to have white and
well,
blue
yeah,
to play
Fatal Push
Yorion.
too, but whatever.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, that's just natural. But that's yeah, you're ecstatic. He's Ventus doesn't have plays right now. So if you're Derek, you are kind of just shooting for the stars right here. I mean, you have Kiki Jiki access to ringleader plays. Like you have ways of filling your hand. You have Sling Gang Lieutenant you can kill Yorion with a Sling Gang Lieutenant right now.
Yes.
You Sling Gang, Kiki the Sling Gang, sacrifice 4 tokens in the Skirk, and you kill Yorion, and then you're still swinging. So, and Ventus is out of options. Again, you also have access to Kiki copy Ringleader, and uh, you can still play Sling Gang Lieutenant and kill Yorion. So you Kiki copy Ringleader, play Sling Gang, sacrifice 4 tokens, and the token, or actually just sacrifice all 5 tokens because Kiki makes a token copy and still kill Yorion. So that is also there's a lot of things here
Yeah.
that Derek has access to. I think this is a smart play. He's just going for what gets him the most value.
Right.
I'm pretty sure this is going to be a chieftain, which is a really, really strong play. It's got to be a
Yeah.
chieftain, right? If you're going to matron right now
That would be pretty good.
and just double matron and okay, so there's Assassin's Trophy that we talked about. It's Assassin's Trophy in response to matron, which I'm curious what it's on.
So you have to fight through 2 Kiki-Jiki, like this one and then a Kiki-Jiki next turn. I think it's still that's
So is this trophy on Kiki?
every other target kind of stinks, so I would think it kind of is.
It's gotta be trophy on Kiki, but you obviously
He can find ways to get it back or get the play a second one anyway
this
because he
is
has.
what is Derek tapping out for then?
So he does it. So I think.
Oh, flashing in an expert in response to okay.
Wow, that's gonna.
Love that. All right, so then Kiki
So
is he gonna
Yorion's now
copy
dead.
expert first though to deal 6 damage
So he
instead of
dealt.
going ringleader
I,
play?
I think he
Oh,
dealt 5 and now dealing 6 with a token copy.
I think he
Assassin's Trophy is
copied
still insane.
ringleader though. I was that's
No,
a
yeah, I think you're right because he revealed 4 cards, so I think you're right.
right. This is just continuously getting interesting. Oh yeah, no. Expert only targets creatures of planeswalkers. That's my dude. This is how unfamiliar I am with what goblins are trying to do.
Yeah.
So it can't. Yeah, I couldn't have gone face. That would have been actually a little ridiculous if it could.
Yeah.
Yeah. So copy ringleader, get some value from it. Then eventually your Kiki dies. You get the lands. Matron comes in effect. Throw stuff on top or throw in your hands. I still think this is going to be a chieftain because he's certainly threatening lethal after this turn.
Yeah, it looks like he's counting. No, he's attack. So this is an attack. I think that Ventus has a pretty healthy life total because has had Omnath for so much of the game.
He's also casted like a lightning helix. Yeah, he's still sitting above 20, but with chieftain and plays such as that, I think you're doing something well.
Yeah.
One thing I think is a mistake, though, I don't think he can attack with that munitions expert right now.
The
He just
You're
swung in with
right. Yeah,
expert.
yeah, that was definitely played just this turn and then copied. The token can come in, but the original copy can't.
No, the ringleader was copied, so it wasn't even that. It was,
Oh, you're right. Yeah.
yeah, I think there's one more health in favor of Ventus there, so I'm pretty sure that's not correct.
Yeah. I think
Um,
I think you're right on that.
Tenant though is a possible win condition because that's target player, so that's just to the face. So next turn, you're looking at a possible Sling Gang win, and that's a
Mm.
is that a chieftain I just saw? Yeah, but he just put chieftain in his hand. So land chieftain or land. Sorry, let me back this up. Chieftain swing in just for a crap ton of damage into Sling Gang Lieutenant might end up winning the game. It's gonna be a Renin 6. So okay, hold on. Let's go over something real quick. I'm not sure I like this move a ton. I understand the aspect of like if obviously Ventus is out of options with it was kind of obvious with that Yorian hardcast.
Yeah.
Um Playing this Renin 6 is obviously if you have nothing to threaten and obviously Derek is just kind of pedal to the metal here so it doesn't matter but you would want to threaten at least having like around your trophy or something. Just make him think a little bit more because I don't think that
You
Ren
just
play is a
represent something. You mean?
represents something, but it's in the same vein. Like that's just a line that is an option. In the same vein, it absolutely makes sense to play Ren 6 if you have literally nothing else, which is pretty clear he does. So it's totally acceptable. And you also save damage next turn with a ringleader coming out. So
Yeah.
yeah, it's a push, but I think this is potentially walking to a game over here just
Yeah.
because this is
Yes.
an absurd board he's accumulated here. And keep in mind, all these tokens from Sling Gang Lieutenant now have haste also.
And
This is
all right. So 20 at 29, that's the live total. Um Gosh, that's
I just don't
he
know
can
what
deal
Ventus
a lot of damage. I don't
is.
think
And so you're gonna send possibly 2 tokens into Renin 6 just to make sure it dies, and then the rest just face. Um did he not do that? He kept up I what? Hold on. I'm curious what's the conversation that is happening is um maybe just calculating damage. I have a strong feeling that he's attacking with goblins, but I could be wrong here. Apparently I am. He did not swing with everything. Okay, so the fairy just to essentially just draw a card here. There's not a lot of good bounce targets.
no.
Probably just bounce the chieftain, but either way, it's not
And
looking
and with
sexy.
the blood moon, obviously, he's spending his white and blue mana
Yeah,
this like on this. Like there's no bring to light or other spells that use those colors that he can do. It is this one. Um
Bring to Light does get you Tybalt. And you only need 2 colors for that to work. Um, but it's
True.
still yeah, it's not terrific.
Yeah.
Either way you spin it. I mean, good for Derek though. I mean, he had a ridiculous opener and Ventus just so happened to draw like this game would have been over a long time ago regardless. So, it's you know, RNG swinging way into the favor of Derek.
Yeah, and this is kind of the strength of the Goblins deck. I think they just calculated that Derek just has more than enough to win. This
Sure.
is the power of the deck where even if you don't have if the combo gets ripped out, there's so many cards that just allow you to draw more cards and draw more goblins and just have
Uh-huh.
this board presence. And Vintage, I think he got just a little unlucky with his draws. Like he had such low impact plays as the game got late.
Yeah.
He wasn't able to find anything to stabilize at all. But that still Derek put himself in a great position just playing cards that and just getting a little lucky with some of his draws, but that's just Goblins just can just be such a strong deck with that. Just being able to play a good mid-range deck.
And we have results from the other side of the pond here in the winners bracket. We have a 2-0 from Mono White Death and Taxes over Esper Control. So that's maybe moving on to the finals over Fantasia. Congrats to Smithy. Fantasia will be moving to losers bracket semifinals, and he'll be playing, I believe, the loser of this game. And
Uh,
Ponza is out of the tournament because we have Copycat beating Ponza. It's also, it doesn't surprise me, a combo deck beating essentially what is Gruul and not really Ponza as we know it. Honestly, I'm kind of surprised Esper Control got their butt handed to them by Mono White Death and Taxes, but again, we have yet to see Mono White Death and Taxes. Like we don't know what those games look like yet.
yeah,
Uh, so it could just be Smithy, uh, just getting lucky. I don't know. It just, you never know how games play out when you don't see them. You can only speculate. Esper Control, not that I gave them the upper hand, but it's a deck that is meant to remove cards from the fields, and Mono White Death and Taxes doesn't really enjoy when you get rid of their cards as you play them.
yeah,
Um, yeah, I don't know. But I can just as easily see Mono White Death and Taxes doing something there. All speculation, of course. We're on to game 3 here. Goblins versus Nivtalite, and uh, we've had weird games. This has just been i- it's that was almost like the Falcons Super Bowl, really, versus the Patriots. Like there was almost nothing Derek could do that Ventus wasn't just doing better. Like really just, you have a good drive and then it gets intercepted on the 20. That was
yeah,
basically Derek. Like Derek is like, yeah, here's a blood moon. It's like, great. There's a 20-yard pass. Here's another blood moon, like a 15-yard bomb, or sorry, a 25-yard bomb to Edelman. Like, great. You're moving. And then Ventus just draws all the basics and it's intercepted and it's going the other way. Like there's not, and then just Derek just brings it back just because of Ventus's whiffs and just not yeah, that was just a interesting game.
yeah.
It's definitely hasn't the first game that we saw, Ventus versus Derek, is more or less how I see this matchup going 90% of the time.
Yeah, I think we just witnessed a unicorn. I don't think that reasonably happens that often.
No.
Early Blood Moon gets a greedy 5-color mana base, and they just have 4 basics and their 80 card pile. It's just insane that he got all of those cards, every basic,
Yeah,
and even then, that was not enough to overcome the Goblin onslaught.
no. Well, I'll also say a lot of Derek's decisions were incredibly well thought out for his position. And
Yeah.
not to mention, Snoop also got unmoored ego that game.
Right, yeah, we were ready to, like, go to the after party and stuff, but Derek said, "No, we're gonna play this one out," and he convincingly beat Ventus.
D well, yeah, ish, but
Yeah,
Derek had a lot of really clean lines throughout that game, specifically with his usage of Munitions Expert throughout that game,
right,
that pulled him out of several holes. He beat 2 Amanas and a Yorion with essentially just Munitions Expert,
right.
throughout that game, and yeah, it was an impressive, uh, display of knowledge from Derek's deck that we just witnessed, and, we'll see where this goes. We have yet to see Crater Makers or War Marshals being played whatsoever, and it's not like there are one ofs in the deck. There are aplenty. So,
Yeah,
wondering what kind of role those will play in a deck that plays against Ren and Six. I know I can speak for myself as someone who plays Ren and Six. Mog War Marshal is just annoying because you ping it and then it's
yeah.
still there. And then it attacks your Ren and Six, and then you have the option of killing it. Like you use a Ren and Six to kill a War Marshal, which just is like if you want to compare money spent on Ren and 6 versus Mog War Marshal, I think you're losing out on that trade.
Right.
And for
And
the
good
first
start.
time, we
Yeah.
see an Aether Vial. So
Right.
great start for Derek already.
Yeah, and likewise with Ventus, able to get a solid green mana source and a Utopia Sprawl. I actually can't read the color. I think it's white, um, but it might be black. It has like 4 letters. I'm trying to read it now. But a good start. He has kind of the Blood Moon protection just built into this pretty decent start. So for Ventus, I'd be pretty happy with that.
I'm gonna pretty confidently say that's white. I'm pretty sure you see a TNE. Yeah, yeah, these are newer starts for both guys. I mean, both
Yeah.
guys consistently passed on turn 1 for the first 2 games, so
Yeah.
we'll see, oh, actually, Ventus had the Birds of Paradise opener in the initial, but still,
Right.
it's been hasn't been a very eventful opening turns. It's more just kinda turned pretty poor for
Yeah.
both players as time has gone on. Ventus will be opting for a 3 play. I think he
I
just
wa-
grabbed Yorion, yeah. He had nothing
yeah,
to do, so he grabbed Yorion.
but still in pretty good position. He has green, white, and black mana, all with no problem through this game. Just lacks the reliable blue source in case there is a turn 3 Blood Moon. I don't even think Blood Moon would be very good here.
No, I'm in agreement with you. I don't think Blood Moon does much. I think this is a very good position for Derek, however. Derek can combo off next turn. Um, and so to say, Ventus needs to keep up removal here. So he can't like just play an Omnath this turn, you know?
No, yeah.
He's gotta leave up responses, and it looks like he does. So yeah, Derek sorry, Ventus can completely play through a Blood Moon at the moment.
Yes, he is fully protected with that abundant growth. So, and that just makes your land a rainbow land
Mhm.
while cantripping. So,
Blood Moon
Blood
is now
Moon, it's now, yeah, it's not relevant here. And he has a Vista, so get whatever fetch you want, probably the island. And he still is floating white, so I wonder if Helix is his interaction, he has to actually get the mountain.
it's a vanishing
Oh no,
verse.
he has the swamp. Never mind. I'm a silly.
Yeah, but regardless, he needs to. Wow, basics out the butt again for Ventus.
Yeah,
He only has 5 basics in his deck, mind you.
yeah.
He has yet to see a mountain basic, which is just unfortunate.
Kaya's
So it would
Guile.
be Kai's Guile. Okay,
Yeah.
yeah, the scoop needed to be answered regardless.
Yes, and what's nice about Kaya's Guile, we saw how there was an opening for Derek to protect it later. He has no way. He had the violent one, and he was not able to protect the Snoop creature. So he's probably really happy to see that hit the graveyard.
For sure. And I'll be right back. All you.
Okay, so I'm curious what will happen here. Well, I guess and we see him working it out. And the option of Blood Moon, obviously, if that is, he kept kind of leaning on that. We know that that's just not going to be a good play. So he might be thinking, okay, Blood Moon's out. What creature is relevant here? And obviously, one that draws cards would be an ideal one because you don't care about the body too much, but you want it to have some sort of impact later. I would be curious if looking at he could potentially have the combo if he had the Harbinger and just put Kiki on top and then can violence Snoop Dogg, conspicuous Snoop, and he actually does play it. Maybe that was it. He was looking at maybe I just can kind of straight win it right here. So he's going to play the conspicuous Snoop and now cast the Goblin Matron, and he can now tutor for any card, any Goblin card.
This is a good position for honestly both players. So I'm interested to see what Ventus is next. I mean, Ventus has to have a suite of removal at hands because Derek is pulling out everything he needs. I mean, he just matroned again, so It depends what he's searching for, but he can just as easily search for a combo piece here or just a value card. Yeah, so it'll be ringleader. So, he's just gonna keep pedal to the metal. So unless Ventus is presenting complete value in his removal options, this is gonna continuously be a problem. And not to mention, he has Aether Vial access as well. So his his being Derek's options get stronger and stronger. And this ringleader searching up additional pieces, you're going to continuously get value out of this Aether Vial. So yeah,
Yeah.
this game just got certainly interesting as time has progressed. And what is that flip? Is that just a
It's
anti
another vial. I believe it's a it may be altered, but it may just be an art that I'm unfamiliar with. But I believe it's an
Oh yeah,
alter.
okay, he's altering them. All right.
Yeah.
Uh, just
So
having
kind
fun
of
figuring
kind of a dead draw on top, but
these turns are super important for Ventus. If this is an Omnath, it's hard cast Yorion. That's he's gonna do that to draw a card with abundant growth. His token just does his
that's
token dies, does it not?
no, I don't know why I grabbed it.
Okay, it's non-land permanent. Wait. Oh, exile any. Oh yeah, sorry, I'm dumb. Any number, so you get to choose. Yeah, I don't know why he
So I
grabbed
think
it though, and it kind of threw me off.
oh,
I
he
think
upkeep. So we're still in his upkeep because the vial, and he just threw down the.
yeah, you
Uh,
win. He wins.
I think he's
There-
got it. We're
Yeah,
done.
yeah, that's what I was saying. Ventus needs to have consistent removal, and all he played and had was Yorion.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised that he kind of just
Played
exposed
Yorion?
himself. Yeah, I think
Yeah,
you just like, all right, I'm gonna hold up removal. Have air quotes that you can't see, and just say, all right, hopefully he just tries to play value, and I can do something else. But he
sure.
exposes himself by playing Yori and say, I got nothing. I'll draw a card.
Yeah, I
Um,
mean, the way to look at it, as we were talking about, is just y- you're going like if you're Derek, you're going to be doing the combo. Like you're gonna follow through and play the combo regardless. So it, even if you're threatening removal, it's not gonna do much. But it's still, I mean, just smart to not do that.
yeah, and it's incredible. We were talking about how uh, we thought the game was kind of like it was over in game two. We are like, all right, Five Color Niv is going to 2-0. And because they just had all the basics, but then they just like fizzled really from that point into the rest of the series. And Goblins just had a great mid range. I'm just going to play dudes and they're going to be big and you'll just die. And to this very convincing game three, all right, combo you out, I win. It was,
It's just, I would say, I think we were talking about it's important not to overboard in these situations. I think for I almost said Smithy. I think for Ventus's point of view, I think he overthought some of his keeps. So clearly, his keep there was like he had Utopia Sprawl, abundant growth, and basic lands, and he had one form of removal. But I think instead of playing around the Blood Moon, you have to play around what the actual deck is doing, and that's combo. You know what I mean?
yeah,
So I
right.
think
Yeah.
that's kind of where there may have been a slip up. Of course, we don't know Ventus's keep, and Ventus Ventus is a very smart player in general. So I'm
Yeah.
sure he kept a hand that made sense. But to me, from the information I have, I think it would have been more ideal instead of trying to play around uh, and not having sizable threats. You play around the actual deck, and you're looking for like Prismari commands and more helixes. I don't know. It's interesting, but obviously, congrats to Derek. I mean, Derek got uber messed up. We talked about it was just the Falcons Super Bowl. I was tilted half that game for Derek, but hey, he came back just like the Patriots, the greatest of all time organization, and somehow came through on game two and game three. Obviously, it just kind of ended. I don't know. Ventus did not have enough appropriate answers for what Derek's entire game plan is, which is I'm gonna combo and
Yeah.
you can stop me or not, and it did not happen. So congrats to
Yeah.
Derek. We're gonna have a mono white Death and Taxes, and a Goblins Finals, which is just phenomenal. Which, like,
Right.
so finals is gonna chill out for a moment. We're gonna have the lower round games being played at the moment because they get to breathe. That's what winners get to do. Uh, so we get our choice of Esper Control versus Jeskai Copycat or 5C Niz versus Prowess. We have yet to see the Copycat and we've yet to see the Prowess. So what do
Yeah.
you feel?
Um, I would kind of like to see the cat and mouse between copycat and control, or just like mid range versus aggro, 5 color nib as mid versus prowess, which can be an aggressive slant. I think I'd kind of like to see nib run it back against the prowess deck.
Yeah, I'm all for it. Ventus, get your ass in the game. Risen, go. We're gonna watch a little 5C Niv versus UR Prowess. And the thing I like about UR Prowess is it's a deck that's popped up. That's had consistent results. It's done well, and now we get to finally see it at least perform in what we would hope is a competitive game. But you never know with
Yeah,
these.
yeah. Stormwing Entity, also with Sprite Dragon, those two cards and that were printed recent set really just kind of constructed this deck by itself. Um, with the red aggro decks or the red aggro cards that have just been notoriously really good, you also just get these evasive creatures. That Sprite Dragon it has the prowess that just sticks around. You just get it in 1/1 counters, and Storming Entity, which is just a 5 mana on the card. Costs 2 most of the time, so it dodges both or dodges Fatal Push, which is a pretty good removal spell, and just with all these other spells, it's just a great deck. One of the strongest decks, and it's been at the top of the metagame choice for a long time. Against 5 color Niv, which I think is as far as like its placement, it's never quite been tiered very high, but it's like I feel like it's trending up in the metagame. Like I think it's getting a
It's
little bit more respect.
solidly in like tier 2 Jun status right now. It's just a good deck that performs.
It's a deck that's respectable for sure.
Yeah, no, it
I thought it
definitely
was a little cute before, but I think it's definitely a fair deck to play right now.
literally just the more sets are printed, the stronger a deck like that can get, pretty much, just because it has access to every multicolored card. So any good multicolored card like Prismatic, it just or Prismari Command, sorry, not Prismatic, but
Mhm.
it's just going to aid the deck. And
Yeah.
I think a deck like that has legs for quite a while. The UR Prowess list, speaking of, yeah, obviously you brought up the completely respectable points of Sprite Dragon and Storming Entity made this deck a reality. But this deck exclusively is running 4 Expressive Iterations, which is a new card from Strixhaven, which is a sorcery. Costs red and blue. Look at the top 3 cards of your library, put one of them into your hands, put one of them on the bottom of the library, and exile one of them, and you may play the exiled card this turn. So it's a mouthful, but essentially, yeah, keep one, put one on the bottom, exile one, and then you could play that exile, which you are obviously going to play the exile. That effect in a deck like this is kind of insane for multiple reasons. One, let's say you have, I don't know, just any one of your prowess creatures on the board. You play Expressive Iteration one, you then play you get to choose one of the 3 cards gets exiled. So you can exile a Lava Dart and boom, you're putting it away. Then you can put, I don't know, Manamorphose in your hands. Then you can cast Manamorphose, play the exiled card, and it's essentially a +2 at least in a deck like this for prowess triggers, and you also are cycling through your deck. It's a heck of a card.
Right. It's like almost a 2-man divination, but in a sense, it's better than that because you're looking at 3 cards and you're picking the 2 best ones, to potentially play this turn or next turn. It's a very very strong card, and it seems like a very smart inclusion in this deck.
I absolutely love the idea of it for sure. It's I can't be mad at prowess because my deck always does well against prowess, so I'm okay with it. But it's been so strong for so long, and it's taken over mono red prowess as the most popular prowess list. Not to say mono red is
No.
any worse, but certainly more popular to be playing your prowess nowadays. And it just has legs too, just for what we've been mentioning, where Fatal Push is one of the most popular removal spells in the game right now, and Storming Entity just completely gets around it. Just something
Right.
as simple and subtle as that just does a lot for any deck, any kind of magic. And I think that's just, I don't know. It's just good for a match. It's what we've been talking about, where they get one or two cards, and all of a sudden this archetype is fully functioning.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes,
strap in for
absolutely.
Modern Horizons 2, baby. And yeah, whenever we're ready, we're good to get into this into the game. I think for the most part, everyone is pretty familiar with obviously what Niv is trying to do. We've been over it, but also what Prowess is trying to do. And I think the problems that Niv ran into, which obviously weren't Blood Moon, but kind of overthinking the Blood Moon play arounds and keeps and not necessarily just going for removal won't play a huge role here. And I think Niv to Light will find even more success in just spot removal. Granted, you do run into issues because they do have a lot of just pure damage removal. They have Helix, they have Renin 6, so they won't necessarily always find the appropriate amount of damage to remove creatures, but yeah, it's this should be interesting. And here
Yeah.
we go. I'm excited for Magic. What are your thoughts on a matchup like this? Who do you got? Who do you got your money on?
I think prowess is gonna be good enough to just sneak under personally. Um, but it kind of depends on what early interaction the nib deck has. If it has a very early lightning helix, I feel like that could be swingy, and just sticking Omnath and getting the first landfall trigger, I think, is a very high impact thing to do. So I think it's tough to say for sure, but I think prowess is going to be a little bit better at getting under as opposed to Niv to stabilize. But I think it could be very, very close.
I think Prowess just kind of blows Ventus off the water, but I hope I'm wrong. Obviously, a lot of magic. That's just like in a typical Risen got a fair hand, Ventus got a fair hand. Go, it's magic.
Right.
RNG plays a huge role in just kind of just variance and what you get and what you don't. So it's literally anyone's game every time a game starts, and that's magic for you, and that's
Yeah.
why it's so good.
Yeah. I think Risen's going to fall down to 6 cards. Ventus, I believe, kept a 7. I'm guessing because he's not shuffling right now.
Oh, that's what you get, nerd. Yeah, I'm more interested in seeing the type of hands that are coming out from Ventus here and what keeps are being had. And I'm not too familiar playing a Yorion style deck. Admittedly, like I don't know how the extra 20 cards affects a decision you make because obviously we saw in that last game I think he kept a hand that played around Blood Moon, which I don't think is ideal. But I mean, he had a playable. He was playing cards. They weren't great cards, but he was playing cards. I don't know if that's enough for a Yorion style deck, if that makes sense. Like, I'm
Right. Well,
not
yeah.
sure if I look at a hand like that and I'm like, I'm gonna mulligan, or I look at a hand like that, I'm like, well, if I mulligan, there's just a really high chance of this being like unplayable. Like, I don't know if you keep it almost like Tron, where if you can play cards in your hand, you keep Tron, or if
Yeah.
it's just you mulligan as normal. I'm not too familiar with Yorion playstyles, which I probably should get
Yeah.
familiar.
To me, it's mostly frustration because you're fetching for a singleton triome and you never find it until you look the second time and it's like right in front of your thumb. So that's my experience with Yorion decks. The one thing also, and it is an 80 card pile of cards. So you you kind of lose some sort of consistency of like, oh, I need exactly Fatal Push, or I need exactly Lightning Helix, or I need exactly X card. instead of digging through, you're making your percentage like quite a bit smaller because your pile of cards is so much bigger. And then also, that's super minor. And then deck thinning also, you don't really thin the deck too much when you go down from 70 cards to 69 cards, or as opposed to like 50 to 49. The percentages are just a lot smaller. But I'm kind of a nerd, so I care about stuff like that. Um, so 3 mana going into turn 2 into Teferi. That's a pretty strong turn 2 play.
especially when it's a bounce. That's a ridiculous. Well, what I was going to mention was Ventus is in a super good position just simply being on the play here. Like that's a terrific start for him, and credit to Risen for doing the Soul Scar Mage first, and not essentially not, I wouldn't say baiting to Fairy in, but that's a not great outcome for Ventus here. But
Yeah.
I would say things are still even. I mean, Risen is tapped out unless he has a mutagenic growth. I have to imagine there's going to be some form of removal going to be looked at from Risen here.
Yeah.
So we'll have to see what happens. Even if a mutagenic growth is used to save one of his creatures, I still think that's a plus for Ventus. So
Yeah.
we'll see how this plays out. Ventus in his opening turn fetched for a basic, and I was going to mention that it's pretty obvious that he has any combination of sprawl, growth, or bird ready at
Yeah.
hand.
Hmm.
So curious to see how this plays out for Ventus. It's not a terrific state of the field, but Ventus has like even a lightning helix would be insane for Ventus
Yes.
right now. So that, like, as card as simple as that can easily turn this one around. Oh, hey, we got a wider field. Thanks, Dad.
And I think I think the best play right now would be just Omnath, because that's it. Being the 4 toughness, you have to throw a lot of cards at it to die. And then if it doesn't die, you just gain 4 life. But I could also see him not playing it, waiting till next turn. He will play it now, but
Okay.
playing it next turn with the fetch land up, so he'll gain 4, and then on his opponent's turn, he can fetch again to gain 4 more life.
Yeah,
Um,
listen, I certainly do not hate this play whatsoever. Um, it's you're on the play. It's not like you're in like with 10 health and playing an Omnath just for hope. It's strong play, but it is decently risky here because Risen can just pop the F off.
yeah,
And you never know if Risen just answers your Omnath. Granted, Omnath, untapping with Omnath is just so rough
yeah,
if you're the prowess player.
yeah.
And we see a Manamorphose into, I'm not really certain what was played after. Was that Expressive Iteration?
No, he's fetching right now.
What
Uh,
is the card on top of his graveyard at the moment?
that's like a cool fetch land. I think it's. I'm
Oh,
not.
these just okay. Altars
It,
that I
it
don't recognize.
yeah.
Lovely.
Oh,
Oh, there's
speaking
your
of, yeah,
Expressive
there it is.
Iteration. Well,
So
there it is.
prowess count is 2, so they are 3/4. So one more spell, he will be able to
So one more.
attack into Omnath.
Well, granted, it's not like Yu-Gi-Oh. He's definitely gonna choose not to block, especially if he has a fetch that's 8 life he gains from just passing. One thing I want to point out for expensive iteration is that just reminder of what it does. You look at the top 3 cards, add one into your hand, one on the bottom, then you exile one. That exiled one you can play this turn. Right now, Risen has 1 mana available to him from that Manamorphose. So Manamorphose and fetch combo. So he has something to play with this turn, and going to be
Yeah.
interested to see what that card is. I mean, Lightning
Yeah.
Bolts, Mutagenic Growth, Lava Dart, Serum Visions. There's a lot he has access to. Even as simple as a Vapor Snag would do a decent amount for him right now. So
Yeah. There he could gear up for a great play. He does need to have that third spell to attack profitably. Because Omnath is a card that can just run away from the game if you really just need to put damage on. Um,
it is a Vapor
and
Snag. Okay, there you go.
yeah.
and he does have that 1 mana from chat informed me that is the Ziarna Expedition Scalding Tarn, aka Rich Boy's Scalding Tarn.
Whoa, that was it.
I could have sworn he had another
He
mana.
had one more mana. I don't know what, because he Morphosed, and then he should have used that same mana, but I don't know about the Steam Vents. Maybe he just came in tapped.
But
The-
what? I
That was
could have sworn that was the I might be wrong here though. But regardless, Omnath is untapped, Manamorphose is unused, and Vapor Snag is just flat exiled.
that's.
So that was
I was saying I was gonna say that his play was a little suspicious. I was thinking he was gonna Morphos into the Stormwing, um, and I was like, if that was the case, you should attack first and to
think
get that free 2 points. But with the Manamorphose and kind of doing a second spell, I'm like, you have to find a third spell.
what I thought
Um,
had happened. I saw him fetch and Vents came in play tapped, but I thought I
like
can't hear the
fetch,
players.
shock,
I thought he
spend the
just
mana.
announced that like I'm fetch shocking and tapping for blue. You know what I mean? I
Yeah.
don't have the info that he just. I think that was a total punt though.
I think so too.
I don't know why you wouldn't leave mana open. I also don't know why you would go for a Manamorphose expressive iteration play without attacking. Like you just gave your opponent. First of all, you save yourself 2 life. That was the entire outcome of that play. But you sacrifice potentially. What was that? That was Manamorphose iteration and would have been a Vapor Snag. That's 3 in addition.
That would
Yeah.
have been 8 total damage coming across.
So
And
instead
it
of
would, yeah.
taking 2 damage, you deal 8 damage, and you also prevent your opponent from untapping with a Nominath. That was
Right, and they would have replayed Omnath if you actually snagged it, and then play a fetch land, obviously.
I think that was a hard punt from Risen. I can't imagine that's a
And
intent
now,
a Niv. This is fair to say over.
yeah, Bring to Light, even Bring to Light for, I mean, there's so many good targets.
Lights,
The
a Fairy, Helix, Prismari commands, Assassin's Trophy. Yeah, that's a disgusting pile of cards in his
Yeah.
hand at the moment. And not
I was
to
even say, yeah,
he
I was
has
even,
a
yeah.
6/6 flyer and a 4/4 block. Yeah, this is
Yeah.
Huh.
I don't think he tapped. No, I'm sorry. He never mind. He fetch shocked to get the black mana, and then he with the Omnat trigger he cast Niv Mizzet, so he still has that mana available to him.
which is just another reason to get rid of Ameneth. Just
Right.
away. Granted, his follow-up turn would have still been Ameneth Niv-Mizzet because he would have had a. Oh wait,
He
no,
would be able to,
because it's
yeah.
only not 5 mana.
He could he could have. He could play with the same mana and the fetch shock
Oh,
for
yeah,
the same.
yeah,
He would be tapped out at this point, but now he has Lightning Helix ready, and then he
Mhm.
could bring to light to something else that's just probably going to be game breaking.
I mean,
So
this
he's in
is
a pretty
already.
good position.
I mean, this is a great position for Ventus, but it's also pretty game breaking in general for
Yeah.
Risen. Even if Risen hadn't, even if Risen had done the Vapor Snag play, which would have been 9 damage total because of Vapor Snag's effect,
Oh yes. Yep.
you still are gaining 4 life from Amenath this turn. You're still playing Niv Mizzet. The only difference is you're tapped out and untapping to Risen. And unless we even see Risen's next turn, I doubt Risen has enough firepower to combat all of what just happened from Yorion. From Ventus.
Oh gosh. And to add insult to injury, Birds of Paradise into Teferi Time Reveler to bounce your non-hasted red creature
Well,
again.
you're bouncing Soulscar Mage, so you don't lightning bolts and whatnot. The Amenath, he's protecting Amenath at this point.
No, sure, but and that Soulscar is kind of the worst creature because it doesn't have haste. But it just seems like he's really turning the screws here.
Yeah, Soulscar was played long enough ago. That was he's just protecting Amenath at this point. But yeah, that's not great. I mean,
Right.
regardless, Ventus had a great
And
hand.
we're calling it. He's gonna call it there.
I'm not surprised.
Yeah, he as soon as he picked up the pencil to change his life total, I said that's probably good enough to win the game, barring the Niv Mizzet into Teferi into Birds of Paradise into drawing Lightning Helix, Bring to Light, Assassin Trophy. Like just picking up the pencil the first time, I thought was a pretty big favor to him. Um, but let's go over the post board games that will help. So what? So I have the blue red list pulled up here. What do you think comes in here?
I mean, Torpor Orb is one of your best combatives for this. Cleansing Wildfire is pretty good, not the best. Aether Gust is great for countering Niv or Bring to Light or Aminath. He has a lot of tools at his disposal here, and uh, it it could work. I mean, Spell Pierce is also pretty good. You're on the keep in mind you're on the play here, so Spell Pierce gets stronger too if you're hitting a Utopia Sprawl
Yeah,
or Abundant Growth. So you have a lot to play with, and it's not even close to being over or anything sort of like that. But it's still not the best. I mean, you probably get rid of Wild Slash in favor of Torpor Orb just because it's just that much better in this matchup.
yeah. Do vapor snacks? Although we saw how it could be relevant, do you take that out in favor of like a
I
cleansing
think you take that out
wildfire?
in favor of Aether Gust. Aether Gust is
Sure.
very good in this matchup.
I was kind of thinking that too.
Being able to just throw Niv on the bottom or whatever on the Niv, Aminath, Bring to Light, like a large chunky portion of the deck is thrown away with that. And you don't,
Yeah.
but it's important not to overboard and dilute your purpose. Like you still
Sure.
want to go, but I
Yeah.
think Aether Gust clears the way uh, for too many creatures, and obviously Torpor Orb is just ridiculous versus ETB kind of deck. So
Yeah.
that's where I find myself thinking. How would what do you?
I think you're spot on. I don't know about cleansing. Like even cleansing wildfire is kind of okay if it hits a value land with sprawl, but I don't
I would
think I would.
yeah.
I think it's just a little too narrow. It's not really land stack too much.
It's pretty good though on a abundant growth and Utopia Sprawl combo. I'm just not sure if it's better than Aether Gust or Torpor Orb.
I think if that's your turn 2 or like that's most of your mana in the early turns, and that's what I'm kind of turned off of, or it doesn't seem like a high enough impact play to
Yeah.
make me want to do it.
When
Uh,
it comes to Niv Mizzet's boarding, Shadow's Verdict is ridiculous in this matchup, along with Vanishing Verse and Fatal Pushes. So Niv Mizzet, I mean, they just had a pretty good display, but they kind of just get stronger from here. You
yeah,
take out the Unmoored Ego, or at least I would. I don't think that is
I
nearly enough high impact here.
yeah.
You could take out the Prismari commands in favor of Fatal Pushes. I certainly do not hate that move, especially because dealing 2 damage for 3 mana is kind of dangerous to go up against uh, a prowess list. I don't think that's enough impact.
I think you're spot on. There's a few cards like Fatal Push is just would be one of the best cards post board. Um, and Shadow's Verdict. There's Prismar Command seems very cuttable to me. Um, I'm trying to think of other
I think you
cards.
can shave one rent. What I would do, and this is what I think might happen: 3 fatal pushes, vanishing verse, and a shadow's verdict in. Prismari command, unmoored ego, and a Ren and 6 out. Ren and 6, I think, is pretty low impact here as well, just because you're also going to be fetching for. It's good because you're going to be fetching for basics some of the time, so you're going to want to like get that basic back again to just save yourself 1 health, but I just still don't think it's enough high impact. I mean, you're not pinging anything they're playing besides Sprite Dragon, but I don't think anyone's playing Sprite Dragon passing, so,
Yeah,
without an instant available.
right. Yeah, pretty simple. Pretty simple sideboarding plans for both of them. Um, it's kind of unfortunate Risen wasn't able to even get that one attack in. I don't think it would have mattered because it was
I
just such a strong
really
follow up. But
I still don't. I think it was a misplay on his end to not take 2 damage from the fetch before you expressive iteration. Like, you're going for the Manamorpho's expressive iteration play. Like, why are you purposely tapping yourself out before you play expressive iteration? It didn't make a ton.
yeah, even I would have still attacked with a 3/4 into that. Just say, all right, I don't have it, like just to bluff the mutagenic growth, just to get the damage in. Because I'm still not blocking if I'm Omnath. So I think 6 damage could have come across.
You're precisely correct. That's what I'm saying. You're threatening the mutagenic growth even if you're not looking to play it. So,
Right.
granted, they both had 4 attack damage. Like, if you Manamorphose expressive iteration and then you're leaving up a vapor snag, or whatever, a 1 CMC thing, that's still 4 damage though.
Yeah.
Like, both are 4/4s. And if that one little additional thing is like a lightning bolt, you can bolt Omnath and make it a 1/1 as an option. I'm not saying that's a great idea, but
Right.
or you just bolt him and attack for and deal 11 damage that turn. I don't know. There's just a lot of things that I would say are questionable, but hey, I'm not the pilot. Maybe there was a reason. Just from what information I have, that seemed like a misplay.
Right. It looks like we're ready for game 2. Risen, no turn 1 play. Um, we'll, s- but it could be that spell pierce that we kind of thought might come in. Maybe just trying to like use that as a tempo play, just stop you from Utopia Sprawl or your first play.
It's definitely feels bad though if he is not holding up. Uh, and he doesn't have ops or anything. He has serum vision, so yeah, if
Yeah.
that's not a. I mean, he might have wild slash for at Birds of Paradise, but I would have taken that out post board. So we'll see.
Yeah. We'll find out pretty quickly. Utopia Sprawl. He's drawing, so that definitely happened. I think he got it on red. Looked like 3 letters.
That's
But
definitely
this
a feel bad though. Oh,
Wildfire.
okay.
Huh.
So he did
It's
side in the wildfires.
yeah.
That's interesting.
Yeah,
Yeah, I'm not
I mean,
sure. This is best scenario.
it looks good here, but I still don't know if I love it in the deck post board, but it certainly does look pretty strong right here.
I think. Well, what's interesting too, he kept a hand with wildfire being his turn 2 play in mind. Like, he was going to do that regardless. I'm not
Yes.
sure if that I'm not sure if that's worth sacrificing your 1 and 2 turn plays as prowess to play cleansing wildfire on a potential Utopia Sprawl, because there's a good scenario there where he just plays fetch and passes. Like, well, then I guess you
Yeah.
have a Sprite Dragon as a backup. Like, if Sprite Dragon comes out here, okay, because you gave yourself options. All right, that's what's happening. All right, Risen, okay, that's a little bit better. Because if he wasn't about to play Sprite Dragon, then you sold out for a turn 2 cleansing wildfire. But
Yeah.
turns out that this is a decent setup for him. Granted though, he's tapped out now, and that's a 2/2, which
Yeah.
is right in Ventus's wheelhouse. So we'll have to see how this kind of comes to be. What is interesting to point out though is that Ventus didn't play a land the following turn.
I I did notice that. Maybe he thought he kept a 1 lander on the draw. I was like, you know what? I'll
With double
have
sprawl.
yeah. I will. Maybe he just thought he would just draw the second land in 2 draw steps, and he did not. It's hard to say, but if he doesn't throw a land down here, this could be very troubling. He put it on Reddit once again, so he definitely has. I think he has Lightning Helix, but he kind of has to play it this turn before Sprite Dragon just gets out of hand. If that's the case.
Hmm.
All right. That is a way to get your land drop.
Yeah, that's that's the best.
That's not bad.
That's
Like,
what he sold out for the other turn. So
yeah,
Okay, so it was a great play using cleansing wildfire because that slowed him down from a Ren and 6. But now you're in a horrible position because you have no board. You're up against a Ren and 6, so he's getting his land, and that's it. This sucks if you are Ventus. And I'm being told now from Smivy that that Steam Vents weird tap play that we saw, Manamorphose, he definitely messed up though. He said he added red from Manamorphose and used the Steam Vents to cast Iteration. If you know you're casting Iteration, get blue red from Manamorphose and keep Steam Vents on tap. Like that's just a still not acceptable. That's a misplay.
Oh
Regardless,
gosh.
double Swift Spear is a strong move though. That's a
Yeah.
heck of a follow up. Oh, cool. Look at this like freakish art. All right, hey. Yeah, Risen clearly had a game like a terrific hand holding oh, here we go. Even nicer.
Yeah.
And draw from Manamorphose. Hopefully he does UR this time and doesn't flip this. Um
Hopefully it's or oh
Ooh, that's nice. So we got 2 extra power on
we
these
got
Swift
yeah.
Spears. These Swift Spears are 3/4s each. He still has I'm assuming a blue floating. It might be a red floating.
He, do,
It's
he
actually
threw
just
away.
passing the dart.
Yeah.
So we got on him. So we got 4 5s here, and he still has an extra mana. One's going to attack Ren. One's going to go in. This is
I
a decent
yeah.
position from Risen.
Yeah. I was kind of wondering if he could put his opponent down to 3, but he elected not to do that. Like Rin, I mean, obviously, I don't know the content of his hand, but you would put your opponent dead to lightning bolt because he can't play Omnath he can't play Omnath anyway. Actually, he doesn't. He has double green or he has green black, and that black is not relevant for
Mhm.
Omnath. Um, so I don't I almost don't care about Rin that much, but I care about putting my opponent down to 3. So I'm not so sure if I care about Rin.
That's actually a very good point. I mean, he in his hand he might just be holding lethal. Like he might have Morpho's iteration, just something ridiculous like that. He was totally willing to sacrifice his land to recast Lava Dart, so
Right.
it might be he just has enough damage in his hand to finish it. But it's a really good point on your end. Not sure how much Ren and 6 is doing right now. Granted,
Yeah, he would be
it's doing
punished. Yeah, he would be punished if he has a lightning helix to kill one of the creatures, go up to 10 life, and then he's safe for a turn, almost guaranteed.
right, and
But I think it has to be
he would have been
exactly that.
punished if it was double Ren and 6 too. So if he Ren and 6 pinged, you're looking at also a very similar scenario. And
Right.
in this way, he's essentially forcing Ventus to have the lands. He's not letting him just grab free lands whenever he needs because it's Niv.
Yeah.
Um, they need lands to be playing their things, and especially when they're getting fetch options from the graveyard, like
Yeah.
from something like Ren and 6. Granted, Ren and 6 did plus already and all this other business, so that's kind of a relevant point, but just a thought.
Yeah. I think he
Of course.
scribbles 4 on his life pad, so he would be fetch shocking if that's true. Um,
I mean,
I'm
Lightning Helix
guessing.
really brings this out of the grave for Ventus. There are a couple cards that Ventus would love to see right now.
Yeah.
I don't know if they will be making a guest appearance here. I mean, there's any combination of Kaya's Guile, Lightning Helix, nah, Terraria doesn't do much, but even just establishing like a Kaya's Guile into a Birds of Paradise just to have a blocker is a pretty strong move
Yeah.
still. This is definitely interesting. Curious to see how this plays out from here. And not to mention, fatal pushes from the board, vanishing versus Shadow's Verdict would just be a. I'm not. Granted, he can't cast Shadow's Verdict, but Shadow's Verdict is still potentially in play here.
Yeah. We picked up
Oh, yeah, no,
blue mana.
yeah, he can cast Shadow's Verdict if he had it. Let's see.
He's 1 mana off of Shadow's
So he
Verdict,
did
but
keep his Mari commands. That's interesting because I'm wonder what he shaved for the fatal pushes in that case. Maybe he got rid of his Birds of Paradise because of all
well,
the
I
lava
actually
darts.
think Teferi, even though it did come up, I don't think it's that good in the matchup. Maybe he just elected not to play because the threats are so cheap on the opponent's side. Maybe he just did not. It's like, I don't care about this kind of tempo play. I'd rather have cheaper stuff because
Sure.
Teferi's not amazing in the
What
matchup.
I think the Birds of Paradise were shaved because of lava darts. So he
Uh,
kept the
that
Prismatic
makes sense too.
Command, and so he
Yeah,
Prismatic Command a Assassin's Trophy to clear the field. Risen is still in a great spot though. I mean, Aminath is obviously a huge backbreaker hellhole, but
yeah.
I mean, you even with just burn effects, you're in victory formation here. So
What helps with Omnat, if that is a threat, he cannot cast it but prior to fetching. So he cannot get the gain 4 life trigger on his next turn because he
why
has
not?
green. He has
Oh,
double green,
yeah, because he has double green. Yeah, you're
or
right.
like green and black. And black is doesn't help.
Yeah, yeah,
It's
no,
like the
you're
worst
right.
fetch for Omnath. So his life total is still very much in danger after this turn.
Yeah,
Um,
I think getting that Overgrown Tomb was avoidable. Also, if I'm correct,
I
I
think
don't,
he fetch shocked
he
Utopia
got it
Scroll.
for a fatal push, but he could have gotten Godless Shrine from that.
Yeah, it's tough because I don't see this first play. He's tapping 3. He has 3 land sap. This is a Manamorphose, probably on blue red.
And it might be just for a
Red
entity.
red. Okay, it's red red.
Oh, it might be Stormwing Entity as a follow up. I mean, he has mana for it, so
Storming Entity would be very good. Just to because your opponent probably can't gain life or enough reasonable life, and you can cast Sculpt your drop.
as a
But
Manamorphose to draw and pat. That's rough.
that's I would be a little relieved on Ventus, but he's still not out of the woods at 4 life.
No, and I mean, if he does fetch for whatever purpose, a follow up bolt would be pretty
Yep.
inconvenient. And keep in mind he does not have white mana, so he cannot Lightning Helix or Aminath at the moment without putting himself to 3 health. There's the mana we're referring to. Let's see what this
The
is. Just a Ren and 6
Ren.
again, which is I don't think doing enough. I don't think that's like where I'd want to be. Well, as we've been saying, he's at 4 health, so
Yeah.
you're fetching if you
He.
are getting white mana, which is tough in
Yeah.
his current position. Let's see what happens though. It's gonna be a Soulscar Mage, and I'm not
Yep.
sure I would have played that mountain on Risen Zen,
I-
just because you want to be holding cards in your hands. I mean, you had 3 mana untapped. I don't think that's a very necessary play unless unless he can fill that curve out at
Yeah.
ETB. You know what I mean? Not ETB at the end of the turn.
So he probably either has some blue counter magic or just pile of lands. But yeah, as you said, if you keep them out in hand, you kind of represent that you have more threats.
He just doesn't run counter magic besides Spell Pierce, and again, that's
That would
unless
be it.
well, he has double Aether Gust. That's also an option.
Yeah.
So yeah, I guess he might be holding up Aether Gust. I'm not sure. I'm still not unless the contents of his 2 card hand are 2 Aether Gusts. I just would have held that uh, land. It just doesn't seem very necessary right now. And we saw him pass and Ventus not fetch for the white, even though he would probably want white more than anything on this planet right now.
Yeah.
The only reason you would contemplate thinking about this turn right now is if you had another Ren and 6 in your hand and you take this down, ping Soulscar Mage, and then you play another Ren and 6 is the only scenario where that
Yeah.
makes sense to do. And
I
sure
was
enough, it is Bolt's face. I wouldn't. Fetching in response to his bolt to Helix is a great move if that's what's about to happen.
So I believe the stack is currently deal 1 to Soulscar Mage, which would be
Right,
enough
and
to kill it.
he's saving Soulscar Mage with this, but I think this is going to be a Lightning Helix response.
Does he have the red mana? Maybe
Maybe
Kaya's
no.
Guile.
Okay,
So that would
okay.
be definitely getting 4, and I guess it has to be sacrifice a creature because of the Power
That is
Trigger.
Edict. Still though, pretty strong way of skirting around the issue of not being able to catch your white mana, and now he has a fetch for Omnath if that's the case.
Right.
So the game is just as much as in Risen's favor as it ever. Or, I'm sorry, Inventus's favor as it ever was. That was
Yeah.
that's backbreaking almost.
Yeah.
Super mistake in my opinion of not letting the Soul Scar Mage die. You were holding Ventus hostage on the white mana.
Yes. Yeah.
I think, to give up your lightning bolts there is questionable to say the least. You're within lethal. You have lethal in you're holding lethal in your hands, and I don't know. Even just you're just holding him hostage, and I just don't know if that's where you want to be
Yeah.
with that move. I'm not sure. I don't know.
No, I do agree.
I think you just give up the Soul Scar Mage. You just let it
It,
die.
yeah, I don't think Soulscar Mage really mattered too much.
What best case scenario? Soul Scar Mage lives, and you like what? I don't know. I just don't think that's a best. I don't think that's a good enough scenario for opening up his hand. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Yeah.
And
Not
funny
sure.
enough, as we see this game progress, we realize how far off we are with the post-board plans. Or we said Teferi. I thought it was a cuttable card, but he went ahead and elected to keep in Teferi.
You said Teferi. I think
Okay, okay.
absolutely stays in.
So we're a team. So we said no.
Teferi is super strong in this matchup simply because you force all of his combat tricks to happen as at sorcery speed. If he's gonna pump his creatures up, and they need to be done on main phase, Teferi is excellent in this matchup.
Yeah.
And now we're just seeing passes from Risen, and Risen can't do anything on his turn. Teferi just shut that down, so I think this is gonna be wrapped in a silver box. And then,
Yeah, it's
like
really
you I think it was a total punt on Risen's end to open up that white mana. I think you just have to keep letting him. He has 80 cards in his deck. You have to keep letting him draw to the white mana. Like that was his only out was drawing a Triome.
yeah.
He can't play lightning. He can't play anything. He can't play any of his life gain cards. So keep him at 4 health.
Yeah.
And what he has a Ren and 6 on board that he ticks up. Like who cares?
Yeah.
Like all you're looking for at that point is just Lava Dart.
Yeah, Lava Dart would do it. And we're kind of at the point where he may just have drawn the Lava Dart, which would be the ultimate punishment. But yeah,
Yeah,
it's kind of like
I think that was
Ventus needs to find Omnath, and he's like he's so close to kind of just running away with this game.
yeah. Yeah. I mean, I think he's already ran away with this game. The Teferi sticking is going to be
Yeah,
real.
I don't even know. Well, the best draw will probably be I don't even know that one. Sure.
Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, I think you just continuously keep him on or keep him off white mana, and you just hope to God that the birds of paradise he took out don't become relevant any other time.
Wow, he just killed him with Lava Dart. He was sandbagging Lava Dart, and he drew a second one from Metamorphose, and he
How
just
much
was
health
able to
did
deal
he
4
have?
damage.
He was only at 4
He
after all
went down, yeah. Because he fetched to go to 3, played Kyle's Gal to go to 7, Bolt resolves to 4. The life total hasn't changed from there, so he was only at 4.
That's unfortunate. Well, there you go. Like You got bailed out from the yeah, that is a hard bailout.
Right,
Um,
and we're seeing, like, had he let Soulscar die, he untaps, he has Bolt, the same Bolt, and then Lava D I'm pretty sure he had Lava Dart the next draw step, so that was just lethal straight away. So we did see that he did get punished.
yeah. So I think we are both correct in that uh, letting Soulscar die is still the correct play.
I think so, b in yeah.
I can absolutely to be fair, I can absolutely see his line of this is the card I want to protect because I want to win the game. But
Right,
also
yeah.
just understanding the state of affairs in that game, I think is super important. Like keeping him off white and forcing him to draw abundant growth or utopia sprawl
Yeah.
opened you up for or opened the options you had into not seeing you wouldn't have seen Kaya's Guile, Lightning Helix, Teferi, Time Raveler, or Amunet. Like literally all the 4 cards he needs to beat your deck, he wouldn't have seen whatsoever if you just had him by the balls. The balls. Yeah, that was
And
interesting
Vent
ending.
yeah, had he not won there, it just every turn Ventus is just in a much better position. I think it was a race. Like if he resolved Omnath, I think he wins. I think that was just kind of it.
Well, yeah, I mean, resolving Amunet in a lot of matchups means you win. I mean, that's
Right, yeah.
how the card works. So I
I
think
I even think he had well, he had Teferi backup. He also had a fetch land right away, so he had his next land drop.
yeah. Brad, because it's bothering me so much, can you move Ventus's name over like one to the left? I hate that it's touching the side of this board. It's bothered me since we started. I just thank you. And then move Risen's over if you're gonna move it over that much, just so I can stop going insane. No, the other way. There you go. Okay, just get rid of it. Move it over more. There it is. That's what we need. Well, I mean, Ventus is on the play now, which is just sublime for him. But
Yeah.
yeah, that was an interesting ending of it. Granted, I think Risen is punted a few times this match, twice that we can think of.
Mhm.
And I don't think they're hindsight punts. At the time, they were questionable. So I think Risen is honestly, or this matchup for him rather, is actually better than it would seem almost. I think Ventus has played this pretty well from the information we have.
Mhm.
Uh, yeah, this is interesting. Yeah, life total updates are certainly something that would be a nice factor, but unfortunately, we don't have that accessibility. Players try to keep track of it as forefront as possible. Uh, but yeah, Ventus's pad is the only thing we have access to. We could ask Ventus to like put his pad up on life total changes, but
I'll do my best to try to keep up myself, because Ventus live tells his is the only one that really matters in this game.
that's true.
Uh,
You know, I'll do the same. I'll be keeping track along the way.
okay.
All right, well, we see Ventus starting off on the play here. On the play, so on the play in a Proudness matchup, obviously Fatal Push kind of makes this point irrelevant, but we know he's keeping Prismari commands and like that in. Being on the play here lets you get those damage removal spells in early enough to the point where prowess effects are irrelevant. In the early game, it's so nice to be able to, my in my experiences, bolt, seal of fire out the early prowess creatures because you're on the play and they don't have access to additional mana to protect them unless it's
Right.
of course mutagenic growth. But if they do that, you're in a winning position anyway. Um, yeah, there's a lot of yeah, it's a very comfortable position for Ventus, especially with the deck that runs as many damage removal spells as he does.
Yeah.
And like I said, as I'll be trying to keep track of Ventus's life total. I'm in agreement with Brent here. It's the only life total that really matters in this matchup. So we'll see
Right.
what
When
that.
Niv and Yorion are attacking, you're like, okay, he has one turn, and that's life totals
Yeah,
for Risen.
definitely annoying though. We all agree.
Yes.
It looks
So
like I keep 7 from Risen, and I think Ventus is going for a mulligan, or at least deciding a mulligan.
I think Ventus has already mulliganed once.
I believe
So
so because Risen looks like he's made his decision to keep that. Just speaking to the matchup, on the play here for Risen is an interesting position to be in because it's not always that you want to play your Soul Scar Mage on one or Swift Spears on one rather,
yeah,
and you're kind of holding cards for a potentially big explosion. Also, sideboarding decisions. Spell Pierce might have not been in when he was on the draw that previous, or when he was on the play in that previous game. It might be in the deck now, or Aether Gust might be in the deck now that he's on the play.
it's very
So
possible. There's so many like it. Rin allows you to be greedy with your keep, and if you could just spell pierce it on your opponent's turn 2, they may not have the third land locked up. So yeah, I could definitely see spell pierce being a pretty good card. Um, but yeah, it just looks like Taylor Swift Spear coming in for 1.
yeah,
Um,
thanks. Yeah, like I said, I'll be keeping track of health as we go along for
yeah,
Ventus here.
yeah, I
I
think
think this
he'll
is just
be at
going to be
18.
a Triome grab from Ventus.
I would say I would be surprised if it was anything other than that. Yeah.
Yeah, because I don't see a fetch shock in his future. I think he's just gonna be as smart with his health as possible in this current
Uh,
match. And we saw how relevant even one health was in that previous game,
right. Unless he wants to fetch shock into killing Monastery Swiftspear.
which I
Um,
still don't think is enough value to be worth it. So we'll have to see how this plays out.
yeah. I think he already wrote down 15 on his life pad, so I think he's already taken the damage.
Oh, so maybe it is a dead little boy or girl rather. Granted, he's on the play, so he has the ability to like lightning helix on his main phase to kill a Swift Spear. And if he mutagenic growth in response to that, then you still gain 3 life, and they don't have a mutagenic growth. You save
Right.
3 damage, so you're still like a +6 on that.
Right.
I am curious to see how this plays out, though. I mean, it does take a while to fetch through an 80 card deck. It is just a triumph, so
Yeah.
yeah, just going with the teamer. What is that one called again? Ketria? Yeah, Ketria.
Catcher it. Yep.
And so we will. This is like I said, I am curious how this turn plays out because I do think a lightning helix is a totally viable move right now on the main phase just to get rid of this because this is only going to get bigger. Sprite Dragon isn't much of a threat to you at the moment as a turn 2 play, so
Right. It would just be a 1/1 flyer if that is the play.
he's fetching.
Yep. Fetch
uh,
shock,
I
grabbing that fetch land.
I can, obviously we don't know the state of his hand. This fetch land might be his only access to 3 mana. I don't think this is a very good hand from Ventus though, because keep this in mind. He has Utopia Sprawls and Abundant Growths as potential options in the future as draws, which just get uglier and uglier the longer we go past turn 1.
So a suspicious blue mana being held up. Perhaps the spell pierce.
I don't know. That is definitely an interesting little tizzy. And he did
As
have
the
a Prismatic Vista available, so this wasn't his only access to 3 mana.
yeah.
I'll be right back, but I'm curious to see how this.
Yeah. Yeah. So getting black with So he does not have access to white mana, so Helix is not happening, but he does have a Fatal Push for to answer one of them, and does play around Spell Pierce too. And I think that's probably what he's reading is his opponent has Spell Pierce up. One key disadvantage I found this out back in the Euro days is black mana does not tap for Obnath, so he will not be able to play that next turn. I'd be pretty happy to see that. Um, okay, so that was a Cleansing Wildfire taking down Ketria Triome. We'll see what he has. He has black and blue or green mana available to him, and it's also a bad pickup too, since it is a tap land. So Ren may not be interested in grabbing that card. The planes. Okay. Um, so we'll see if he still has to answer being at 13 life. I think is the life or 11. I think on the life pad. That Lightning Helix is still like one of the strongest plays he could have, but he probably would want to play the 4th land drop and hold up because he still is holding the blue mana. So I still think it's Spell Pierce that
That
needs
is
something up.
absolutely massive wildfire. That's okay. Yeah, no, it's definitely interesting how the rest. We were talking about this. The swamp does not do a whole lot for Ventus, and just seeing it is just not exactly excellent. If you're if you're Ventus, just because it does not play a role in a lot of your cards besides Fatal Push, and I guess in this case Thoughtseize. So this is wow. Okay, so we have Stormy Entity. You do have that spell period. So yeah, we were correct. Sprite
Yeah.
Dragon and 2 lands. That's a massive thought seize. That's also a very ballsy thought seize
I will
on
say
Ventus
I'm surprised to
card.
see it in post board. It deals 2 damage to you, and I just don't think it trades as well as you would want it to.
Well, it does. I mean, the way of looking at thought seize in this matchup, you can look at Proudness as a combo based deck, and removing combo pieces can really only help you. So in this case, Storming Entity, or I guess in this case, Spell Pierce, are just strong cards to remove. And if by getting rid of that Spell Pierce, you now open yourself up to a lot. Like you can Lightning Helix freely, knowing that this card can be dead.
Yep. So he was at 9 after taking the damage for Thoughtseize. He's gonna blow up his fetch land to go fetch shock. He announced that he was at 6 damage.
There's no way this isn't like a Kaya's Guile or Lightning Helix type scenario, just because you're in the clear. He has Sprite Dragon and Storming Entity. You're not afraid of what he presents at the moment. Granted, if he draws a Manamorphose, this game is just right back at it. So
Yeah,
this
I
game
think he
was
wants to do whatever he has. He wants to do it right now because he knows the shields are down. Like he
yeah.
took care of the Spell Pierce. Um, yeah, it could definitely be a Kaya's Guile just to gain life and kill the creature. But unfortunately fetching, he already fetched for black mana once. He's so that turned him off of turn from Omnath. So this had to be a good fetch. I think it is Overgrown
Overgrown Tomb
Tomb.
again. He
And
really
that's
does not like Godless Shrine at
yeah,
all. Granted, I don't know what you would do with the extra white mana, but
right.
it is a Kaya's Guile. Sacrifice. I'm gonna guess gain 4. We're back up at 10 health. Please stop updating me, Brad. I got it.
uh
And up to 6, gonna just grab Triome and probably just play that into play casually next turn. But Ventus now has a ton of time. Unless this is a Manamorphose, Ventus has time
yeah.
because he knows he's got double lands, Storming Entity, and uh, Bird to keep track of. I'm very
Aether
oh,
Gust.
okay.
I'm a little surprised he did that there and not during his draw
Y-
step.
Yeah,
Or even okay, so he did that. Okay, that makes sense because he wanted to play Stormwing Entity.
storming entity.
That makes perfect sense. Um,
No,
uh,
it's a solid play. Storming
yeah,
Entity is such a cool freaking card.
right.
For those, okay, it's up on your screen now, but yeah, it essentially costs 2 after you play any spell, but specifically the combo is Manamorphose and just get your blue and then play Storming Entity right on top of the
Right.
Manamorphose, and then there you go. Yeah, 3/3 flyer prowess. Granted, he has his, he's completely revealed on what he has in his hands. He knows he has a Sprite Dragon and a Steam Vents in his hand, so
Yeah.
yeah, Ventus is playing without worry at the moment. So, yep, something like a trophy or a Lightning Helix would be backbreaking, and
Yeah.
I don't know how big Ventus's hand is at the moment. I don't think he's top decking, but if he is, it's not a terrible position for Risen. Granted, Ventus can, get Yorion as a companion right now if he so choose, and then just play it next turn. It's definitely interesting matchup at the moment. I think a lot of it is just going to come down to what draws.
Yeah, the fact that Ventus has 5 lands on the battlefield up to a 6th one and is at 10, I would be pretty happy in this spot. I think we were going back down to 9. But he's managed the threats pretty well. And we only know that there's one upcoming, maybe a second. He did scry to the top based on that Stormwing Entity,
He
so
did
it
put
could
to
be a
the
second.
top,
He put at least, well, he did not fetch from the Assassin's Trophy, so he whatever card was left on top, he wanted it.
Roger. So yeah, it's gonna be interesting. So we know it's right. It might be expressive iteration. So we know he has a land follow up. Yeah, it
Yeah,
is expressive iteration. Okay, so we got one on Sprite Dragon again as a reminder for what expressive iteration. Look at the top 3 cards. There you go. One into your hand, one in exile, and one on the bottom, and you can play the exile card this turn. We know he has a Steam Vents, so he'll probably take 2 and play the Swift Spear and swing in for 3, which puts this within lethal range, or at
yeah,
least I shouldn't say within lethal range. If he has one more spell cards within lethal range, he put 1 card into his hand, and he did scry 2. So the card he put into his hand is probably that card that he ended up dragging out into his hand. So this is tight. This is a very interesting game. Ventus has no cards in his hand. Then Ventus is in trouble to say the
yeah.
least.
Yeah, and he also I'm sure he's worried about Spell Pierce. There's only 2 in the board that he has access to, so it would have to be the second one to be right there. So there is a question of, do you just play a safer 3 mana spell, or do you
I mean,
try
Risen
to
should
breed
be
to life or something crazy?
Risen should not have a mana up at the moment. He played Sprite Dragon, Expressive Iteration, and then he played the Swift
Oh,
Spear.
you're right. Yeah, he should be tapped out.
Someone should tell him. Unless I miscounted, which is
I don't think you did.
because it's only you may play, but not for without mana. Oh, Bring to Light is uh I'm interested if this gets Niv because yes, getting Niv is obviously a ton of value, but you might not have your next turn, if that makes sense.
If you have a land, I still think Omnath might be Supreme Verdict
Right,
seems
there you
pretty
go.
safe.
Okay, good. I'm glad ultimately he decided just to clear the board and didn't go with like the risky value play. Um Supreme Verdict was always an option there, but it is an option to get Niv and just kind of like put your PP on the table and just be like, kill me next turn. And then obviously if they don't, you basically win the game from there. So
Yeah.
but I'm in full agreement with the hypo safe play in
Yeah.
that case. And that is a rough one too.
That puts him down to 3 life. He has lethal on board. He does have to answer really both of these threats once again. So very good follow up by Risen here.
So one of the cards he did put into his hand from that expressive iteration off that scry. That scry ultimately is what ended up doing this because he decided not to search, and had he searched, He probably doesn't see these cards. So good on Risen for coming up with the Aether Gust play that we were referencing.
Yeah. So one thing I was thinking when he did cast Supreme Verdict was Omnath, which would have stopped Swift Spear from attacking, and he did have land drop, so he would be, instead of being at 6, he would be at 10,
Right.
on top of having 4 creatures on the opposite side, and then with landfall, potentially gaining a lot more life. That, I think that was a potential play. I was leaning on making that play, but he elected to go with the board wipe instead. Probably not expecting this kind of follow up.
Oh, I mean, that's just a disgusting follow up from Risen, and equally great draw from Ventus though, putting him back up to 6 and only having 1 damage presented on the board that is only growing from what Risen is drawing. Granted, Risen's draws so far have been pretty good, and he
Yeah,
has a way of drawing another one with the Fiery Islet. So
yeah, that was
it's
probably the best card in the deck is the Lightning Helix, and he found it at a very good time.
yeah, I'm one to agree with you. I mean, even Kaya's Guile, I don't think would have been as much value because you just sacked a Swift Spear and they gain 4 life, but you just pinging more damage as time goes on.
Right. Yeah.
I mean, there's still a lot for Risen to play with at the moment, especially if he gets a card like Manamorphose or Expressive Iteration. That's trouble. Yeah, that's not terrific. That's Swift Spears. Uh, he needs to, if he draws a Bolt, this game is over. If that is not okay, so no, it's just 2 damage. 2
And
damage and a really goddamn fancy Scalding Tarn. That must have been so expensive. That's the Zendikar Expedition
they
Scalding
look
Tarn.
fit. That
It's not even that one. The one you're showing right now is still not that one's.
Yep.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Ex
Only $82.
I'd say $82 is actually better than what I thought it would be.
I mean, they used to be 100 like not long ago. They were
Yeah.
very expensive.
Huh. Well, anyway, it's an untap from Ventus, and all depends on this top deck, really, because wow,
Okay. Okay, hold the phone. That was a good card.
it gets Niv, Aminath,
Bring to Light's very good. Prismatic Command's decent.
bring to light, and Prismari commands. He can't play either at the moment. That bring to light is going to close out the game, though, if this game isn't finished now.
I can't imagine what Risen could have to escape to win this game now that he drew Bring to Light. It's
Well,
that was such a good pickup.
Prison's. I'm sorry, Ventus is at 4 health, so and he can't currently gain life from cards he has. So it's still possible. It's unlikely now, but
Yeah.
that was a little stupid, I would say. And he just happened to draw I don't know when he got that abundant growth though. Granted, the Niv Mizzet top deck was kind of stupid. We'll see where this goes though.
So I think the winning sequence has to be Vapor Snag, Spell Pierce, pay for it. That would do exactly 4 damage.
Yeah, yeah, that's certainly a line.
I I just I don't know if you get attacked through Niv Mizzet.
You can't attack through Niv Mizzet. That is not the line. The line is absolutely just becoming the burn player yet again. It's at 4 health. Yeah, and I mean this is the third Niv Mizzet, if I'm correct, or it might be the second. I know he just revealed one and it went on the bottom as right, but um, even if you were to like threaten Niv Mizzet and like kill Niv Mizzet himself, he does have a bring to light coming anyway. So
Yeah.
this is certainly ugly. I mean, he untapped. Oh, he untapped. Oh no. This is no. And if he drew a land, then he just brings to light an Aminath and you just play the land and
Yeah,
laugh.
and
Really.
that's
That's
almost the game. That's
almost game. That basically is game.
yeah, I can't imagine other than my convoluted line last turn. I don't know how Risen can sneak through. I think he just played that from hand.
Rough. He did.
Okay, okay, so we still have a a Bring to Light still at hand.
And so it looks like the winner of this game will be on to in the finals be playing Esper Control. Esper Control making its appearance again at 2-1 over Jeskai Control. So that
Just got a
is
copycat,
okay.
actually.
Sorry, yeah, sorry. I kept saying Control. Copycat. So that was Leamed out of the tournament, but he definitely put up a fight. So cheers to Leamed, and we'll be seeing Fantasia versus the winner of this game in the finals. And the winner of this game being, I'm guessing, Ventus. There's the land drop. So back up
Yep.
to 8 health. And now I think this game is completely out of.
Yeah, I think picking up the same thing when he put the pencil to the paper, that was kind of the final. That was kind of signing the match slip. Uh, and here's Rin. Rin doesn't really matter too much, but why
Feel a
not?
bit bad for Derek here because he's up against a Yorion deck that just top decked one of the only cards that could have kept this game competitive. And yeah, and then his next draw was Amenath anyway. That's pretty rough for Derek. Granted, Derek also had some pretty crazy draws throughout this. But hey, I mean, he was scratching literally the entire time. So
Yeah,
like full credit to Derek for even. Um, I'm sorry, yeah, I keep saying Derek, man. To Risen. Um, this is just as close to his game as it is Ventus's or match, I should say, not game. Like
no.
Risen had every ability to win this. It just came down to a couple draws, and that's how you know they're two evenly matched players.
Yeah, and yeah, each game has been really good. This one's going to be relatively close, but it may, after a few attacks, it may not look close. But it was a very close game.
I mean, he got him to he got him to 3 health and 4 health at separate times on this, only on this game. So yeah, this was well played. Unfortunately, he just didn't get what he needed, and I'm talking about this in the past tense simply because Amenath increasing his health by 4 every turn is just kind of rough.
Yeah,
And you know these lava darts to the face aren't really gonna do a whole lot. I mean, he's put him
yeah,
to 6 health unless he has double bolt right now. That
yeah.
would
He
be
does. He did take care of Obnath. He does win, he had to do that. But I think we do know that there is a Bring to Light still, and Ren is guaranteeing a land drop.
yeah.
So
I mean,
it's
Ventus is at 6 health, so but he also has bring to as you mentioned, bring to light. So it's unfortunate, I guess is the word for it.
even just like Bring to Light for Kaya's Guile is still even that's pretty good. Although I don't think that's optimal. It still is gaining a lot of life. Um, there's just so many sequences, and I think Niv is gonna hold up the shield and just play defense. He kind of looked like he was thinking about attacking, but I think he wants to just stabilize a little bit. Nope, he changed his mind. He will bash for 6.
Yeah.
And I don't see the opponent's life total. I think it's maybe he's
Risen is within lethal. I mean, he's already shocked himself. He's fetched once and he's taken 6 3 separate like he's or two
I,
separate times. He's within lethal.
I think I see him at 3 life,
Yeah.
and
Like I
he can
said,
just bring to life for Helix if that's the case to win.
which may be the play right now.
Yeah.
Regardless, it's we've been talking about it in the past tense for a while, but Risen put up as good of a fight as you ever could. It just came down to 1 or 2 top decks, but that's again how you know you played it well and how you know your opponent also played it well. And you know,
Yeah.
it was 1-1 by the time it happened. I don't think Risen terribly misplayed much here. I think he actually played pretty well. But in the first 2 games, he had 2 very questionable plays that uh, might have been a difference somewhere. I'm not quite certain.
I think we both agree that he did definitely make a misplay in the first game.
Well, yeah,
When
the Vapor Snag not leaving mana up, and he mana Morphos for red instead of blue red for some reason, and then he had to tap his Steam Vents for blue. It just yeah,
Yeah, it was just all unfortunate because he could have even dealt some day. I don't think it would have actually mattered because Ventus kind of just blew it up. And I
Yeah,
think
it doesn't
that's a
look like Rizin
concession. Look,
did anything either.
yeah, and that looks like the game. Ventus, uh, Ventus taking down Blue Red Prowess, piloted by Risen, 2 games to 1.
And Ventus will now be moving on to play against Derek. I'm sorry. Gee, I keep saying Derek's name. Go away, Derek. Uh, Ventus will be going on to play Esper Control, piloted by Not Fantasia, in the finals of the loser. Is that a dog? What is happening? That's a cat.
Oh,
In the finals of the loser bracket, and we'll be. I believe our next game will be the winners bracket into Goblins versus Mono White Death and Taxes. So stick around. We're going to enter a brief intermission, and we'll be back after that. And I believe that is it for Brent and I as well. So we are making our sign off. Brent, what do you got to plug?
Nothing really. I'm the MTG Rants editor, so just check out the podcast, MTG Rants, on all podcast platforms. And my Twitter, Brent Wagner BL, I believe. I don't have that on me, but yeah, check out my stuff. I'm bloody hilarious, so I definitely would check me out.
And I'm a photographer, and that's the only thing I really care about. I mean, I play a lot of Magic, and I'm linking my stuff in the chat right now. But yeah, you can find me at a lot of places. I also have a Jun specific Discord, or I'm sorry, Twitter that I'll also link. That is literally I only tweet about Magic when I feel like tweeting about Magic. There you go. Anyway, have a good one, guys. Good luck with the finals for both uh, losers and winners brackets. And fuck her.
Go Tron, apparently.
See y'all. Man, good stuff. Good
Yeah,
job.
that was awesome.
Yeah, it was super smooth.
Oh, nice.
What happened? Oh, classic.
Do you hate casting so much?
I mean, I can cast finals if you want.
I mean, if you're still up for that, if it goes too late, I mean, it's already 10:30 at my time. If it goes too late, it's a cool if you maybe could jump in for like the finals, like if there's
Oh wait,
no.
no, I work in an hour and a half. I need to. Oh, we have hot mics. You didn't mute our
Oh, okay.
mics.
Oh, then not. That's okay. follow up what Brent and the other guy did. They did an amazing job, and they started us off with this nice invitational, and I can't wait to see what the next matchup is. It's going to be Mono White versus Mono White Death and Taxes versus Goblins, and by the way, I'm Scratch, and we also have Risen here.
Yeah, so I'm the one who just lost to Niftalite, and now I'm gonna sit here and be a caster. So yeah, we're gonna watch the deck that beat me in round 1 versus the deck I wish I would have played in a lower bracket. So yeah, I'm pretty excited for this matchup. Snivy is a really good Devon Texas player. And Goblins, I mean, that game versus Niftalite, insane. So I'm excited to see what those two players will offer. And yeah, let's see the deck list.
I mean, one thing I have to say about Smithy, I'm not sure, I didn't check the deck list, but if he's running the Yorion package,
He is.
we always gotta. He always has makes the joke about how Death and Taxes always plays bad creatures, and with Yorion now you have less of a chance to draw bad creatures. So it's one of the funniest things when you play against him and you get to hear that joke. I kind of always wait for it when I play against him.
So if we can get, like, I'm gonna pick him up because one of the most interesting things about the Death and Taxes list is that it does not run any copies of Auriok Champions in the 95 cards it has, which is very surprising as this card has been very popular in the current modern meta thanks to Prowess being a strong deck and it like can splash into Heliod on its own by just gaining life and enabling their whole shtick. So yeah, but his deck doesn't run any. They would be decent against goblins, I assume, but he's gonna have to do without him.
Well, he's also playing the new card from Strixhaven, the Elite Spellbinder, which is the white Vendilion click, so to speak. And
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure what I think of the card, but this could very much be an interesting new addition to the Death and Taxes deck, in my opinion.
Oh, it definitely is. Like I've experienced it firsthand in our match, and it is super annoying, and it goes into the same line as Flicker Wisp does, where it's so much stronger if you have an Ether Vial to vial it in at the opportune moment. Same with Flicker Wisp, because you can interact at very crucial moments, and that card enables that in white, which is unheard of until that point. So very excited to see what new angles this will bring. But let's also okay, now we have the deck list, so let's talk a bit more about Death and Taxes. And Brad, our streamer, will go to goblins at some point, and then we're gonna change topic.
Well, the Death and Taxes deck is mainly built around just taxing anything your opponent wants to do. So in case they want to play a spell, you got just like Thalia making all non-creature spells costing 1 more to cast, which is just a nightmare for a lot of the control decks or all the decks that are playing just a lot of non-creature spells, making just all the spells they want to play are just off curve. And then the deck also just plays a bunch of like a mana denial strategy through the use of the Leonin Arbiter, and then you can just Ghost Quarter or Field of Ruin. So the deck is quite it's quite interesting because it's just a creature based deck that also just has so much mana denial within it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, having to use Cat Jesus to get their own little wasteland effect here, and yeah, taxing. And one thing I noticed as someone playing against it and with it, it's so hard to play on both sides. You have to pay attention to so many things. It's like the whitest deck there is. It's like pure rule lawyer. So like that's something like that. It's one of the decks that mentally drains me the most on whatever side of the table I'm on. So I'm gonna be curious to see how Swimmy performs with it.
Yeah, also I'm kind of interested to see how the post-board games are going to be because I know Auriok Champion would have been really nice against the Goblin list in case they're just trying to combo off because the Kiki Jiki combo could just absolutely take you apart. So I'm quite interested to see how he's going to try and leverage his abilities to, not be taken out.
Yep. Two things: Revoker and Aven Mind Sensor seem to be really good.
Linvala is also very much a good one.
Yeah. Okay, now we have goblins here.
I mean,
So I
Goblins
wish
is
the
quite
Lumbler.
Goblin is quite the explosive. Goblins is quite the explosive deck. I mean, with just turn one Skirk Prospector and trying to just ramp into other things, and just having the ability to just throw all to the board, Aether Vial, just keep slamming down everything you can, and the deck just has so much firepower that just it comes out blazing, and then it just also has just a combo kill out of nowhere. So it's just
Yeah.
it's quite consistent in both fronts. That's the scary part about Goblins.
Yeah, Snoop being a must kill and Def and Texas only running 4 paths and 2 wins may run them into troubles, but they should be able to disrupt the flow of the Goblin combo enough with their other cards. So that's probably the angle the ENT is gonna shoot for.
Yeah, it's also not just that, it's also the fact that they can Aether Vial and try to instant speed Flicker Wisp, which is a nice way to interact with it. One thing I am gonna say is also very might be underrated is just how Goblin Ringleader can just keep filling up the hand, and that just also is just very scary to face a Goblins player that maybe just draws 2-3 cards off of a Ringleader.
Yeah, 4 mana 2/2 haste, draw 4 seems like a good Magic card. And
Yeah.
both decks will be Aether Vial decks, so let's see who gets the. My deck is now 1 tier stronger than it normally is. Turn 1 play here.
I mean, it's more consistent for the Goblins deck to find their Aether Vial because they have a higher chance in their 60 card deck than in the mono white 80 card deck.
Don't you know that Yorion Def and Texas always gets Aether Vial turn 1?
It's
Like
I
they
know
start with Yorion in the companion zone and Aether Vial in hand. Like that's a fine print of
it's the
Yorion.
unwritten rule.
Yeah. Okay. So
Do you think Munitions Expert might be something to keep in this matchup, or do you think that's just something that maybe is not that good?
my instinct says he's good, but like I'm not familiar with playing goblins. But dealing with the creatures of mono white has always been a strong angle to shoot for, and munitions experts is their best main tech. But yeah, we're getting the information that we're gonna go to the game. So let's do that. There we are. I'm gonna get my live pad to see if I can manage to track the live totals of our players, but I see they're trying to accommodate us by putting dice up, which
Ooh,
is
that's
very nice of them.
So Risen, who do you think wins the playmat war?
I always like ones that look like they're like I'm a purist, so I like the ones that look more like they are magic art. So I'm gonna give it to Derek. I'm not sure if it's a magic art,
It
but
looks like
it
a
looks
glass
like one.
casket from Throne of Eldraine.
Yeah, it might be glass caskets, but like it, even if it only looks like magic art, I'm gonna give it to Derek.
Ooh, okay, so I feel like Derek already has one on one front, but now he's got to win on the more important front, which is actually winning the game.
See how he does there.
So I'm wondering, is Smithy playing the Yorion in a different sleeve, or am I just misseeing that?
He might, but I'm not sure about it.
I just wonder if that's somehow against the rules.
Mm,
Yeah, so let's see. Have they rolled who goes first? Okay, no, I think Smithy's going.
7 and
Looked like a 12? I'm not sure. Looks like Smithy's most likely starting. Okay, Smithy got a
okay.
10. I mean, I
So
saw the 6. So
Smithy on Def and Texas is gonna be on the play in game 1, which, as usual, matters a lot.
of course he's gonna have the Aether Vial start. It's just the unwritten rule.
Yeah.
So who do you think can race the opponent faster, the Goblins deck or just the denial of the Death and Taxes?
So pure racing, it's gonna be goblins, but called it by the way with the Aether Vial. But the thing is, like again, the interaction of Death and Taxes, especially disrupting the searching, which goblins tend to do a lot with Matron and Boggart Harbinger, is gonna be important to get here.
Yes. I wonder if what lands Smithy's playing. It's kind of hard to see. That looks like yep. A Mog War Marshal.
Good old 1/1 that makes more 1/1s.
I mean, this is the prime aristocrat creature, but I'm not sure if he's going to be using this for that. But
Right.
okay. So as we can see, it looks. Is this a Castle Ardenvale, or am I missing that Risen?
It's hard to tell. I see 2 planes and 1 non-planes. I am 100% not sure what it is.
I mean, it looks like it's like an extended art one, so I'm feeling like it could be.
Well, we'll probably see in a second.
Yeah, we might see in a second. But this could definitely help him just over time when you start having dead draws. Like this can easily just make tokens and just clog up the board.
So the Vial is on 2, and 3 lands, and no creatures have been played so far.
Oh, this could maybe be a Thalia. I mean, the
Yeah.
2/1's death, 2/1 first strike is just a nightmare
Yeah,
to deal.
it's a good blocker. And as far as I can tell, he put Yorion into his hand.
Yeah.
So it seems like the hand is more focused on interaction than on actually like playing their hand out. Or they're gonna rely on Aether Vial to put in their creatures, which is always a strong possibility.
Maybe he's keeping it up so he can have a Flash and a Leonin Arbiter when it's quite inconvenient for his opponent, is my assumption.
Oh, we're getting the camera fixed. You were right. It's a Castle Unrail.
Oh, yeah.
Your
Never not
instincts
had
were
it.
correct.
Ooh, Skirk Prospector. Is that the F&M promo one?
No. As far as I know, Derek has a bunch of like custom cards. I think they're
Okay.
like proxies made from Make playing cards.
Okay.
So they're gonna look a bit different than usual. Like he's a special art Aether Vial as well, which we
Oh, yeah.
most likely gonna see in the course of the match.
I mean, that's cool and all. I mean, I really
They
enjoy
look
the
amazing.
artwork there.
Custom full arts.
I mean, technically 5 mana here. I'm not sure if that changes anything, but oh. Okay.
Sacking 2 goblins.
Second.
4
So it's
mana.
4.
We're gonna get a
Ringleader.
ringleader.
Oh, that's
Let's
gonna be
see.
big.
4 mana,
Oh.
2/2 haste. Draw how many cards?
I once had an opponent flip 4 lands. I mean, at least he didn't draw 4 lands in a row.
Exciting times. And we're gonna get a Boggart Harbinger, a Munitions Expert, and we're gonna put a Cavern of Souls and an Aether Vial on the bottom. So 4 mana, 2/2 haste, draw 2.
I mean, that's quite the good deal.
It's a good rate, I agree. And Smithy is gonna take 2 from the ringleader too,
Oh, man,
using the haste. Okay, Aether Vial has been activated, and we're seeing Stoneforge Mystic.
So what equipment do you think would be best here? Batterskull or
Just to shut off the mid-range
Fire
plan that Goblin has, like none of the equipments really stop the combo. Like Fire and Ice can maybe like draw you into cards to stop the combo, but that's not worth it. I
No, Fire
assume
and
it's
Ice.
gonna be better Skull.
No, Fire and Ice. No, he just revealed Fire and Ice because Fire and Ice. What you
Oh.
can do is you can attack through their creatures because they're all red, most of them actually, and you can deal 2 damage to the Snoop, which is just disrupting the combo at its where it's most vulnerable. You know.
Yeah. Okay.
Mm.
Always find it interesting that the deck that tries to deny deck searching as much as it does with like Leonin Arbiter plays the Stoneforge Mystic just because the card is so freaking good that it's still worth it, even if you sometimes like counter your own card.
Yeah. Do you think the new one where it's like you counter each ETB unless it's control. I think pays 1 or 2. Do you think that might have a place in modern Death and Taxes, or do you think that's just getting too risky?
Tough to tell. I can't remember the stat line of it, which doesn't help.
It's a 1/3, I think. It's from Strixhaven. I forgot the name.
There's one of the 6 Path to Exiles. Getting rid of the
Oh, the
prospect
strict.
here.
Sorry, it's the strict proctors. That's the one I was thinking of. It's the 1/3 flying spirit cleric. I mean, definitely something I was thinking about playing in a Lotus control list.
Yeah, the deck already like the two drop slot is super like fought over in D&T. Like you have your Thalias, you have your Arbiter, you have your Stoneforge Mystic, and Smithy's list also runs Charming Prince. So
A 2
getting another 2-drop is like super hard to replace another one. Like
Yeah.
we're talking about a 95 card deck here, so 80 cards in the main board, and it hasn't found a space here. So
Oh no. Oh, I get it. You can't play Auriok Champion in that list anymore then because it's just 2 mana each time, and I don't think you have 2 mana
Hmm.
every time.
It's just like 2-drop slot is the most filled, most stuffed slot in Death and Taxes. So getting another 2-drop, like they have a pretty high bar they have to clear to get to a point where they are actually good enough to be included.
I love how Charming Prince is just a Swiss Army knife.
Yeah, and he takes it like he's like a charm. He has 3 different effects and you get to choose one. Like all the
Yeah.
other charms.
Plus, it's a 2/2 creature. I mean, for 2 mana, having a 2/2 is not bad, and then just so much other value attached to it. I
Yeah.
mean, the Scry 2 is like, in worst case scenario, you just Scry 2 or game 3. Like, there's always something for him to do.
Yeah, it's a grizzly bear with a lot of text. So Stoneforge is online,
Yes.
helped by the fact that Derek's deck has no direct removal in the main board. No spells. The deck actually plays only creatures, lands, and 4 Ether Vials in the main.
Well, he's playing
So
3 munitions experts, so there's
yeah,
still some creature removal.
that is his only removal, but apparently he did not have it. Because that Sword of Fire and Ice is gonna spell trouble for Derek if you're going by your assumption, because it just pings the Snoop.
Hmm. Yes, but I mean, you could respond to the equipping of it because it's still not in play yet. So I'm not sure if it's just, trying to stall out.
And there's a Goblin Matron.
Ooh,
See what the Matron's son is gonna look like.
ooh, that's a Crater Maker. Oh, nice. Because I
Damn,
could,
that is a good answer to a sword.
yes. I mean, you could also blow up an Aetherfire.
You could, but I think it's the dedicated. This is gonna remove the sword card,
Hmm.
and there it is. The sword, not the Crater Maker yet.
Okay, so what do we have as well? Got Flicker Wisp.
Flicker Wisp.
Oh, okay. I was wondering why wouldn't you just save it for the sword when it was necessary? So
So there's gonna be one sorted.
yes, I think you should take
So
out the ringleader because it's just the matron's just a 1/1. Yeah.
yeah, the Matron has done its job. And I think Ringleader is still the scarier target if like a Kiki Jiki were to come in to
Oh yeah, that's definitely true.
copy a Ringleader. That is, I mean, copying Matron is also strong, but Ringleader is just like has the edge in my opinion.
Well, it's just a question of like, is one really good card better than drawing multiple cards?
Possible.
Ooh, Batterskull.
Mhm.
Somebody looks like they got themselves all the full art equipments from Double Masters.
Yeah, I mean, understandably, they are
Yeah, I
very
mean,
pretty.
you're playing a deck so much.
Yeah, that full art better skill.
I like the Sword of Fire and Ice more though. Just gotta be
Yeah,
honest.
the swords, like all the Double Master swords look so great.
Yeah. They went above and beyond.
There we go.
Especially with that one.
Yeah. Okay, there we got another Skirk Prospector, which should give us more mana. And there's the Crater Maker.
Crater Maker.
So
Now's the
seen-
question, do you want to get hit by Sword of Fire and Ice or have the Batterskull removed? Because Batterskull is, in my opinion, maybe the scarier target.
the problem with as you previously said, is that the sword kills Snoop and the sword allows the creatures to go through unblocked most of the time, except a Boggart Harbinger.
I mean, isn't the Flicker Wisp flying anyways?
Yeah, but it doesn't help that it kills the Snoop. Let's see. There's the attack. So if the sword is gonna go away,
It's
it's gonna
either
go
now
away
or
now.
never, yeah.
And yeah, it's gone.
Okay.
In my
I
opinion,
mean,
that's the right call.
yeah, and now's the question: does he have a Flicker Wisp? Because he could. Okay, no. Question has been answered.
No Flicker Wisp, probably. Or they have another purpose for later.
I mean, Flicker Wisp could maybe just try to find another. I mean, man, Sword of Fire and Ice, in my opinion, was out of all the equipments, I would personally say the best one, because it just disrupts them on like it gives them card draw, it gives like it disrupts the opposing deck. It just had everything you wanted on just one artifact equipment.
It has been historically been the way that Death and Tax recharges their hand. Because white historically does not have that much card draw, if any.
Yeah. What do you think of Maul of the Skyclaves? Because like I'm not even sure if it's that good in this matchup.
It's not like I like it in general. It
Mhm.
is one of the most cost-efficient equipments because of the ETB that it immediately attaches.
Mhm.
But yeah, I agree with you that in this matchup, it's probably one of the last equipments you pick up.
Sort of Light and Shadow. Maybe that could be a really good one because after that, if that actually like hits, because I mean, if you have a Flicker Wisp and you have that equipped, your opponent's not most likely going to be able to remove it. I mean, that could just start getting back creatures and just trying to value out your opponent through your graveyard. I mean, this could
Yeah,
just.
thing is, your creatures have to die first, and as we see so far, Slurvy Sport is basically untouched on removals.
Yeah. What's that creature on the bottom there?
It's a Giver of Runes.
I'll give runes. It's the young mom.
The nice aunt.
Yeah, the nice aunt. I mean, technically, it gives protection from your Tron player's Kozilek. I'm not sure if that's
Theoretically,
really.
it does.
Yeah,
Can give protection from colorless, strictly better than Mom, confirmed.
yeah. Can't protect itself though.
Yeah.
I mean, I think
When has
that's the
that ever
biggest.
been relevant? Huh? No.
I think that was the biggest mistake when making or printing Mom, was that they just completely gave her the ability to protect herself.
Yeah. Okay, and we have a Snoop. So what's on top? It's free. I can't tell you anything else.
I can't. I'm not even sure if that's a 3/3. I don't even know what the. Oh, could it maybe be not Kiki Chiki, the other one, Cranko? Maybe just like Cranko Mob Boss?
I'm gonna check the deck list if there's any other free frees. No, there's not. Okay, so that is probably a Cranko.
Ooh, knowing my goblins. That's the only goblin I know.
So we got a better skull in play now.
Ooh,
There's a
Batterskull.
4/4 lifelink vigilance.
I mean, I'm not sure if I really want to be playing Batterskull during these times because the germs shouldn't be spread everywhere.
It's just one germ. And it can't survive on its own. It needs a host.
Very much true. Very much true. I love equipping it. I forgot what the equipment was where it gives it infect, where you could just give it germ infect. I think that's just always funny to see. I think it was. I don't know. I mean, the life gain might be relevant, but who knows if the matron.
The life is
Uh,
relevant till it's not
yeah,
in this matchup.
I
Because
mean,
if you're staring down
technically,
infinite amounts of goblins that can be
yeah,
thrown by a
yeah.
Fling Gang Lieutenant.
Maybe you could just Kiki Jiki copy matron, find your harbinger, then you play the harbinger, search up your second Kiki Jiki, and then combo off. I'm not sure if he has a Kiki Jiki in hand, but that's like one of the lines you could make.
Oh, the Yorion that has been put into hand on turn 3 is now relevant. Gonna exile a bunch of creatures with ETB effects, which gonna return for value. So let's see, what are we gonna get
Oh.
back? We have another Flicker Wisp. We have a Stoneforge Mystic. And
I mean,
can't tell what's on the bottom.
is there
Is it Giver?
some merit to actually flickering your own Aether Vial? Because I think a vial on 5 is. Oh no, is that? Oh no, that was a
It's
hard
not
cast
free.
one. Okay.
It's not free.
Okay.
3 is the perfect number, just for Elite Spellbinder now and Flicker Wisp.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Definitely. Oh, did Snoop just get? Wait, what happened?
I think Snoop got flickered.
I'm not sure. Okay, so we got Maul of the Skyclaves. I mean, okay, yeah, makes
So
sense.
we got the full equipment priority for this matchup down. It's you get sort of Fire and Ice first, then you get Batterskull, then you get Maul, and then Sword of Light and Shadow has now been confirmed as the last.
I mean, it gives the creature protection from the munitions expert. I mean, because it has pro black. That's why I personally thought it was better to get the Light and Shadow.
I think if you give it +2/+2 through Maul of the Skyclaves, you normally are like it's pretty hard for a missions expert to reach that height,
True.
especially on a creature that's bigger than 1 toughness.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think you're killing a Yorion equipped with a Maul of the Skyclaves.
Not with missions expert, no.
This just reminds me of like the times when Tarmo Twin was just equipping the Tarmogoyf with the the Batterskull because the germ token was killed, and it's just like a huge lifelink vigilance Tarmogoyf. Not
Ugh.
fun either.
Nope, that does not sound enjoyable on the other side of the table. Oh, there's the Bogart Harbinger.
Okay, so now it's the question, like, what do you search up with this? This
I'm
is
not
what
gonna
this is
make
why
any predictions. I'm just gonna leave it to Derek here.
this is why I love combo decks. It's just like it's so hard because you have to just find the perfect card every time, and then I personally this is the reason why I like to play combo decks. It just makes it so much more difficult than just play creature 90-degree angle, kill my opponent. Did he actually draw the oh, yeah, now we got Kiki Jiki on top. Okay, that's interesting.
There's the Mirror Breaker.
I mean, the reason I don't like that artwork personally is I saw that one and somebody photoshopped the toilet on the background. It was just Kiki Jiki Plumber Breaker. It was just paining me to see that.
I don't have anything against the newer art specifically, but I also prefer the old one. Just looks cooler.
It just looks so much nicer, yeah. Especially I think with it's a dragon in the background that's just
We all love dragons.
yeah, we all love dragons in our goblins deck. Ah. Let's quickly check out how many lands the goblins deck's like 23. I mean, that's quite a decent chunk. With 2 fiery abbats. Interesting. Just wondering. So now we got the Sling Gang. Do you think it might just... I doubt that he can go for an Aristocrat's turn because he doesn't have the board state. His opponent gained definitely
Nah,
at least...
his opponent's at
I'd
20.
It's at 20? Okay. I mean, I'm not sure if he gained life as well because of the Batter Skull.
Yeah.
Because I think he attacked
That's why
once, so...
he was at 16 and went up to 20 after
Oh,
the
okay.
Battle Skull.
I mean...
So we have Derek at 16 and maybe he's at 20.
I mean... I don't know. This is kind of sketch in my opinion.
There's a Sling Gang on top right now, which
I mean,
means the Snoop is able to throw goblins in case of emergency.
oh yeah, that's because he doesn't have to have summoning sickness for that. Oh, okay.
Yeah, and it allows maybe to, for example, block the Better Skull token, like
yeah,
if a goblin and sack it, to
I mean,
deny
you
the
could,
Lost Link, if it's like if he deems it important.
I mean, you could do the same with Skirt Prospector, but definitely
Yeah,
it's
but
better. Yeah.
it's more value here, and let's see.
I mean, technically, you don't need the. You just need to have infinite Snoops. That's all that's important. If you can have the Sling Gang Lieutenant on the battlefield, that's not a problem. You just need the infinite Snoops. So now we just have to see how the deck tries to go off from here. Also, why is the Maul of the Skyclaves on the battlefield but not equipped to a creature? Was the creature killed or?
It might be a May, but I don't see any reason why you're not.
What do you think out of like I mean, recently they have been printing more and more just colored artifacts. Like, what do you think of that?
Oh, I'm fine with them. Like, Boulder Citadel is fun. In equipments have there been colored equipments like previously?
Yeah, in Throne of Eldraine, there's been a cycle.
Yeah, I know, like Amber Cleave, the famous one, which
I'm not sure if
ruins
it's
every
famous or
blocking scenario.
infamous.
It's the same, really. I'm
It's
gonna
not.
ruin any blocking scenario. So
Let's see.
Derek is gonna.
Expert.
Oh, there's the munitions expert, and this one is actually gonna hit for 5.
Yeah, this is why I said maybe getting the sort of light and shadow. But I mean, the German token. No, it's 5. You said no. Okay, it's not. You can take
The
out the
Germ has
Yorion.
the Maul of the Skyclave equipped now,
Yeah, you
so
can take out
it can kill
Yorion.
the Sky Noodle.
Sky. I mean, it's quite important that it has flying because I don't think the Goblin's deck doesn't really has that much reach.
Goblins haven't grown wings yet, so yeah, you're definitely right about
No,
it.
I haven't seen them trying to fight on stilts either way. Oh, is that it? Oh, oof.
And I think Derek packs it up here. I think
If
I'm not.
you,
Like,
I
can't see
mean,
the top of his deck. It might be the different way, and he got a combo.
I think it might have been just that he realized that the flying board state would just kill him.
It's on top. I can't see.
It's shuffled away.
It's gone now.
Yeah, I know. I don't know. Maybe I wonder what that was. I mean, he had the Sling Gang on top, he would have needed to flip a Kiki Jiki on top somehow. Maybe he had a Bogart Harbinger on in his hand, like in his hand, and he just played that, play another land, or just sacrifice Skirk Prospector, and then just played the Sling Gang, and then just killed his opponent. I don't know. I mean, so let's look at the sideboards again, because I know they're right now getting busy shuffling in some new cards. So, do you think Linvala is a good idea to bring in, or do you think that's just 4 mana, just too expensive, not a good idea?
So we're looking at how this game played out. I feel like the board state was always in Smithy's favor. So looking at ways to disrupt the combo seems to be the right way to go with the sideboard choices, because I don't like it looked the way that he can't really lose on board state alone. So the mid-range beatdown plan of goblins will be pretty hard to execute, especially against cards like Better Skull and the Swords. So looking at a sideboard and looking at all the cards, okay, which cards disrupt the combo should be his priority. So we're seeing Baroker, to some degree Mind Sensor and Linvala. So I can definitely see Linvala coming in. She seems pretty strong in this matchup. And I got confirmation that Smithy won, so his board state carried him to victory.
Ah,
There
okay.
wasn't a combo on top.
So that's what I assumed. But
So the initial assumption was correct here.
okay, yeah, no. My question is, do you really prefer Revoker over Mind Sensor? Because I think maybe Mind Sensor might be the nicer one to have. Because Mind Sensor just out of nowhere, just oh yeah, you were just gonna fetch just or do anything just out of for some random reason, not even like targeting to combo off, and then just be like, I'm just gonna stifle you there, so to speak.
Yeah, but being free mana and just 2/1 kind of hurts. And Vala actually adds like power to the board, relevant
Well,
power.
Mind Sensor has
We'll
flying,
see.
so
I'm
maybe.
gonna put blind faith into Smithy, and he knows what he's doing.
I mean, we can look into his deck and try to see what he might cut. I mean, according according to the last match, it's gonna be if he's cutting an equipment, maybe Light and Shadow.
He
I
might.
mean, I doubt that he's really cutting Light and Shadow. Mm, it's the question. Do you think Elite Spellbinder might just not have its best matchup here? I mean, if you take out Elite Spellbinder and put in the Aven Mind Sensor, I mean, you're trading 3-drop for 3-drop, and it's not really, not you're really going down on a bad card if you understand what I'm saying.
Hmm. Okay, Hummingbird in chat agrees with me. He says that Mind Sensor is not good enough against goblins. And I agree with Hummingbird. Hummingbird represents my opinion now.
Okay, thanks for backstabbing me, Hummingbird. We have never talked before, but thanks. No, I'm just joking. I can understand the idea of it just being too expensive. I was just thinking because most of the time when they combo off by fetching for the necessary pieces. That's why I was just like, okay. Okay, Hummingbird has a really good argument here with making it 6 CMC and can't being put in they can't put into
Yeah,
play with.
like Elite Spellbinder against these faster decks, and the higher drops in those faster decks sometimes just says, okay, you're not allowed to play this card for a long time.
This card's being put away for a long time.
Yeah.
But I mean, Skirk Prospector could then just be like, by the way, let's just sack the sports state and find some new things.
Prospector?
Yeah, the it's the 1-drop they play that
Yeah,
where
I
he's
know, but like he doesn't Sure, like accelerate. Just gives them mana.
I mean, yeah,
And
no, I'm saying
if
it's like,
someone has to sacrifice 2 extra goblins just to get the ringleader into play, I think I would be fine with that. Then
I mean,
the at least Spellbinder did
Mog,
its job.
I mean, Mog War Marshal into, I mean, yeah, maybe. The Mog War Marshal, I mean,
And
that's
it's still
just
a
great.
3/1 flyer.
That's 3-1 or one? Is it a 3-1?
3/1. At least Spellbinder is a 3/1. The same stats as Flicker Wisp.
I think also the same stats Vandilion.
Yeah, and Brazen Burrower.
Brazen.
Let's see who first
I
runs out of 3/1 flyers to name.
I mean, I learned that Brazen Borrower is also rogue. Quite interesting during the Legacy Invitational. I mean, it was quite interesting because also the true name Nemesis. I mean, it's not a 3-1 flyer. It's also a what else do we have as a 3-1 flyer?
Hey, it's your turn.
I'm thinking. I mean,
Think of cards that die to Lava Dart.
I mean, you play a lot more prowess. I think you might think more about that. Damn it, it's a 2-1. I was thinking of a 2-1, but it's not a 3-1. What's a 3-1 flyer? Do you have another one? Because I don't have another one.
I don't. I'm relying on you to not have one.
Let's see if I can find.
Our game is starting. Our game is starting.
Okay,
Get back to the business here.
let's get back to the important stuff.
So, as I said, Yorion, hidden text, turn 1 Ether Vial. Told you, it's in the it's law. It's the law. If you
It's the
play 80
law.
card Yorion D&T, you get Ether Vial in your opening hand.
I mean, the deck wouldn't be inconsistent if you wouldn't have.
It's-
It's the requirement. If you can't draw an Ether Vial each opening on the 7, if you play the deck wrong.
Okay, and there's a Crater Maker, which can't answer Ether Vial immediately, but can answer it next turn before it gets to any amount of charge counters that are actually troublesome.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, sometimes you just got to take out the Ether Vial because Ether Vial is just.
Yeah.
It's a.
Yeah, turn to a Braiding Ether Vial sometimes like just wins you the game because some hands are
Yeah.
capped on the basis of one land and Ether Vial, and that just carries me through, please.
Yeah, definitely. No.
So just destroying Vial can ruin their plans. But here we see second land and Leonin Arbiter. So searching is now no longer free.
Yeah, that's I think the Leonin Arbiter is one of the most important cards in the list for the Death and Taxes because it's the one thing that shuts down almost every deck because in this format every player is just fetching.
Yeah, playing around is around it, and overtaxing effects
Hey,
from D&T is one of the hardest things to do.
hey
Because
Risen,
there's so many things. Rules
I think
lawyer deck.
that's true. Hey Risen, I think I have
And
another. Oh, this is
or you just
important.
answer it. You just
Yeah,
shoot
kill
it with a gun. Or whatever munitions expert throws at people.
He just
I
throws
think
every last goblin at it.
I think there's a lot of things in there. Yeah, looking at the art, there definitely is weird stuff
Oh,
flying
he
around.
wanted to fetch. That's why. Okay.
Yeah,
Hey
I mean, just
Risen.
removing Arbiter is worth it here. Especially like with the fetch, you can now still Crater Maker the Vial if you want to.
Yeah, definitely. I think that might be the correct play because that just forces Smithy to make a play, and if he doesn't have a play, I mean, he doesn't have a 2-drop or doesn't have a 2-drop that's meaningful at this point.
I'm looking at the full art of Munitions Expert, and there's a flying shark in there, but like little spoiler for Ikoria, and a
Um,
chicken.
Oh, is that a spoiler for Innistrad?
Let's hope not.
Let's hope not. True.
Okay, so Ether Vial is gone. Smithy is down to 2 lands, no board, and Derek has his Munitions Expert.
This could be a huge turn. I mean,
That was definitely
maybe,
a huge swing here.
yeah, maybe he just
Okay.
has the turn 3 huge play, and then who knows? Hey, also Risen, I looked, I thought about it. Nimble Obstructionist, Stifle Bird, 3/1 flyer.
Damn it. Okay. But so yes, Smithy having a third land kind of tells me he didn't keep that hand on the basis of Aether Vial. So at least he's not getting screwed by not having it.
What
Like
flash
not
creature
like by
does?
getting the vial removed.
Hmm. So what flash creature does he have? Because if he doesn't have a flash creature, it's just like, yeah. Because why wouldn't you put Yorion into hand?
Yeah. Good question. What flash creature can we see? We may see the Avon Mind Sensor after all. That's the only 3-mana flash creature we have in this entire 75. So, odds are there might be a Mind Sensor coming. Or Idiot
Or
Bird.
maybe, or maybe he just is holding up a
Discard.
Field of Ruin plus a 1-mana Path to Exile.
We'll see in a second.
Hmm.
It's him for 1.
Oh, this seems like a ringleader.
Nope, a Krenko.
What? But did he have 5 lands?
Krenko is 4 mana.
That was a 5-mana card. Okay, I take
As,
back
as
everything
someone
I said.
who has Krenko as a commander deck, 4 mana, and it's
4, 6, 8, 9, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12.
no.
Ah.
Krenko goes 4, 8, 16, 32.
No, I'm talking about when every time he gets destroyed.
Don't remind me.
Oh man, I was playing Commander. I had Thassa Deep Dwelling plus Massacre Girl out. I think I flickered her 8 times, wiping the board 8 times in a row.
So there's a path. So
Yep.
you got that part right. So
But
yeah,
suppose it-
you went Field of Ruin into path. You were 100% correct about
Okay.
his play here.
Well,
So
that
Krenko is
sucks.
no longer relevant, and he can't pay 6 mana to get him back here.
How many basics is he running? Okay, I think he's running more than enough to actually be able to
Yeah,
fetch.
there's 4 basics total in the deck: 3 mountains and 1 swamp.
Yes.
So
So
so there's 2 mountains. Like there's 1 mountain left in deck and or hand.
well, I mean, Ghost Quarter is now getting much better and better. I mean, it's not, you know, Ghost Quarter becomes a strip mine as soon as your opponent runs out of basics. That's the reason to maybe play more basics than.
Yeah. Like let's actually. Oh, the
Okay,
Stoneforge Mystic is actually grabbing a Maul of the Skycliffs this time.
I mean, this in my opinion just telegraphs that he has other equipment already in the hand. I mean, that's at least how I see it.
It might. Or it's actually not always. You don't always pick the same thing.
I mean, I would
Might
always go
be
for Sword
true.
Fire and Ice. Yeah, I mean, like if you don't go for Sword of Fire and Ice, like what other target do you have? I mean, yes, maybe the Maul of the Skycliffs is like. I mean, I feel like it's just so much better. So it's tapping 4 mana
It's a
again, I
pile.
think.
Is it a ringleader? Nope, it's
No,
5
it's
mana.
5
It's
mana.
Kiki Jiki. There's the Mirror Breaker. Looking kind of lonely without the Snoop looking in like through the window.
Well, I mean, I think I maybe would have just waited till to be able to do that at instant speed.
But removing the Stoneforge Mystic leaves
Oh
the
yeah,
Maul currently
that's true.
stranded here, as it does not have a creature to be attached to.
Yeah, no, it's actually correct because now he could actually, if he lets him untap, he could then use the Stoneforge Mystic, to maybe get a Batter Skull in, because maybe he already has a Batter Skull in hand. That's why he grabbed the Maul just to have a flying creature.
He
Like,
might. And here's Stepmom. All alone, no one to protect.
Now this is a scary stepmom.
Oh yeah, that is a scary stepmom.
And
She
but
suddenly learned how to fly,
I
and
mean, but
is pretty quick
Kiki-Jiki
at
can
hitting
take her
things.
out. That's the problem. I mean, Kiki-Jiki, if he's uncontested, can easily. It's like Splinter Twin. Just grind your opponent out with a a Splinter Twin Snapcaster Mage, or in this case, just have a Splinter Twin on Munitions Expert, just destroy or just machine gun down all the creatures your opponent plays.
Yeah, but the mom is now free
No.
for.
Oh, is she a 1/2?
She's a 1/2.
Oh, okay. But I mean, like,
So she actually, without another goblin, she
okay.
survives Munitions Expert.
How
Correct.
likely is that?
How likely is it that the goblin player does not have another goblin in hand? It would be easier to answer if you knew how many cards there were. And there's Terminate. I mean, that works too. That's not a Munitions Expert. That's not another goblin, but that also kills creatures.
Yes. If he's What was the point of playing the Terminate then? Oh, maybe he wanted to Kiki-Jiki and just double Matron? I mean,
Yeah, double
that's
Matron seems strong here, and he has like a super strong control of the board. Turns out
yeah,
destroying Aether Vial helps a lot sometimes.
yeah, definitely.
Just
I agree on that
removing
aspect.
instant speed, like imagine like the Giver runes going in and at the end step and
Hmm.
removing your like making the interaction window super short stuff. So
It's not just short, it's also quite awkward.
losing flash on your creatures as Steph and Texas, it makes them so much worse.
I mean, I really want to see if he gets the Aether Vial 3 games in a row, because I don't think he mulliganed once.
Nope. Again, it's in the text. It's the law.
It's the law of the land.
The law of Yorion. The law of 95.
Rule of law.
Oh, that's not magic.
Rule of law versus any storm deck feels great.
A lot of
I did
cards versus Storm decks.
I did that once against Nameless. He started casting his Simian Spirit Guides.
Yeah, Monkey Beatdown. That's the backup.
Yeah. It's the secret win god. Just like Bloodcast has 2 black pips. Okay,
There's
so
so Castle is potentially online, but I feel like
it,
it's not
it's online,
relevant
but the
enough.
thing is just it's so awkward. Like you're always one turn behind of your opponent. Because if you make it at the beginning of combat, it's awkward. If you make it in the end step, you might be able to attack with it, but you just at the next
I
time you
don't think
attack.
that the humans are here to attack.
Yeah, but the munitions expert could just get copied and then just destroy the human.
Yeah, I like probably
This is
not.
the This is the reason why once a Kiki-Jiki, like if he can just stay and start valuing out your opponent, this is the reason why it's such a scary thing to see. I mean, yes, it's quite the fragile creature I wouldn't play against like a control deck, but like I wouldn't just play it willy-nilly against a control deck where I just knew a lightning bolt or a path to exile could just take him out. But this is the kind of board state where Kiki-Jiki is just the nightmare scenario.
And it's generating so much value here right now.
Yeah, definitely. Okay, why? Okay, there we go.
So we're probably looking at a Castle activation here to stem the bleeding.
It's not stemming any bleeding, in my opinion. Maybe he's looking to sacrifice silent clearing.
But he has to be careful right now, like with Kiki and now a ringleader on top of the matron.
I mean, yeah,
There's
he
a
searched
lot
up
of
the ringleader. So the
yeah,
thing
there's a lot
is,
of choices with what you can do. And there's a Snoop.
so we're
So
looking at a
even more
combo.
possibilities, more goblins, more combos, more board.
More dead, more death.
How much is an overloaded Winds of Abandon here? Which
6 mana,
it's
I
6
think.
mana. Yeah, so we're actually 1
Yeah,
mana off only.
Yeah, maybe maybe that was the secret tech all along.
It might be the out maybe he's hoping for here. But I feel like at this point, so much value has been generated with matrons and ringleaders that we get to the
Yeah.
point where even if the void gets removed, there's just gonna be like
I'm kind of
so many more
hurt.
goblins. So this is gonna be mid-range because
Yeah.
like Lumbler told chat that the second Kiki is now in hand, so that way there can't be a combo win anymore.
Yeah.
But
No,
there can be I'm just gonna hit you with goblins till you stop moving plants.
this is one of the downsides of Kiki Chiki. Legendary. Can't have two of them out there. I have my
At
experience
this
with
point, I
having.
don't think you need a second. You just need to hit the
Yeah.
opponent till again stops moving. He's down to
I mean, you can't also
a low
forget
life
one
total.
thing about Kiki-Jiki is Kiki-Jiki is also a 2/2 haste creature. I've once played Rest in Peace and followed that up with a Kiki-Jiki beatdown against Dredge. It worked.
Yeah, I've lost to Snapcaster beats, so yeah, I'm used to dying to 2 power creatures.
It's the scary tech of Magic.
That didn't help that I didn't draw anything for 7 rounds.
Yeah.
Okay,
Okay.
so like this game
Wins,
looks pretty
wins
much over.
abandoned or bust.
Like even wins, like Derek still has a full grip. So
This
like wins is just like okay, I'm just gonna replay all the creatures I put into my hand thanks to cards, and good luck.
down to 4.
Down to 4. Yeah, he needs a Winds of Abandon here
I
to
mean, there's
even get
like
another turn. That's a sword. It's a sword that equips, but is it gonna matter?
it's not because he's at 4 life. Like how?
Yeah.
Are you just planning on just being like, by the way, this let me just show you how nice I look with this.
Just showing off the sword. Fine.
Why take out the Kiki Jiki when you know he has a second?
I don't think any of the choices here matter anymore.
Well, because if you took out the Snoop, at least this takes out some of your opponent's card advantage. There's a creature because the Kiki
Oh
Jiki, you
no.
take it out. There's
Without
a
the
haste
Snoop, he
power.
might have to play cards from his hand.
Yeah.
Where there's what is on there? There's another Kiki. There's cards.
I
There's
told you, it's aristocrats, baby.
and yep, there's cards. Just finish off with some a
I
big
think he just
slingshot
forgot.
that slinks goblin.
I think he just forgot to put the Zulaport cutthroats in the deck.
Goblins is a hidden aristocrat.
I
Just
feel like
never
it's just a
bother to
deck
tell
that's.
anyone.
It's an aggro deck, mid-range grinding deck that has a combo finish that can kill you through aristocrats. Where you're just like, what do you want to be? It's the one deck that has it's just going for everything and somehow is everything. Ooh, we got the classic pile shuffle. Technically doesn't randomize your deck.
Yeah, but if you do it on top of normal shuffling.
But I mean, yeah, but that implies that you normal shuffle. That means that the pile shuffling is not. It's just more important than
It helps the superstitious people, so let the superstitious. And it
it
like
helps.
it gets your lands separated.
It helps you more along the lines of just being able to know that you didn't miss a sideboard. Because I sometimes have the problem when I sideboard. It's like, ooh, did I overboard, underboard?
I tend to overboard always.
Instead of bringing in too much, or
Yeah, I'm like this seems good. This seems good. This is decent in like 1 out of 50 scenarios, so seems good. And then
then
I'm
it's
like,
like
oh, I'm
62.
not. I can't follow my original game plan anymore. Well,
Yeah,
darn.
62 cards in. And
I'm glad it's a 15 card sideboard. Otherwise, I would find a way to bring in like 25.
I mean, the Battle of Wits deck would have taken a a sideboard bigger than 15. Oh man, I love how Nameless even in the Legacy Invitational specifically during his match stated that he was happy that I didn't show up with the Battle of Wits deck.
We all were happy you did.
Were you happy as well?
Yes, I streamed it. I wanted to go to bed at some point.
I mean,
Or watch you shuffle 200 plus cards.
at least I took down the finals quite swiftly.
Swiftly as control versus control goes.
I mean, I tried my best to make it. I mean, I went 4-0, just nice.
Let's get ready for game 3 here.
I love how as soon as the finals were over, Cathor just immediately just DMs me just all the things I did wrong during the game. I'm like, thank you. Yeah, this seems like a mulligan. $80 cards, double sleeved with Yorion. I mean, that's a nightmare to shuffle already. 250 cards, that's just it's just asking for someone to be Did you know in Yu-Gi-Oh somebody showed up with a 2,222 card list?
I did not.
And then because of that deck being so big and unreasonably, I mean, it's not because of it. It was not assumed to be that, but it coincidentally was right after the tournament where somebody did bring that deck. Like not even like a month or two later, they changed it to like 60 cards was the max.
Yeah, like, sometimes you just gotta show them like, no,
It was a funny
this is not how we want to do this.
It's like 99% like everyone's like 99% sure it was just coincidence, but it was just so funny that the coincidence was like
Give her turn 1. That's always good, nice to see.
I mean
Especially if
no
you have an
no
opponent
Aether
who's
Vial.
too dumb to play around it. Might be an Aether Vial still, and give her just took higher priority, but it's very unlikely.
Yeah, I mean at least the Goblin deck had it. Which ones of the
Yeah.
Aether Vial artworks do you think is the best?
So as far as is this even an official Aether Vial?
Yeah, it
artwork?
is an official one. It's from I forgot it was like some kind of special either it was like a judge promo or some kind of like promo
Oh,
one.
okay. Oh,
Maybe it's
there's
like
the Revoker.
a
Who will
GP promo.
probably
Okay, yeah.
say, oh, is he actually like you could name Aether Vial here?
Okay, yeah, so this must have been from some kind of GP promo, sure, again, but definitely I know it's not full art, so it's definitely that he got himself it altered, but definitely the artwork itself is from some.
Ooh. Okay.
Oh,
Okay, that Aether Vial looks sick. I like
mean, yeah.
no, which Masters is this? The weird looking one.
I enjoy the original.
Hmm?
I enjoy the original one. It I don't know why, but it looks like it's like this tiny vial with just somehow it's like this drop. I don't know. It looks so tiny.
So, can we figure out what was named with the Revoker?
No, we can hope to know it's something. I can tell you at least one thing. It cannot name lands, so we can cut down the number of choices. So maybe Crater Maker. Oh, maybe it named Vile.
Yeah,
Could it
I
name Crater?
assumed Vial as well. I just want confirmation.
Maybe it's
But Crater Maker answers the Revoker,
Crater
so.
Maker. Yeah.
But no, it actually doesn't. There's a mom or stepmom.
Oh, the aunt. The aunt. Here to save the day. Oh.
Okay, second Crater Maker is gonna.
I mean, this is
Like
quite
might need you need to sack both, and have 2 mana open to do like sack Crater Maker, mob respawn second of a Crater Maker.
No. What you do is you kill the mom and then you kill the crater. The
Oh yeah.
it
Oh,
responds.
it has
So
a second mode, right? Yeah. Sorry.
yeah. Oh.
And there's this.
I mean, you can just
Shut up. The
you can
global shut up.
yeah you can just come in and just slap your opponent across the face.
Then Lala just says be silent, and then with the and then you have Roka on with naming Aetherwile and Vala just naming every creature in existence.
Yeah,
Yeah,
this
that's a
is.
good spot here. So that basically turns off the combo.
I don't get the sacrifice. I am gonna be honest, like, because you just tap the mom and then your opponent is
No, you can
just.
target the mom. You can move the mom,
Oh, okay.
but yeah, mom has
Okay,
been
okay. So it's targeting the mom.
Like,
Okay, okay.
yeah, that's what I didn't like. I forgot. Crater Maker has a second mode which deals 2 damage to target creature.
Yeah, I mean, Creator Maker is, in my opinion, it's quite interesting. It's, I mean, even sees legacy play. It just has the ability to answer everything you need. It's got
Yeah,
the
just being
challenge.
flexible.
I mean,
And
it's just
dealing
a
2 damage is relevant in Legacy quite easily. Okay,
Hmm.
there's a Snoop, which was able
It-
to.
Yeah,
Wait,
it's
Snoop
also
got
the
wild
challenge
in?
cube. It's
Snoop
like I
got
said, it's
wild
also.
in, right?
I'm not sure if I get. It did get filed in. Maybe he just named Snoop because sometimes you just name the combo piece and then he just drew the Linvala afterwards.
Yeah, I don't. Okay, we still have no idea what Revoker name, but if it's not Aetherwile, we can assume it does not matter as long as Linvala is on the field.
Yes.
So Smithy needs. Derek needs to find a Terminate here to terminate or get enough creatures to make Munitions Expert strong enough to remove Linvala. Otherwise, the combo is completely dead for now.
Well, I mean, this deck can still win through like without a
Yeah.
combo. That's like the scary part about goblins.
So Vile definitely has not been named.
Has not been named. But sometimes you just got to give yourself the double protection, just naming the combo just twice. This is the good thing about having just the name Snoop, and it's not like Deceiver X or Pestermite.
Vile is being activated, and we're still waiting on the creature. It's is it gonna be?
Who's it gonna be?
It, it's
Oh!
Boggart Harbinger.
The Harbinger. It's the Harbinger.
Gets to find something to put on top, which activate abilities can't be used, but oh yeah, that makes sense. And Snoop allows it to be immediately played, which
Okay, now
then
this
can
is
shoot down
important.
Linvala.
Now we have to find a Field of Ruin.
You don't get
Oh,
priority. You don't get
Snoop.
priority in betweens, and he's tapped out, so there's nothing he can really do.
No. I thought he had like I forgot that you could cast it off the top with Snoop.
Yeah,
Oh,
he can
okay.
just like cast it off the top, target Linvala. She goes down. Now we're down to just Revoker, who probably still has named Snoop.
Do you have to maybe?
But there's a Crater Maker in place,
I mean,
though,
this
which now
seems
can
like
be used again.
a scary board state. I would not want to be facing.
Yeah, the board state looks scary now. Goblins actually suddenly got a bunch of creatures.
Yeah.
That was a
Maybe
huge turn for Derek.
Linvala had to scoop to Snoop.
Scoop to Snoop. Okay, big draw step for Smithy.
Yes.
We're gonna see both players again, though. Like, this is still upper bracket. Sadly, we can't really see what's on top of Derek's library right now.
Yeah. That's something that's kind of the only thing I kind of hate about webcam magic. That sometimes the camera does.
Yeah, you
It's
don't
limited.
have full information. Okay, there's a Stoneforge.
It's one thing I'm also kind of like I'm looking to getting the non-glare Dragon Shield sleeves because the camera glare sometimes like my graveyard is just not visible to my opponents.
Yeah,
And
I know the issue. I have to keep my cards off of Sarah's face on my playmat because that's basically the glare zone.
yeah, it's like
It's just enlightened, like you can't see anything if I put cards in that area. Getting
it's-
better skull. So
sometimes you can't
don't
play
forget
around
to
that.
finding better skull basically tells me, okay, we're not gonna try to stop the combo because I don't have anything to stop it really. I'm trying to
Well,
stop from getting beaten to death
The
by
problem is,
goblins.
there's one thing you can't forget. The
Creator Maker.
not just that, you can also there's another problem in the form of that even if you were to attack the what's it there's a black creature there that can block the Bogart Harbinger. He can
Yeah.
just block it.
Yeah, but better skull seems strong here anyway. At
I
any
mean, if
point.
he gets combo killed, it seems not so strong.
Like if it gets combo killed, nothing seems strong right now.
Hmm.
Okay, Violon free activated. Or not? Okay, Vile's gonna go up to 4 after
I'm
draw?
I'm not sure
What is
if
happening?
you sometimes the players they with the trigger on the stack they play something and then they tick it up. I'm just wondering if this might be one of those scenarios. Like he's trying to.
Oh yeah, I think that's it. Like he's has the trigger on the stack, activate the vial, and then uptick the vial.
But no, but you got to first put the creature in and then uptick it. Technically speaking.
Yeah, technically speaking.
Okay.
And
So yeah,
there's
yeah. This
is that
seems
another
like a
bug? Yeah,
combo
that's another
kill.
Boggart Harbinger. So I think
No,
there's
but
a combo kill coming.
it's not just a thing. It is definitely unless he's holding 3 sling gangs. Smithy is dead to the combo unless he can find a path.
Smithy has
Path.
yeah, like he's still had like mana open, so he
I knew he had one
paths
mana
now.
open to path, so I was like, I mean, this is the prime time to path because if you let him have it on top, you can just activate,
No,
and
you
then it
can
should be like,
respond. You can respond to the first activation that targets Snoop to path, and that way you force your opponent to put a Kiki Jiki on top.
that's
So
fair.
that way you now he can Boggart Harbinger for whatever creature he wants and doesn't need to put a Kiki Jiki on top of his library.
Oh, okay,
I
that's
think
fair.
that's like someone scream at me in chat if I'm incorrect, but you can wait a bit longer for the first activation.
No,
Of
you can wait for the activation. It's just like, do you want them to at least have one token, or do you not want to? That's where I kind of was thinking about.
and they don't get a token because again like they activate Snoop targets with ability and target Snoop, you path the Snoop and then the ability fizzles, and they have a Kiki Jiki on top, which they will draw next turn.
They don't have to draw it. They could just path and shuffle away.
Yeah, okay, yeah. That's true. But then again, like now he gets a full Boggart Harbinger effect
Yeah, you just
for
wasted
whatever he wants. Like he
Yeah,
gets a free search still.
It's a
Just get another Snoop or something.
3 mana 1/1. 2/1.
Just replay Snoop.
Yeah, why not? Snoop to
Yeah.
Snoop.
Doesn't have haste though.
Ah, man, Snoop is just. I'm just wondering what they were thinking making that card.
That card is awesome. What are you talking about?
It's like putting
It's
in
great.
like a card that just is combo enabled, plays off the top of the library, and just that's what I'm just wondering. Like what?
Okay, we just got to Derek's draw step now. So he's
Yeah.
playing the Snoop. It was all upkeep.
It was
And
all.
we have
It was
no
remember something
drop.
about the vile
Of
trigger
course.
on the stack. That's why it was all upkeep.
Yeah. So Harmony attacks here. Okay, we're going back to Smithy's turn. So disaster averted
For
for
now.
now.
Man, this
Oh,
is
okay. Just passing back. 5 mana
okay. I
open.
mean, I definitely feel like if we had a pointy arrow of winningness, it'd definitely be pointing over at Derek, not Smithy.
Yeah, right now he's very far ahead, but Derek Smithy still has the Stoneforge activation with a better skull in hand. So that's a 4/4 lifelink
This
vigilant
looks like he
creature.
might be facing a Kiki Jiki from like if you take a Vile to 5, this looks like Derek might just violin Kiki, copy the Harbinger, then with
Put
that
second Kiki
finding
on top.
and then combo off.
Might be. We'll see. There's Munitions Expert.
This might
Path
just be
from
there
top.
just to force his opponent to make some kind of a play.
Yeah, we're probably gonna see a Stoneforge activation here. Yep, we do. And there's Better Skull. Derek should look into getting like a camera that's higher up. He definitely needs more board space with his deck.
Yeah, maybe
It's
put
getting
that camera
quite cramped here, but I feel like goblins don't have a problem with it.
up.
They like it like this.
They like it chaotic. Maybe just like put this camera up like 2 meters higher.
Or like 10. Get
I
enough
mean, I feel
space
like
for
you're
this.
exaggerating. Maybe just 9.
A little bit, maybe.
9.81.
Yes, so it takes a second to fall down.
Yes, exactly. Well, I'm not sure if it takes a second. That's just the acceleration.
Ignoring resistance.
No, you
In a
just
vacuum,
gotta.
it would take a second.
No,
But we're
because
getting off
remember.
topic.
Yeah, we're getting too far off topic. Ay, ay, ay.
So Munitions Expert is just gonna throw enough stuff at a germ token until the germ token doesn't exist anymore.
Why not?
Yeah.
It's
That
it's
opens the
it's.
gate for an attack.
I mean, not just an attack. I mean, this this is the thing about the combo in comparison to like having a Deceiver Exarch and Splinter Twin combo. It's like you had to go into your combat phase. This deck never needs to go into its combat phase. Told you.
I think
This looks like either a combo kill or a.
that's the combo even required at this point.
If the Batterskull Germ token is not dead,
This board is like unreadable. There's
it's
2 Munitions Experts, 2 Boggart Harbinger, a Snoop, and a Matron, right? Yeah. That's what it looks
yeah.
like.
This might be like my hair in the morning, untamed.
It's just like a pile of goblins.
Yeah, it's
I
just
love it.
like you don't even know what's where. Trying to get sorted out, and then even then you just can't even sort it out because there's just so much. Like I love how it's like his library is just is on top of one of the goblins.
Yeah.
Like just doesn't have enough space.
That weight is crashing down.
Yeah.
Pure 1/1.
If it was a foiled one, at least it's getting straightened out again.
Unpringle.
Still love how they came up with the idea of calling it Pringle foils.
It is.
I mean, how many paths can you realistically put Smithy on? I mean, he's
6.
got
And 2 of them are sorceries, so they don't matter. So 4.
played
And
one
one
of
of
them
them
at
has been
least.
used. So 3.
Yeah, I mean, like, how high is the chance that he in an 80
Thing is, you
card?
can go for the combo now at any point. Like as long as that Aether Vial is there, you can just in
Yeah,
response to anything Smithy does, he can put in Kiki, make a copy of like yeah.
doesn't even know how to fucking manage his own board.
There's Kiki on top of the pile, the king among the rebels.
Can we just call it Goblin Pile?
This is a goblin pile. That's a definite goblin pile. That's how it looks like when I had 50 Cranko tokens.
I once saw a guy make so many tokens, he just put them all in a shopping bag. Put the bag on the table.
He can actually like as long as Field of Ruin is untapped, he can stop the combo. Am I right here? Like Kiki gets like
Yes.
Boggart Harbinger puts on top, and then you put Kiki on top, and then the Harbinger like you activate it again, and then the response is that you field, and field forces you to search.
Yes.
Let's see if Derek sees that.
You know what's more important than just forcing your opponent to search? It's forcing them to shuffle afterwards.
That's implied. That's the implication. Oh, Lumbler agrees. I saw it. I'm not an idiot. Or at least not that big of one. Okay, so there's Kiki on top.
I mean, Smithy's he's very experienced with the deck that he's playing, so this is the opposite of Legacy, where you just don't want your opponent to shuffle. Modern, please shuffle your deck.
I mean, Field of Ruin has been used quite a few times to ruin Scries and stuff to force a shuffle and force a search for Mill as well
Aethergust.
with Archive Trap or Aethergust.
Yeah, I mean Aethergust plus Field of Ruin just feels nice. You know that meme where they just have that one guy who's just like touching his face, just feeling
Okay,
blessed.
so Derek saw it because he's targeting his munitions expert with Kiki Jiki on top to get a copy which then shoots down Brother's Skull.
I am so confused to like what's the point of that now? It's like, can you
You
shuffle
removed
your own
like he can't stop that activation. You can't stop the first one.
no,
So
no,
if
no.
you were to copy a Snoop here, he could
Yeah,
field of ruin, shuffle, ruin the combo, and he gets an extra Snoop. This way, he actually gets a munitions expert, which removes the blocker,
yeah,
and that opens the door to this goblin pile to
no,
turn
I
sideways.
get that way. I get that point, but it's like, what's the point of doing that if that now you can't combo off any?
Because you're winning by just beating your opponent. Why do you
Yeah,
want a
then
combo if your opponent is at 10 life and you have this many creatures?
why don't you just copy the why don't you just use the original Kiki Jiki, just be the munitions expert, just straight off?
The original Kiki Jiki copied a Boggart Harbinger.
I know, but it's just like, why didn't you just copy a munitions expert right there? Because now you're just taking out the ability to combo. Because unless he has some way of fetching or just shuffling, I mean, I can't see his lands anymore. It's just there's too
It
many
might
goblins.
be a case of realizing it later, just like we did. That
Yeah, or
Smivy has
just
done. But yeah, it's Smivy has seen enough. It's not like
it's not.
that's too
Yeah.
much goblin pile. So Smivy, Derek takes it 2-1 against Smivy. But we're gonna see both players again in later because we have a double elimination bracket, and that just meant Smivy goes to the lower bracket and will face the winner of the matchup between Ventus and Not Fantasia, which is 5 Color Nith versus Esper Control. And as far as I'm aware, that matchup is still going.
Sounds like one of the fastest matchups we can find.
Yeah, totally.
But
And
I'm not.
Derek is gonna chill in grand finals and wait
Yeah.
for that next matchup to finish.
But I'm gonna be honest. I'm not allowed to complain. I play Sphinx's Revelation in Pine.
I still hate you for that.
Do you really hate me for that?
Maybe.
I mean, it's just such a fun card. I mean, oh, I went more aggressive with the build now. The build
Yeah,
now is
wait,
playing.
I wanted to say, did you know how you can improve that deck? By adding a win con.
I was gonna say I went more aggressive. I swapped out one planes for one Amiria's call.
That's not much.
I mean, we're talking about how many win cons now?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, Gama got 2-1. So now we're looking at one Shark Typhoon, one Teferi Hero of Dominari, one Amiria's Call, and one Castle Ardenvale. I mean, how many more win cons would you want to have in control deck?
Not good.
Okay. I mean, I think the matchup we just saw was quite the interesting one, especially like that Smithy was just trying to play to his outs, and I mean, I didn't see the Field of Ruin line myself until Risen pointed it out. So I mean, this was just quite the this is my opinion, just some of the most interesting thing about this deck for Death and Taxes is that they have so many lines and they just have the ability to just they have to know what they're doing. Is what I'm saying.
Yeah. I have the deck, and I'm terrible at it. So I never see what I'm doing.
I feel like that's what I enjoy about that's what also they say about Legacy Death and Taxes. The players just I don't know, they're already like playing the deck for almost 10 years. So they know what they're doing because they've done it so many times.
And just got info that the lower bracket also finished with Niftolite taking it over Esper Control. So our next matchup is gonna be Mono White Death and Taxes versus Nif. So the two decks that beat me are gonna face off in the lower finals.
Man, I'm feeling so sad.
So I'm not even like I can't even decide who to root for because I just want someone who beat me to win, so I can say I lost to the winner at the end. So
The best deck you lost to the best deck. Yes, yes.
Hmm.
Or in my opinion, just I personally prefer the option of just taking it down, but
I would have preferred it as well, but that's not neither here nor there.
I mean I lost to Epic in the Pioneer, so happens.
I'm still happy that you did.
I mean, I'm looking to with the new Strixhaven upgrades. Oh yeah, I'm looking to go back at it. Like I said, a little bit more aggressive with one ability call. I think the deck now should be, I don't know, killing its opponents by turn 30. Okay, that's so. What matchup are we? What matchup are we watching next? Do you know that?
It's gonna be Nif. Nif first. And D&T, yeah.
Niv and D&T. Ooh, this is gonna. I mean, I also love how Niv is just this pile of cards where you just put all the colors in there and just like, I just want to have all of it.
Yeah. Does it have two colors? Is it a good card? It goes in.
It's just, I feel like it's that Spanish meme where it's just like, why not both? That's what I feel like Niv is just all about. It's like, it's just so funny just to see how they just be like, I got a 5-color mana base. Does this card play well? Just go away. The card that I hate the most in that deck is going to be Notion Thief. Like, facing against it, it's just Notion Thief blows me out every time I face it.
Then you'll be happy to hear that there's no Notion in the deck.
I don't care if my opponents have to face a Notion Thief. It's just I don't want to face the Notion Thief. I mean, I once. Yeah, let's think about sideboard. We already saw how small this deck is.
So let's
But
look at the mono white sideboard first because that's way quicker to go through.
I mean,
Isolate, not a good card again. It might hit like the 1-mana ram spells. It might be decent to get rid of like an Utopia Sprawl or Abundant Growth. but I don't see it being that good. Phyrexian Revoker. Again, there's not many activated abilities. You could name a Planeswalker, but I don't see that being that
Maybe
relevant.
you could
Rest in
name
peace.
Tybalt.
Like I
No.
don't see many cards in the
Aven.
white deck.
Aven. You gotta bring in
Oh, yeah.
Aven.
Okay, yeah, Idiot Bird is good.
I mean, if you're not bringing in Aven for this match, I mean, why play him in the sideboard?
Yeah, why even have it then? Yeah, sure.
At Linvala, it's no, because there are no activated abilities of creatures.
There's
so
nothing.
It's like...
It's...
Oh wait, you could take out your opponent's Valky.
Yeah, if he ever enters this Valky, that is.
Yeah, exactly.
Probably won't.
It's just too unlikely. Okay, let's look at the other. I mean, this is my my favorite part about this this matchup is we get to see two 95 card decks face off. At least, instead of just playing 60 versus 60, we at least transcended to the 80 versus 80 deck.
Yeah, it's gonna be the matter of the Sky Noodles.
Yeah. So what do you think? Well, I think we're gonna see Shadow's Verdict coming from our from the
Yeah, Verdict seems good.
Vanishing Verse.
Vanishing Verse is also like unconditional removal in this matchup,
Mhm.
and Push also seems good. So
Push
there's a
seems
few options here.
It's like, what do you want
Push
to take
being-
out though in this matchup? It's like, I think take out on Mordigo.
Yeah, like probably there's
I-
no key card to get here.
I definitely keep in the Prismari command. That's interesting. Yeah, I would keep that in actually.
Prismari Command can be a 2-for-1 here with like pinging 2 because 2 damage basically kills almost all creatures in the deck if they aren't equipped, and
I mean,
for example
as long
destroying
as
an Aether Vial or equipment. You need
if
you need artifact removal, and Prismari Command is really good at doing that while also doing another thing.
yeah, definitely. Because like, let's say if they were to equip the Stoneforge Mystic with the Sword of Fire and Ice, in response to the equip, you could just 2-for-1 your. I mean, it's
Yeah.
actually more even. It's like trading even with your opponent. But if you can get your opponents to just play the Stoneforge, tap the Stoneforge, play the equipment, equip the equipment. I mean, you're taking out so much tempo from your opponent to the point where it's you really. It's like a 2-for-1. You just time walk your opponent somewhat to say. So I'd like to keep that in, I'd say.
Okay.
Let's
Okay,
see.
we're gonna interrupt this scheduled program to go to the game.
The actual
I don't think I
importance.
was being heard.
The meat.
Okay, here we are. Yuri on Mirror Poggers. Okay, so we have agreement here from Ventus that this is the Sky Noodle matchup, and it's gonna be hype.
I'm not feeling the Sky Noodle.
Oh, and he's turning it away that we all can easily read it. What a big brain play here.
Could you do me the?
I'm already for Ventus now. Like he's that play alone convinced.
Well, thanks, Ventus. I would have loved to see you just flip it so it's upside down, so it's much harder for the viewers. Just,
And there's thumbs up.
I mean, I might just not be the friendliest guy.
Okay, rolling a 2 on the roll to determine turn order. Probably not gonna help.
Oh my god. I mean, the other Smithy only had a 3. Like there was almost nothing you could have rolled,
Well, there
and
was
he
one
just
thing.
natural one twice. It's just like it's like when your opponent plays a True Name Nemesis and all you got is just lightning bolts and fatal push in hand. Ooh, I think Smithy might he dropped a card. I think he might be playing Death and Taxes.
I'm not sure about it.
Yeah, sure.
Probably not.
Okay. Let's see what he plays. Turn 1 Ether Vial, please.
Almost assuredly turn 1 Aether Vial.
Of course, why not?
Always
I
the turn 1 Aether Vial.
I'd be sad if not, if there was no turn 1 Ether Vial.
It's not a Yuri on Death and Taxes deck if there's no turn 1 Aether Vial.
Yeah, of course. It's like you'd be doing something wrong if you're not playing turn 1 Ether Vial. Like if you have a 60 card deck, it's of course reasonable not to have a turn 1 Ether Vial. I think also Smithy was playing some hardened scales in this season.
Yeah, he played it, and I lost to it very, very roughly.
I did too. I just drew too many lands. It was quite the easy one to lose once you draw too many lands.
Oh, we lost connection. I think.
Ah,
Pretty
might
sure.
have maybe his
It's looking
internet
quite
just
bleak here.
died. I've had that happen to me before during a tournament. I was like, yep, do this, and then just internet dies. I'm like, this is bad. Because you always feel like your opponent might just think that you actually just, stack the top of your deck while your internet's out. It's just
Mm.
I always feel
Oh,
bad for
he's back.
we've got him.
And we got a forest and taunted with an abundant growth.
I
like
wonder what color they named.
Every color. It's abundant growth, not
Oh, it's
Utopia
abundant.
Scroll.
When you feel stupid.
Oh, there's Cat Jesus. That's a pretty good card against a deck that runs. Let me count.
Yeah, definitely.
3,
I mean,
6, 9, 12, 15 fetches.
not just that. We are also talking about Bring to Light, a 7-mana card.
Yeah, that's gonna take a bit, but yeah, if Cat Jesus stays till then, it's gonna be relevant. And already paying off. There's a Renault 6 getting back a fetch land that can't be used yet.
Next
It's
turn.
gonna slow down the game plan and like the disruption of Nif quite a lot.
Man, this abundant growth is just throwing me off. I still think it's a Utopia Scroll.
Nif plays 4 of both, just to get the color fixing needed to
Yeah,
make the deck as
definitely.
consistent as possible. Oh, there's a new
you just-
card. Is it a Thalia? Is it a Thalia? Never
Thalia.
mind.
You just
I
gotta
looked like
snipe.
Elite Spellbinder for a second.
You gotta snipe the Thalia.
There's a Giver of Runes in play.
I
So
forgot.
this board state is like so annoying for Nif to deal with, because you need to get rid of Giver first to get to Thalia, and then you still have Cat Jesus in play, which restricts your fetching by making you pay 2 mana every time you want, or like if you want to for a turn.
I mean, at this point, you just gotta find another land and then just play 2 lands and hope for its verdict.
He can play the Wooded Foothills he put back into his hand with
That's true.
Renault 6 and fetch here, but that's basically like just time walking yourself at this spot.
Yeah, definitely.
So these 3 creatures are doing work for Smithy. They're doing
Yes.
a lot of work.
And if you time mark yourself, you know you can't play any builds because either you play a Birds of Paradise.
There's a Misty.
I don't like
That's
this.
another fetch.
There's no because this reveals that you have Wooded Foothills in hand.
I mean, he knew that, but that reveals you have Misty as well. Like you have 1 more fetch. But I'm assuming it's gonna be like I'll see what you do, and I'll fetch in your turn. No, it's not.
No, because
Fetching right now.
you wanted to uptake the red and actually get something.
Yeah, the problem here is if you like by doing this, you enable your opponent to basically wasteland you with potential cards. Right now, there's only a Tectonic Hatch in play, which is not online yet.
That's true.
But you're risking like getting Ghost Quartered here, for example.
That's a good point.
And I'm not sure if getting back a fetch with Ren Plus here is more important than avoiding disaster by getting Stone Rained, because you already shown you have 1 more fetch in hand. So getting lands, I mean that goes both ways, right? Getting lands is not a problem. Like you have 1 other 1 in hand, and
Yeah, definitely.
so
But
he is definitely I guess Misty and Voided Foothills in hand now.
So he's got technically double. What's the land under the
Pillars of
teleport?
Harunes. So the any color, only use it to cast multicolor spells. So cast it like any color. End of sentence, because
Wow.
it's Nif, and I don't play any smaller colored cards in the main deck except all the like 1 mana ramp things.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, Ran has been dealt with now. And there's a Field of Ruin in play, so let's see if maybe goes for it. Get rid of the Pillars of Perun to just like that is like the most important part of their color fixing.
Definitely.
So we're gonna see.
Let's
Or
see.
okay, there's a Charming Prince.
Yeah, maybe he considered it more important to develop the board state. I mean, how high are the chances that he actually has? I think it's a of main deck Supreme Verdict, so who knows?
Yeah, you're definitely like you're not playing around a verdict here. You're like if they bring to light into verdict, yeah, that happens. But you don't expect like a verdict on turn 4. You expect a turn 5 with the soonest, and there's an Athalia, so it's turn 6.
Yeah. Definitely. So it's not looking super good. I mean, this is also one of the reasons why Death and Taxes can have so many like variations when it comes to just having a opening hand or like a start. Like they can just have the Stone Rain kind of style, just attacks you, or just sometimes like this. I feel like this is just sometimes where they just kind of go a little bit aggressive, where they just have every turn they're playing something, they're adding to the board, and it's not getting better for you with each passing turn, because they're just getting more and more of the resources that they need, more and more of the denial strategies that they need to stop you from being able to stop them in time.
Yeah, they're just sitting here and like I'm gonna make it as hard as possible for you to play Magic.
Exactly.
It's looking like it's working out just great right now.
Oh,
Okay, we got it to Fairy.
okay, you gotta bounce the Arbiter. Or no, you gotta bounce the mother, the aunt.
You can't even bounce Arbiter here. You like this turn, and yeah, he tried to. Okay, so
So he bounced the aunt.
he's at
Okay.
4 lands now. So Tectonic Edge is also online. So this will mean he's like he can now lose. He's not gonna lose 2 lands if maybe he decides to go for it. He can Tectonic Edge and then Field of Ruin and take 2 lands from.
Yeah.
Okay, there we go. Tectonic Edge has been fired off already.
Tech Edge technically just being 2 mana. Absolutely brutal. I remember that back in the day, Tech Edge was the land destruction card, but control decks just personally prefer not to lose their lands.
Okay. So we're not gonna go for Field of Ruin because Archon of Mary has another taxing effect.
Archon
So
of Myriad
let's summarize. Ventus is allowed to play 1 spell per turn. If it's a non-creature spell, it costs 1 more mana to play. If it's and if he wants to search his library, he has to pay 2 mana first. That's
and
white magic for you.
and if he plays a non-basic land, it comes into play tapped.
Oh yeah, right. It's the second line of text on.
Yeah, the thing has some lines of text.
Yeah, one of them being symmetrical and the other not.
One of them being fair, the other one.
Archon is a fair card.
I love to see Archon versus Storm.
Yep, Archon
It's just
is good. I love the
it's just
card. Like I like it's getting cut down in play rate on a lot of like on the 60 card versions. They rarely like play only 2 or sometimes even less. But it's like one of my favorite cards to come out of Seneca Rising for D&T decks, along with the obvious Skycliff Apparition.
okay.
Oh,
I
there's
thought
another Renin 6. Thalia has been pinged. Slowly whittling down the taxing effects here.
why did he? Oh, because with all the mana denial last turn, he wasn't able to add to the. Okay.
So yeah,
Okay. No,
Ren
This is
Every
hurting me.
planeswalker so far has been killed in the turn it got down.
This is hurting me as a viewer. Why do you like? What's the point of tapping all the creatures to the left and then one to the right? This is just
Because the
hurting.
one to the right attacked the planeswalker.
I know, but like, come on, can't we just like split them up and then get them back together? It just hurts.
It calm down. Everything will be
I'm dying out here.
I realize. Okay, so we're down to the part where we only need to pay 2 to search and unlimited 1 spell per turn. Which means Bring to Light is effectively offline even if Leoning Arbiter was not there, because you have to cast Bring to Light and then cast the spell Exile with Bring to Light. Which you can't, because
Oh yeah, definitely.
Archon
definitely.
says no.
That's what made Teferi also quite fun. Against Niv.
Mm.
That's also the worst thing about playing against Niv when they had Teferi.
Hmm. So let's see what Ventus can do in this spot. It seems like he's gonna get beaten down by 2/2s. He's down to 6, so, or is it 6 or 8? No, he's down to 8, so he's not quite facing lethal here yet.
Mm-hmm.
See if he can get. Oh, yep, that helps. Lightning Helix
What do
does
you
in
target?
fact
Okay, you target that. Okay.
buy you another turn and enables a search again. Another tax effect gone.
I mean, that's
Up to 11.
yes, that's what you gotta do.
Actually, I'm gonna try to trigger life totals here.
So adding another Thalia really makes it hard for the Niv deck.
Yep, and he's back down to 7, so he's still not facing lethal on the board. It's still only 6 damage, which means he can try to get another turn to get a more of a setup going.
Well, this just means fetch lands, unless he can find a way to kill a creature. Fetch lands are not something that you can use.
Yeah, that's true. There's a Wooded Foothills, speak of the devil.
Fatal push.
It's not in the main. In the main, you have Kaya's Guile, Assassin's Trophy, Lightning. That's the main spell.
What would you choose in that spot? Kaya's guy only makes one token, right?
Now you use Kaya's Guile to make him sack and gain
Gain.
4 life.
Yeah, that's what I was assuming
That's-
that was.
Like, that basically means the next attack is negated and they lose a creature.
Each
that's
opponent sacrifices a creature.
Yeah, Kaya's Guile is like an amazing card from Modern Horizons, which has not really seen any play till very recently.
Yeah, I think
And it's great to see it show up, unless I have to sacrifice my Stormwing to it. But
I feel like what I really enjoy about it is just like it has so much versatility. It feels like Kolaghan's command, not like Cryptic, because I feel like Cryptic is just on a whole nother level, but Kolaghan's command.
the fact Cryptic only says counter draw. I haven't read the card.
I think you've not seen the fact that you could just counter bounce, counter draw, counter tap, tap draw. I mean, the thing is just has just so many.
Okay.
I have
Maybe.
once, I think my opponent was, what was it? I mean, sometimes it's just more important to just bounce the permanent and then instead of countering or something. There's just so many dumb plays you can make with Cryptic.
There's a Kaya's Guile.
Yep.
So we're probably gonna go gain 4 and have him sacked. That's at least what I'm assuming. Yep. Reaching to the life totals, up to 11. Getting rid of the Charming Prince, which makes sense as he's only a Grizzly Bear after his ETB has resolved. Okay. Basically, Kaya's Guile, as I said, buys him a turn, puts him back down to 7, but got rid of a creature.
Well, the thing is now it's not the fetch land is still something you can use. Is what I'm
Yeah.
saying is.
You're now facing a 2-turn clock, which doesn't leave you at 1 after you fetch. So yeah, we're gonna go down to 6 here. So we are. If he has another land, no, Archon still exists, so no Bring to Light. But resolving a Nif could be just huge here. Let's see what he gets if he has access to Wooburg with this fetch.
It's just the question, what do you want to block with Niv?
I mean, you just want to draw answers, and then like Niv alone, I'm assuming Smithy's gonna have like I would just guess there's a path or something in his hand because he
Yeah.
hasn't needed to use one and it's probably stuck there and waiting for the opportune moment to finally do its thing.
Yeah.
But like just getting the gas off of Niv and finding another answer to this not relevant. But let's see if he even has a Niv here. So we're looking at Uberg. Yeah, he has the mana for it. Abundant growth being super helpful here to make that forest into a
A,
painless
su- a super
mana
forest.
confluence. Super forest. There's Omnath. Okay,
But
that
what's
also helps stabilize.
if he draw that because if he
There's the path.
because
On
this
the
is why I
in response to the ET. That makes sense.
this is why I would have thought like did he have the because if he had the if if he had that in hand he should have not fetched end of turn.
I think he needed to fetch to get the colors because he had to swamp out before. So he didn't have the colors
Oh,
for it.
okay.
He needed
Okay.
to do it.
I take it back. Yeah, the last commentary team was talking all about how nice swamps are in an Omnath list.
Yeah. Okay, there's a fetch.
Yeah.
So the only critique I could say retroactively is that you could have played the fetch before playing Omnath. It sounds counterintuitive, but that gives you the opportunity to fetch in response to a path. And if they don't path, you still have a 4/4 blocker here. So they're
Well,
gonna take 4 again, down to
I think
2.
uh,
Staring
I
down
think
the
the
death by 2/2s. 2 power creep.
yes. No, I think the whole point of that play was to be able to play Niv as a follow-up. Oh, you can't even play Niv as a follow-up because there's Archon.
Yeah. That's you could have like I don't even know if it's what would have been better to play the fetch before playing Omnath because you only care about the 4 life.
Yeah, no, it would have been better then. Yeah.
Okay, he flickered. The flicker was targeted the forest, by the way, to drop off the abundant growth here.
Yes.
So one very important draw step for Ventus here. Trying to find an
The
answer.
out. Brainstorm, ponder, shuffle.
Flicker Wisp can target any other permanent,
Yeah.
which means it can target lands, which it
Yes.
used here to great effect. So there's a tapped Misty Rainforest coming. So
Flicker
that's
Wisp is somehow like the Death and Taxes secret answer to everything. You got a
yeah, it's
vial
such a
out,
weird card.
got a vial out, Merit Lage, be gone.
Yeah, it's one of the most it's one of the most unique cards in Modern, in my opinion. And yeah,
It
Ventus is picking up his cards, and we're
it
gonna go to
it I
game 2 here in a
think it also
minute
sees
after our
legacy
players
play.
finish sideboarding.
I think it also sees legacy play.
Yeah,
It's the
like
kind of
it's such a weird card, and that weirdness makes it great. Like it's so versatile at being dumb.
yeah, definitely. It's got like an answer to everything somehow.
Okay, so our players are gonna sideboard here. I mean we've already talked about it. I feel like Death and Taxes like doesn't really have much to bring in. Maybe like the original 80 cards are pretty good already. Like I don't know if you'd even consider bringing in like Isolate because that's the only card, and like even Mind Sensor. I mean, yeah, that probably deserves a few places, but we'll see. But yeah, Ventus is gonna have a lot of more tools in its hand. Like getting push in there will help. Vanishing Verse is gonna help. Yeah, all that stuff. So like a lot more removal, which we saw here, was desperately needed to deal with the ever-growing taxing board state that maybe was able to put on the board. And yeah, So I'm very curious to see how the addition of pushes and vanishing verses and a Shadow's Verdict, so a second board wipe you can actually tutor forward, bring to light, or just top deck into, will affect the game. And now enjoy this awkward silence. No. Toilet. Just
Do you think the Death and Taxes deck just doesn't have didn't expect to see a deck, or why do you think there's just so little sideboard options for the
it
deck?
might not be needed. Like looking at the first game, I felt like that the Death and Taxes was pretty favored because it attacks the exact angles Nif is weakest at, which is like
Mhm.
taxing their spells, taxing their fetches, and limiting the amount of spells they can cast in a turn, like by any ways, by making getting lands harder, by making the spells cost more, by just straight up saying you can only play one spell. Just like makes the basic game plan that D&T has already very strong against this matchup. So it makes sense to not dedicate much, if any, sideboard slots to a matchup like this. So I still think like it's pretty good for D&T here, but actually like now Nif has more tools to fight.
Mhm. Oh yeah, Fatal Push, in my opinion, is going to be the one and only thing to take care of everything.
Yeah, push hits every single creature. See, leaning up with a forest and probably tapping it to do something with it, which will be drum roll, please. It's an
Okay.
Utopia Sprawl. Woo!
I was gonna say Birds of Paradise, but there's just so much that could happen.
I haven't seen Ventus cast birds ever. I wish he did versus me. I have lava darts for it. Well, okay. So sprawling
Maybe.
the forest is kind of
Maybe.
good because like it needs
Yeah.
basic land hate now to be removed.
One thing,
So
like if
Field
you're
of Ruin is
playing
not gonna cut it.
yeah. If you play, I mean, it's also good like against anyone that plays Blood Moon, like that way you can just get around it. But
I doubt Mono White is.
no, I'm just saying like overall, it's usually the best land to actually Utopia Sprawl. But um, I was wondering about the would maybe be a better idea just to get like some like paper or chip like confetti, not like a little bit bigger and then in like the colors that you need it, because I feel like that paper slip there, I cannot read what the color is.
Yeah, it might be. It
Some
might be just for himself to know what he named.
yeah
So yeah,
yeah.
there's a turn to Thalia, which makes things annoying. But
I
this
mean,
time, with the
this
fetch and
time,
stuff, he's at 3 mana now, so that still allows Ren and 6 to be cast and to ping down that Guardian of Raven on the
well
other side of the field.
he was actually I think on the okay yeah I know so he technically should be able to have 4 mana unless he decided to be on the draw. I doubt that. For me, Niflite is like that sorcery speed control deck that just decided to pack more win cons and cut on the Sphinx's revelations.
Cut on the Sphinx's refs.
I mean, they're 2 colors.
Okay, just a bunch of lands.
Yeah.
And a Yorion in hand, right?
Yeah. Yes, Yorion's now should be in hand. Is that a companion zone token?
I think that's a companion zone token. So yeah,
Somebody
Thalia
was-
hitting for 2. Putting went
Oh,
down to
Spellbinder.
6. And there's a
Are we-
Spellbind. Oh, a new card! Exciting! We're
Are-
gonna
are we-
have white
gonna
trying
see-
to be black here.
Are we gonna see Yorion come from somewhere out of nowhere
He
into
can
the
he can take the Yorion and make it like old commander. You have to cast
Yeah.
it from exile and to pay 2 more. Yorion has been fixed. Companion rule is fine now.
10
Let's see.
mana to
Okay, we
cast
have
10 mana to
we
cast
have-
the Yorion.
a Shadow's Verdict, right? That's just
That's
gonna go ahead
Shadow's
and
Verdict.
leave.
I definitely take the Shadow's Verdict.
And yeah, Kaya's Guile, Sky Noodle, Prismari Command. Bunch of answers actually, which should
Well, the thing about Prismari Command is, you should think about like just casting Prismari Command and then just deal 2 to Thalia and make a treasure token.
yeah, some stuff like that. But he can't cast it at the moment. He doesn't have another land in hand, as far as I can tell from this.
He has enough mana.
Needs 4 mana. Oh, he has
Yeah,
4 mana. Yeah, true. Oh, it's
it's
Utopia's
not
Ball this
abundant.
time.
See, this is why this is kind of a it's what makes this hard. This is the Paulo Vitor Damida Rosa World Championship card. Well, that's at least the card that's supposed to acknowledge that he won the World Championship. Supposedly inspired by Vendilion Clique. I don't know how you could say that.
How is that Vendilion Click-ass? Can't.
Yeah, when you're inspired too much by something like Vendilion Clique. I mean, it's a great card.
It's like both, like Click and this. I really like this new card. It also like sets a precedent for white getting effects like these.
I'm
So
not
that's
sure about this. Like,
gonna be exciting to see in the
I-
future.
I'm not sure what to think about it, but it's gonna be interesting to say the least. I mean,
What I like about it that like his ETB and his taxing condition is not in any way related to him staying alive.
mm-hmm.
So even if he's removed, he still did its thing. Still gonna do his thing, which is super important.
Yes.
And that's 5 damage on the board, by the way.
I mean, Death and Taxes can easily just put damage on the board. It's not like just Hate Bears where it's just like a 1/1. No. We're talking about like 2/1s, 3/1s, 2/2s. I mean, this can add up. I played against it with a
Hate
control
bears
deck.
by definition have 2 power, by the way. That's why they're hate bears.
I mean, yeah, I know, but like the thing is, like, what do you want to call it? Elite Spellbinder? Do you want to call it a hate?
It's a hate centaur courser.
Ay. Yeah, you just call it whatever you want. Do you wanna
Yep.
do you wanna
There's the
hear a name?
Prismari command to get rid of Thalia, by the way. As you have
Yes,
called.
I mean, of course. I mean, I wouldn't have done it any other way. Hey, Risen, do you wanna hear a name of another card that's a 3/1 flying creature?
If you say elite spellbinder.
No. I was gonna say Liev Sky Knight. It's a 3/1 flying creature. When it enters the battlefield, you can detain target non-land permanent. and
At this
opponent
point, you're
control.
just on Scryfall.
I'm not on Scryfall.
You're not?
No, I'm on Gatherer.
Okay, yeah, so shitty Scryfall. Sure. Okay, let's get back to the match. So right now, nothing is happening. Very exciting. I don't know why nothing is happening, but nothing is happening.
It might be that Ventus is thinking about what he's doing. I mean, this is. I'd say it's like either. It can go either way. Ooh, did we sacrifice the treasure? No, we did not. What did you think of the new Is It Dragon, the one that can make treasures be like tap for 2?
Like in general or for format specific?
Just in general.
It's a card. Probably not good. Gold spent dragon is better.
Yeah,
Okay,
I don't know what
tapping
to think
4
of it.
here.
It's 5, so to speak.
Oh, it's a big dragon.
I
Oh
mean,
yeah,
do you
right.
think
It's 5 because I hate. Okay, we're gonna reveal 10 cards here. So that's a bunch of misses. Oh boy. Oh
this is
no.
my this is
Prismari
what I'd like to
command.
see again?
Oh no. Bring to light. Okay. Bring to light in the set. Oh, okay. The final few cards kind of got it. So he's gonna add a Prismari command, a Bring to Light, and an Assassin's Trophy to hand. So that Bring to Light may become huge if Mantis is able to find one more land, and there's no
Well, it's
disruption
Prismari
from.
command for it.
Yeah, that it takes 2 turns though, like to Prismari command and then
I mean,
to.
it's one way to get rid of the elite spell. Yeah, you don't want to get rid of the elite spell. Now you just gotta use the Prismari command on any important creatures.
Yeah, at least Spellbinder did its job. It put Shadow's Verdict, I still think, into the exile.
It's
Takes
from the exile.
takes
Yeah.
7 mana. 7 mana you need to pay to cast this now.
I mean, it's
But
realistic in other matchups, but not against Death and Taxes with all the land hate they have.
yep. And important now, there's a 6/6 flyer.
Yes. Is that an attack?
Is that an attack? That's an idiot bird. What is
I'm
that? Okay.
confused.
I still don't know why the Spellbinder's tapped here. Oh, we're gonna get some land destruction going on. Sadly, I can't really see which land destruction effects are being used.
This could only be the Ghost Quarter. It's a basic. You can only Ghost Quarter basics.
Okay.
Like it is
So
physically impossible for him to ghost to Field of Ruin it.
So that gets rid of the sprawled land, which is very annoying for Ventus. Very good for Smithy.
Well, we still have a 6/6 flyer on the board, so
Yeah, 6/6 being a 6/6 flyer kind of helps.
yeah. But the thing is,
Okay.
Path to Exile is a lot worse now. Oh no.
Looking at the top 4. So that 6/6 flyer is gonna have to carry that game. Because
Yeah.
there's not much coming after.
Yeah, it's not looking good.
That's a Steam Mance. A very lonely Steam
I
Mance.
always love it when my opponent flashes in Aven Mind Sensor and the 4th card is the actual one.
There's a Charming Prince, which will flicker the Elite Spellbinder. Which in turn basically
No,
allows him to remove any card that might become castable in the next
I feel like
10 million turns.
I feel like this is gonna be just D&T's game to take.
It's can the 6/6 win the game here? That's like the big question.
It's
Does he
just a
find a
question.
path?
Well, can you really attack with it? No.
He
D&T
said
is
at
just gonna.
11. He said at 11. He has time. 2 turns. We're
I
gonna get
have my
rid of
doubts.
Abundant Growth.
Oh yeah.
So basically, this entire hand is uncastable because Assassin's Trophy
It's
needs
just
another
and not.
green or black, like the Steamers doesn't cut it. And
Mm.
yeah, the other cards cost 3 mana or more. So desperately looking for lands now. Only pillar here is the 6/6 flyer, which
Mm-hmm.
actually goes into the red. Yeah, Smithy is just gonna take it, go down to 14, move on with his life, and probably punch back hard.
I don't get this because your opponent has more power on board than you.
Yeah, I feel like it's desperation here. So
Yeah.
like I don't know, like even keeping him on blocking duty I mean, if you get puffed, at least you get to search for land. And there's the final land being destroyed, by the way. Can we find a replacement in the top 4 cards?
No.
Not.
Yeah, no, I think this game is all but over.
This is a 6/6 flyer against the world. Standing in a landless void. And there's a Flicker Wisp, which means oh, we're gonna get another Elite Spellbinder. That card is just ripping through that hand.
Yeah, the elite spell, like I underestimated how good D&T could be used
And
against
yeah, Ventus scoops it up. There's not much to be done here. No lands, only a single card, a single dragon against the world. Not enough to do it.
I mean, D&T can sometimes just like there's some like board states. It's scary what that deck can have out.
So we're gonna have a rematch in our finals. It's gonna be. I mean, we would have had a rematch in our finals anyway, but it's gonna be the match prior to this being replayed now. It's gonna be Goblins against Stefan Texas once more, and maybe twice more. So yeah, we'll probably be back soon, Mr. Streamer. Thank you. Okay. Are we still live? I think. Okay. So, we can repeat the things we said prior, but now we actually have seen the matchup in practice, so we can look at it again, but with with the experience gained from the previous time that whole thing happened. So, we have we have D&T against Goblins once more. Last time we saw a lot of disruption from D&T side, especially concerning activated abilities, which turned out to be not quite enough, as Goblins was able to just go for, I'm gonna throw a pile of goblins at you and just out mid-range you instead of combo you to death. And let's see if Derek is able to repeat that win, especially since he has 2 tries at it. Because if he happens to lose the first match, he gets a rematch. Like, there will be a bracket reset, and we're gonna have a final match because every player in this invitational is allowed to lose 1 match, and Derek hasn't.
Yeah, that's. I mean, this is why I think the Goblins deck is just such an interesting. It's got so many different game plans that it can go, and it's like, how do you want to like try to keep the Goblin deck contained? It's like it's not just like an aggro deck. It's got so many different ways of winning. It's just hard to pin it down on one axis.
Okay, while we're waiting for our players to join, I have no idea what to talk about. I'm running out of topics.
I
Scratch, do you
gotta
have
say,
anything?
I have to say, I'm quite happy that they chose the background of this whole streaming setup to be a stream verdict.
I mean, it's a pretty card.
It's one of the best. It's one of the better Magic cards. We all know what the best Magic card is. It's not
Thanks,
Skyboat like
Sir.
Alex once
Don't say
claimed in a
Sir.
Pioneer.
Please don't say first.
It's not Splinter Twin. It's Sphinx's Revelation.
For fuck's sake.
I feel like Risen isn't as sold on the card as I.
I tried to be sold on it. Didn't work out.
Did you like devote yourself to it, or is it just the fact it's just not your favorite? Is
I
it just too
played it.
slow?
It's slow.
I mean, that's kind of like the thing you give up. It's like you don't play fast. I mean, I have been asked before by Piku if I ever get bored of this deck. I'm like, nah, dude, I've been playing this deck for 1.5 years straight now. Yeah, I don't play anything else in Pine.
All right, so I'm going to go
So
ahead and take the time to thank everyone that's been viewing this broadcast for the last 6 hours and 43 minutes. Thank you guys so much for joining us today on the Playaway Discord server. It's very appreciated. This could not be even possible without you guys being here in the chat, being engaging, watching these incredible matches thus far. We're about to get ready to watch the finals between, Goblins and Death and Taxes. This should be fun. And of course, while you're in the Playaway Discord server, if you're not already, like I said, join. You can play some Paper Magic, maybe even pop up in the invitationals like we're looking at right now. We also have some podcasts you can listen to. If you like Pioneer, we have a Pioneer Perspective podcast featuring myself. My name is Brad, otherwise known as Bradsifer, and Alex in the server. And we also have the Pondering Pauper podcast featuring Callie Kais and Diego. So, we love you. We appreciate you. You guys are the best. And we're about to get ready to watch some Magic. So we're going to hand it right back off to Risen and Scat, or Scratch. I can't talk. My brain is fried. And let's get to the battlefield.
Yeah, our brain is like every brain here is fried. It has been a long day. But yeah,
Long
let's
day.
focus on this one.
Yeah. Too
We're
much magic.
seeing a rematch, our previous one, but with the sides actually reversed now. So
Ooh,
Smithy is to your left and not Ventus is to your right, which wait. Okay, things are happening. I will take back everything I just said because I need to reevaluate this.
I think just
So no,
because you said
Derek is
this,
still on the left, so it's actually the same size as it was previously.
just because you had to say it, Brad had to switch it up. Ay, ay, ay. So, who do you think is favorite? I mean, definitely when it comes to matchups, definitely favored. But do you think maybe it was just an unlucky game before, or do you think just the Goblins deck is just so much better equipped and more prepared to just take out the Death and Taxes player?
Being able to answer Salvada in the last game, in the last match they played, was pretty important. So I didn't expect it to go that way the first time, but I mean we got prior matchup experience now, so I'll just assume Derek is gonna go for the repeat here. Because I have no idea about the matchup, I'm just gonna go by the previous. Gonna be honest.
I love how Brad pointed out how long we've been streaming already.
Yeah. Well, I've done both. I played in here. I could have been one of these two people. I wouldn't be sitting here casting. It's a loser's chair I'm sitting on.
Hey, it's better than having what's it? What was the club again? Was it second place club?
Oh.
Man, that's like the worst feeling club. Oh man, I'm so glad Uro was banned in Modern. Just the worst thing to ever see.
Yeah, I'm not missing him either.
Yeah, I love how it's just like I'm playing Cling to Dust, and it's just a good card, and then it's like, yeah, dude, why are you playing this? And it's like, I just say Uro in Legacy, but even though I know the truth is I don't even play it for Uro. I just play Cling to Dust because it's just such a good card.
Yeah, it's a really good card.
It just grinds opponents. It's like you can just cast it once or
Yeah.
twice, then you drew a couple of extra turns. You can just grind out your opponent. Okay. Well, I've got to go to bed now. I wish you guys a
Oh
good.
god, you're leaving me alone here.
I'm not leaving you alone. I'm
No,
leaving you
I'll be
here with
here.
Brad.
Hi, what's up?
I'm leaving here with Brad doesn't bite.
Upgrades.
Oh, thank God. Hi, how are
Okay, you
you?
guys. Yeah,
Hi,
and
Brad.
good luck to. See you guys.
All right, so Risen, you and I have something in common. We've both been here for the last 6 hours, 48 minutes. You were playing, and I've been
Yeah,
streaming.
like you've been doing the one thing, and I'm like switching it up at least, so it stays somewhat interesting.
Yeah. So this should be fun. Now, the one thing I was talking about with Jared and Brent when they were on earlier, by the way, huge shout out for them. They did a wonderful job. We look forward to
Yeah,
having
they
them
were
on
great.
for future invitationals. They were fantastic, amazing. But we were talking about them as we see a turn one Skirk prospector come down for the Goblin player. We were talking about Nivtalite, and I know this isn't the deck being featured, but I just saw I forgot to take off Niv Reborn on the screen. It's really cool that it's a deck actually in Modern as well now as Pioneer.
Yeah,
Now, one deck
Yeah,
I
it's-
wish was in Pioneer is Death and Taxes.
I mean, I can see it getting there slowly. Like the new hate pieces being printed are pretty strong with Archon, Skycliff Apparition, the new Elite Spellbinder, and like I can see the Proctor, the card that Scratch mentioned, the 1/3 that taxes
spirit,
everything.
No, that's it's only ETBs that it taxes.
Like anything that triggers off of an ETP on anything, which is actually not that bad.
I don't know. I don't like that one as much.
Yeah, it's not as great as the others, but
like
in Pioneer, your selection being limited, much more limited. You don't have enough access to Thalia. Okay, so we're gonna see a path here, getting rid of the Crater Maker. Probably
then a
some
Vial
runes
comes
left
down.
over from the previous game.
So we love the Vial Mirror again, and you have to remember, Smivy basically said that he punted on the Vial last time, naming Conspicuous Snoop and not naming Vial. He admitted later on that he was so tunnel visioned on the Snoop combo that he forgot that he could just name Vial with Vial, which actually cost him the match last time around. So we'll see if he fixes that this time around, and I think he did.
Yeah, he'll not make the same mistake twice. And this time he actually is the one with the Vial.
Yeah.
Okay. So Skirk Prospector Freelance versus a Vial and two Bane. Winning the die roll is also pretty important for Derek here. That one extra turn. The faster the formats get, the more difference it makes. And then you get to Legacy, where sometimes being on a draw is just better because that one extra card is so important.
Yeah, of course. So
Okay,
we
tapping
have
free.
a Matron coming down.
There's a Matron. Oh, finding a Ringleader. That means so basically tells us he has a 4th land in hand, and it's gonna he's gonna get a trip to Value Town next turn, playing that Ringleader.
I mean, at least this is not like a historic or legacy goblins where Muxus is a thing, because that's just giving me some PTSD.
Yeah. That like I 100% agree. Muxus is so weird and wrong. It just feels wrong.
I don't mind Muxus as a card. It is 6 mana after all. What I do mind is Skirk Prospector. I think if you hit
Enabling.
that if you hit that in a Goblins deck, like if you just ban Prospector, that would be my first thought. And it just basically turns off Turbo Muxus for the most part.
Yeah, like it makes it fair. Then like they can't ramp it out that quickly.
Yeah.
By the way, Brad, can you move your mouse a bit? We can see pin things on Derek's screen.
I don't even have my mouse on that.
In that area. It's weird.
It was on my other monitor.
Yeah, there you go. You fixed it.
Hooray.
You're
Just
great.
wiggle it around. And Elite Spellbinder
Okay,
comes
there we
down.
see Elite Spellbinder, which is a card I didn't see at all in the previous match, so he didn't find any.
Is that another matron, a war chief, and a ringleader?
Pashalik Mons, war chief and ringleader.
Okay, yeah. My mistake.
So getting rid of the ringleader, right? Went so fast. And it's out of frame now. But yeah, that denies the trip to Value Town that Derek was about to take here.
I don't
And
know what to
finally put
make
some.
of Elite Spellbinder. I felt pretty low on it for spoiler season. I still kind of do, but it probably is a nice fit in this deck though for Death and
Yeah, it
Taxes.
is. It gives you like a whole new avenue to interact on an angle that White hasn't been able to, and Death Taxes can make great use of it with the flickering, and
Yeah.
they are used to creatures with a free one stat line by with having played Flicker Wisp in all of their existence. Let's see, 4 mana, a lot of thinking. Okay, that seems like it's gonna be a math turn here. Okay, tapping 3, tapping 4. No, still tapping 3. It's for Mons. So yeah, there you're gonna sack a goblin, throw it at a little spellbinder, and that allows him to get in unopposed. I mean, it's just 1 this time, but it clears the board, which, looking at how game 1 of the previous matchup went, seems very important to keep that board clean, not let the taxing and value engines that Death and Taxes actually has accumulate.
Yeah.
And there's a free toughness creature. So we're looking at Archon of Emeria, restricting Derek to only 1 spell, and on the off chance he has more non-basics, having them enter tapped can be pretty good. And 3 toughness is a number that is harder for Pashalik Mons to overcome, but there's still Munitions Expert. Oh, and there goes Pashalik Mons. So definitely Munitions Expert is now needed to deal with that 2-3 if necessary. No terminates in the pre-board games either. We're gonna see the War Chief. Nope, it's another matron. Gonna go searching, but that's the 1 spell that has been played this turn. So looking at the board
Munitions
state, yep,
expert.
there's the Munitions Expert, as predicted. Need to get rid of that Archon. All the cards in your hand don't help you if you can only play 1 per turn. And yeah, that's good. Just vialing it in straight up, dodges the taxing on Archon and gets rid of the card at the same time. So goblins with a huge presence on the board, looking down and a very empty field here. And there's the War Chief. Yeah, that board is getting big now.
Yeah.
That's a lot of damage. Down to 9. On top. At 5 mana, there is the possibility of land into Winds of Abandon. But it's just gonna be a Giver of Runes and a Yorion into the hand. So I'm very curious to see if that Vial has anything on free to bring in. I'm hoping for Smithy's sake that he has something. Because that board is getting big again. Again, another recommendation to Derek to get like his camera like 5 meters higher up so he can spread his goblins out so they can follow the COVID social distancing restrictions. Because that looks very unhealthy to me. Tapping a lot of lands. There's another ringleader. Value engine go. Only finds a matron. The rest under the deck. Pick the matron up to hand. Look at your board state. Look at your opponent's board states, and probably turn things sideways in a second. Oh, first a vial. Yeah, getting the matron. Gonna find. Drum roll, please.
All right, going to game 2.
Yeah, okay. That.
Nice.
So maybe I've seen enough. That looked pretty impressive. Just goblins, hordes, values, card
Yeah.
draw, tutors, things, munitions experts.
I mean, that's the thing about goblins, right? Is that they have the backup plan as just being a above average type of aggro deck kind of thing. I mean, just
yeah,
beat down.
like they're a tribal deck with a combo, which is pretty strong. Like they can do tribal stuff where they just go big ball of tribal creatures, throw at your opponent, and sometimes they just go, oh, oops, I win, kiki jiki, make infinite tokens, throw token. Which gives them a way of different angle, which allows them to, which also makes it super hard to sideboard into, because like looking at Smithy's sideboard, his sideboard plan has to go into the direction of stopping the combo, because there's nothing in there that can stop the gonna go wide board plan. Like the only way he can remove creatures from his opponent's board is either by pathing them, or Winds of Abandon, which is basically just path 5 and 6. And as we saw in match 1, with Sword of Fire and Ice, because 2 damage is enough to kill every unbuffed goblin except Krenko. So those are his ways of getting creatures off the board, and otherwise he has to rely on his creatures either being better stat-wise by being most likely equipped, or just like going through there by some way. But as we saw here, and as we saw in their previous matchup, it's not easy.
Yeah. And I mean, Goblins is 1 win away from taking down the entire Invitational.
Yeah, getting a shiny new roll, and yeah, and like not even getting get to the reset, going through here undefeated. One more game.
So when we see Goblins keep a 7-hander, we're probably gonna be scared as the Death and Taxes player.
I feel like you should be scared of goblins, period, as Death and Taxes. I feel like they don't like if you have any taxing creatures that they care about, they find ways to kill it, because goblins have a lot of direct damage and your creatures are super fragile. We saw Metallic Mons doing its thing. We saw munitions experts doing its thing multiple times. So that's like they're very targeted surgeon-like removal at the key pieces that actually interact with them. Have been super strong in this matchup. Like munitions expert for me has to be the MVP of the goblin deck in this matchup so far, from what I've seen in this one and the previous one.
Now we can see if AirPods can take down Mono White Death and Taxes.
The lack of thumbs will probably pose problems.
It's all in the mind games. But while they're away, we'll take the time again to thank everyone for joining us today and dropping in, enjoying this wonderful, wonderful festivity. We've had a bunch of games. Now, Risen, I know you played in the tournament, but
Yes.
outside of your own bias of yourself being a player, because we all want ourselves to be the best, did you have any predictions of what was going to win the tournament, and how they come to fruition?
I did not expect goblins here. Let's start with that. I did not expect goblins to make the finals. I actually, at a point where I saw 5-color Nif play versus goblins on stream, and I knew I was gonna play the loser of that match, I was hoping for goblins to lose, because that is like one of like my strongest matchups here. Did not happen. I like looking at the decks again. I also had Ponza favored versus Sniff. Like there were like a lot of things, especially in the first round, went completely sideways from what I expected. But looking at the decks, I could have seen Esper Control take it. I could have seen me take it, obviously. But I mean, looking at how I played my games, I did not deserve it today.
We appreciate the honesty.
So gotta be honest. I mean, if I'm not winning, I probably did something wrong. I'm still confident in my deck choice. It wasn't the deck, it was me today.
Yeah, looking at the
Yeah.
field, I thought that your deck choice was a pretty good one.
Yeah, I thought so too.
Oh no!
I mean,
Oh no! Goblins kept a one-lander and it did not draw Vile.
why do you keep a one-laner without Vile? That's so brave. Uh,
I don't know, man. He's feeling I guess ballsy.
I mean, you have one game of wiggle room here. You can try to be like I'm also one that has like done this before, where I'm like, okay, I'm one game ahead, I can be greedy here, which is a really dumb thing to do, because every game should be important, and that's like a risk not worth taking 90% of the time. But you only remember the 10% of the times it works. So
Yeah, it's I mean, he found a
oh,
land, so that's cool. But
there's
it's
the second
still
land.
weird that he would make this decision, and we have Snoop come down.
Yep.
Ooh, a land on the top.
Revealing.
He
Oh,
wanted
there's
that.
another land.
Nice. So I mean, look, never punish, right? But I mean, disregarding what we're seeing on the field right now, it's so weird to me for the Goblins player to make this decision to keep a one-lander, no Vial in hand, just hoping you draw into either the land or the Vial. And it's this is the finals, right? Like, I don't know. Weird
There's
choice.
Revoker. So it's probably gonna name Snoop in this spot. There's no Vile here. We're gonna see Snoop named. That board is looking mighty annoying to deal with now for goblins. Giver of Runes gives us so much more protection in a way. Speaking of removal, there's a munitions expert. That answers Giver pretty well.
That it does. Some little friendly banter going back and forth between the players now. Death and Taxes being like, "Oh, now you're actually cheating," just jokingly. It's
Yeah,
this is fun.
like freaking munitions. Like, again, he's probably the MVP for me so far of this matchup.
Yeah.
He has been consistently been the strongest performer. So yep, there's Giver of Runes gone.
It's a land on top.
That guarantees the next land drop here. So we're gonna see a Blood Crypt. Let's see if it enters untapped. Nope, just tapped. So no one drop that needs to be played here. So now it's maybe who's actually stuck on lands. He's down to two, he's down on 2 lands and hasn't found a third one yet. He was on the play. See what you can do. One Munitions Expert and the whole board state seems to be crumbling. But there's a Stoneforge Mystic, which is online. So equipment is ready to be just warped onto the battlefield. There's a Harbinger on top.
Oh my god.
It's ridiculous. Like, draw the lands and have the goblins on top. It's actually like Snoop is getting so much value here just by his passive ability.
So trying to hit the Snoop.
Yeah, during the draw step that makes perfect sense here. Before you're going to the main phase to remove the ability to cast the Harbinger. Try to like because that value. The problem is like D&T is such a 1-for-1 focused deck and like
Yeah.
works in very tiny margins. And that Snoop alone is currently like, yeah, screw your margins. We're gonna go big here.
This has just been a wild game thus far.
That bugger.
Goblins is definitely showing off its resiliency, I suppose. Just keeps having the answers.
Yeah, Munitions Expert is a good card here. Pinging down the small fry that D&T is forced to play. There's the Auntie's Hollow. What is it gonna reveal to enter?
We have a matron coming down.
Yeah, matron. More searching.
What are you grabbing here as the goblin player?
So your Snoop has been removed, so I can see a ringleader being the choice. Unless you have parts of the combo and need like missing a piece and you can get it, but I like the general choice is normally is a ringleader. Yeah, there.
So another elite spellbinder comes down. We
Looking
see
at
ringleader, matron, a Kiki.
and Kiki and terminate. I think it's a terminate.
Yeah. So he's gonna be taking Kiki Jiki with elite spellbinder. Makes
So,
sense.
okay, you're forcing yourself to deal with ringleader at this point, which is probably not gonna make you happy, but Kiki Jiki copying Munitions Expert has cost him a game before, so
Yeah.
trying to avoid that makes sense.
And he has the mana to cast it, so it definitely makes
Yep.
sense.
Putting Kiki up to 7 mana makes it
He finds a
come
land drop
down very
anyway,
well.
so he's
Yeah,
one step
one more
closer.
mana and then Kiki's online.
Oh, this
It doesn't
game.
matter. Derek just replaced every draw of his with Demonic Tutor.
Also, if he can get one of his reduction, it's a war chief that reduces, right?
Yeah, but it's still looking at next round. So there's
So
another ringleader.
Ringleader comes down, which we saw that in hand,
Salutana?
so we knew that. And he's grabbing a Sling Gang lieutenant.
Yep, and nothing else found.
Going to combat and swinging.
Two on, yeah, can. It
So
can be
down to
blocked.
15.
Like-
He's taking it.
Would you have blocked here knowing that Kikiji can possibly come down next turn to stop another ringleader from being copied?
I can see the thinking from Smithy to just I think he just wants to keep it going and try to maintain some kind of pressure and just race at this point. I think that's what he's thinking.
Yeah, get to
But
a point where like, okay, you have all the cards in hand, but don't have the mana to play them.
Yeah. Charming Prince coming down. Is he gonna
Flicker Spellbinder?
Yep.
Normally, that's like such a strong line.
Yeah. So we're thinking about a response from Derek. He's trying to see what else to do.
He could flash in on Munitions Expert. No, he doesn't. Does he have one? Can he have one?
He only has 2 mana open, so
that's Munitions Expert. Tapping 2. Does he have a? Oh, he has a terminate. He has a terminate. We saw that.
yeah.
So you can terminate the Spellbinder response here.
Yep. Nice.
Yeah, makes like forcing that issue makes sense on.
So do we see the land drop here?
I mean, looking at how the game went so far, I assume. I think he had a swamp in hand too.
I thought he
probably.
did
like,
too. I thought he had 2 lands in hand when we had the original Spellbinder, but maybe not. We're not seeing it coming down now.
Mm-hmm.
But he said he's going to give it a think over, so he might be considering, do you go straight into Kiki Jiki if he has it, or do you try to go a different route? Smithy has 4 cards in hand, by the way.
Yeah, it's still quite a lot. I expect Death Texas to be like on 2 cards or something at this point.
Oh, they're on 4. Also, I just realized what you said. My bad. brain fried yet again. Again, we
Yeah,
are 7 hours and 13 minutes into this, and Risen and I have been a part of this for the entirety of that, actually longer than this. So,
yeah.
forgive some slip ups on either of our parts for
It's
for this.
also 1:30 a.m. where I live, so I'm gonna hate tomorrow,
That's okay. Tomorrow's gonna hate you too.
probably. But good news, everyone. This is the last invitational on Sundays.
Yep.
So no longer staying up late and having things to do on the next day.
Okay,
There's
so we
another card.
found the 7th land,
Yeah.
and Kiki Jiki's coming down.
Take the pile, turn it sideways, get a Kiki. Jiki end of turn.
Oh, Smithy! Oh, he's saying some colorful things right now in response to that Kiki Jiki.
He's not a fan, I assume.
Not a fan.
Making a copy of the munitions expert. And there's the shooting begins.
Yep. And he's
So
gonna hit
Stoneforge Mystic.
Stoneforge.
That means the card is back to being stranded in hand. Like he got a better skull, I remember.
Coming for 3.
Also a sword. So do you? I think you should block the ringleader
He's
here.
blocking, yeah, exactly.
Correct. Get rid of that card so it can't be copied with Kiki Jiki. You're still gonna have to deal with munitions expert somehow, which D&T can't really. Like, pathing munitions expert just feels bad. Yeah, if you have a path, you path Kiki, obviously. But stuck on freelance versus your opponent's 7 also doesn't help. There's a flicker wisp.
Ooh.
Oh, he's gonna flicker the the
Naming
revoker and
Kiki
rename name
Jiki.
Kiki.
Yeah, that's funny.
Name Kiki Jiki. Yeah, that deals with it for a time.
Though
Watch him top deck
it's
Snoop.
definitely not the ideal situation.
No, you're not.
Because Kiki
Smithy
can
is not
still
in a
swing
good
in, right?
situation.
It's just activated abilities can't be turned on.
Yeah, exactly.
So
Okay, there's a Swampy Sword.
you're still feeling really rough right now if you're mono white. This looks like it's pretty in there for goblins. Yeah, goblins is 4 cards in hands, but 4
Yeah,
cards in
it's-
hand, by the way.
It's insane. Like the value train doesn't stop.
Yeah, we see Derek. What are we getting? All the lands against the deck that wants to tax you and punish you, and then the other side is stuck at 3 mana for the last 4 or 5 turns. So
Yeah. And another matron.
Matron can grab. There's something to do with that artifact, right? Crater Maker.
Can grab Crater Maker. Can grab Snoop. Can
Another
grab
munitions
this.
expert. That makes sense too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know how mono white comes back from this.
Yeah. Stuck on freelance too. Play the munitions expert. Shoot
Yeah.
down the revoker. Make a copy of munitions expert. Shoot down the flicker wisp, and then just go face. And that's basically it.
Yeah,
I think we got our new modern champion.
looks like it.
It's just a matter of time here. And yeah, there's the copy. It's gonna kill Flicker Wisp. Gonna
Coming
get
in
in
for
for 5, I think. Yeah,
Yep.
5 1/1s. So maybe has one more draw step. I don't know
And
what
this
he can
is,
find.
He doesn't play Wrath, so I don't know.
Yeah, he has a Winds of Abandon, but overloading it at 6 mana. On top. Draw. Play a 4th land.
There it is.
Is it gonna matter? That is the question. A 3.
Spellbinder coming down.
Another Spellbinder. And there's 15 as well. Yeah, just have redundancy, right?
Yeah,
Doesn't matter.
and this is where I wish Elite Spellbinder said all copies sharing that name in the text. I don't know if that'd be too good, but that's where it feels really weak to me.
Yeah, and that's the point where you've lost because this Sling Gang is just gonna kill you.
Yeah, all he has to do is play Swing Gang, copy with Kiki, and he
And
pretty
yeah,
much has
there
it.
we go.
There it is. We have a new champion. It's Goblins. Could anyone have thought at the end of today that Goblins
I
would be
did.
the winner of the Modern Invitational? It's impressive.
I did not expect
That is impressive. Well, let's go ahead and get Derek in here for a very brief interview, and we'll send everyone on their way. Are you excited, Risen?
For what? Interview or sleep?
Both.
Yes.
Okay, there you go. Which one are you more excited for?
PR answer interview. Real answer sleep. Let's see if we can get Derek in here.
All right, let's go back to the main screen.
Yep. Whew.
All right. Wait, where are we? We're somewhere. Oh, oh.
Up,
There-
up.
found
Oh,
it.
oh,
I
there's
found
me,
it.
and there we go.
So, we have a champion.
They're green. Our champion is very green. And there's a lot of them.
I was waiting to see if we can get him in.
Derek. Yeah.
All right. Let me see if I can actually get the. Whoops. That is an ad.
Already completed. You don't need to do it. What?
I'm being fancy. One sec.
Live editing here.
I mean, yes. Ah. You know what? Fine. We're just gonna blow up.
Yeah.
There it is. Look at that.
Derek on Goblins. 4-0. Didn't drop a match. Went all the way through winner's bracket.
It's amazing.
Only dropping 2 individual games versus 5-color NIF and versus the first time versus DNT.
All right. We're just waiting on the. Derek, get in there. Derek.
Yeah, Derek, please.
Derek, please. I have questions.
We have so many questions.
Well, we have like 10 questions. You know. Hold on. I want to get back on that. We want to showcase that number 1. Oh, too far. Nope. Too. Why is this so finicky? Hey everyone, enjoy this stream while I struggle to get this thing perfect. He should be able to see it. Wait, can you yoink him, Risen?
Yeah, I can.
Sometimes things are weird. We're trying to forcibly pull in our champion.
So I'm not visible. Oh, yeah. You can make it visible to the invitational role if you want.
We should. It
Oh,
should
I'll
already be visible to that.
It's not visible. Yep, it's visible now.
Hello.
Hooray!
Hey, how's it going?
Congratulations.
Thank you, man.
So I was already talking about this with Risen while we were watching your last games against Mono White Death and Taxes.
Mhm.
And Risen obviously was a player, so trying to ignore his biases, I asked, did he have any opinions on like what he thought out of these 8 decks could have been the best or made it to the finals? And the first thing he said is like, well, I did not expect to see goblins here. Why did you pick goblins? What made you feel confident about this deck? Is it just a pet deck? Do you like it, or do you really feel it has a place in this new modern meta?
Yeah, I mean, Goblins is pretty much my comfort deck. It's the deck that I've been practicing with the most. I actually tried and practiced a few other decks before the tournaments, because I think that's a lot of people probably expected that I brought the goblins.
Mhm.
So I wanted to, I guess like bring an element of surprise. So I actually practiced Eldrazi Tron. I practiced Helios combo. But I think at the end I just like, I don't know, I just really want to play goblins. So yeah, so that's kind of like just like how I decided to to bring goblins.
Yeah,
Turned out to be the right decision.
yeah, definitely. I mean, you also only dropped what 2 total games through the entire tournament, so that's impressive.
Uh,
I believe it was
Is
one
that-
against Niv and one against Mono White the first time around.
yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's right.
So you definitely posted a pretty nice record there.
Mhm.
Now, do you feel like moving forward, like, are you going to bring this deck again? Should we have another invitational, or is it more of like a wait and see, like, see how the meta kind of shakes out?
I think goblins tends to struggle in the more aggressive meta, right? So I think everyone knows that this server is like kind of slow as far as meta is concerned, right? Like
Yeah.
there's only one aggro deck, which Risen brought. So I don't know. Yeah. So if the server evolves towards like a faster direction, then I might change decks. But so far I think it's looking like goblins is gonna do pretty well in any tournaments that this server hosts.
Yeah, I was hoping you were gonna you would lose to Nif to Light so I could play you in the lower round. Because I feel like my matchup against you would have been quite good with all the
Oh, yeah, for
removal I
sure.
have.
Yeah.
But you winning that one made me fight Nif, which didn't turn out that great.
Yeah. I think probably will probably have been a 70-30 matchup, like
Yeah, we played it before in the Modern League.
yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Well, Derek, congratulations again. You had a
Yeah.
wonderful day today. You played amazing. We watched a handful of your games. They're great. Now, while you're here,
Yeah.
do you have anything to plug? The floor is yours. Anything you want to say?
Well, I mean, just want to thank everyone. Like thank all the players for playing. The matches were fun. Thanks thanks to the commentators. You guys for commentating. I also watched the stream in between runs, and that was like really fun to watch as well. Yeah. So just like thanks everyone for for getting involved.
Awesome. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you.
And congratulations again. And you have a title to defend now.
Thank you.
Yeah, you already have it.
Sounds good. All right. Have a good day, guys.
You too.
Thank you. You too.
All right,
You deserve
Risen.
it.
We're here.
Yeah.
We're at the end. Thank you, everyone,
Yeah.
so much for watching. This has been an absolute blast. This has been the 9th season of the Modern Invitational, brought to you by the Playaway Discord server. If you haven't joined the server already, go ahead and hop down. There's a link right there in chat available to you. Play some Paper Magic with us, and you could also be featured in maybe the upcoming Invitational. We have ones for Pauper, Pioneer, and Modern. So we appreciate you guys for watching. This could not even be possible without you guys as the viewers, and especially the players grinding week in, week out for all these different formats, whether it be Modern, Pioneer, or Pauper, like I said. And Risen, anything out the door before we go?
Sleep.
That sounds good to me. Thank you so much, guys. We hope to see you next time, and bye-bye.